Here.
Turn your mic up. Turn your mic up.
Sorry.
Okay, there we go.
That was Jacqueline Calvert. Jeff Church.
Here.
Okay. All right. We got it. We're covered. Ellen Minetto. Diane Nicolette. I am here. Joe Rodriguez. Beth Smith.
Here.
Angela Taylor.
I am here.
And our illustrious student, Victoria Gomez.
Here.
All
All
right.
present.
Thank you very much. Sounds good. Looks like we have a quorum. Everybody's here. Thank you. Why don't we have our students getting back in the groups lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Ready, begin.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States. Republic for which it stands.
Indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
With liberty and justice.
All righty. Hello, echo chamber in there, but that's all right. All right, we are going to start with our consent agenda. 2.01, approval of consent agenda items. We have items 2.02 and 2.19 for possible action. And it's my understanding there's at least one to be pulled. 2.12. And then Trustee Church, I think there was something else you had an interest in?
Thank you, Madam President. Yes, 2.12, the share appointment for discussion, and 2.19, drug-free workplace.
Okay. Any other trustees have an interest in pulling something from the consent agenda? All right. Seeing none, then I am looking for, if it is the pleasure of the board, looking for a motion to approve consent agenda items 2.02 through 2.11 and 2.13 through 2.18.
So moved.
Okay, moved by Trustee Smith. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Rodriguez. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition? Oh, sorry, I see your mouth moving, Jackie. Sorry, I should have waited for you. Sorry, Trustee Calvert. Any opposition? Okay, hearing none, the record, let the motion passes unanimously. Let the record show it is 7-0. So we will begin with agenda item 2.12. We're going to ask staff to please get into position. As I read the agenda item, possible action to approve the appointment to the Sexuality, Health, and Responsibility Education, or SHARE, Advisory Committee of Vanessa Van Coor in one of the parent guardian representative slots for a term ending June 30th, 2022. My understanding this is filling, both of these will be filling slots of people who step down. Thank you. And then also consideration of Stephanie Schumann, also in a parent guardian representative slot. And that term, her term, will end on June 30th, 2023. And I'll ask, are either able to join us? Both are here?
One's virtual.
Oh, virtual. Okay, who's virtual?
Vanessa.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Van Coor, for being here. Do you have particular questions, Trustee Church? We'll start with you, sir, since you pulled the item.
Excuse me, thank you. I guess my first comment is the policy 9100 talks about how this is done in general terms, and then that policy says, at the board's discretion, the board may take action to ask the responsible office to forward its ranking and candidates for the board's consideration deliberation of more than one candidate, or more than one applicant, pardon me. What I'm seeing here is we had, I think it was 20-something applicants. And again,
I think it was 12.
12.
I think it was 12.
Thank you. I was trying to look at my notes. And only 2 were forwarded. The feedback I have is we had a number of very, very good applicants. The share position is such an important, controversial issue that I am not at all comfortable with just approving the recommendation of a committee that met in secret. Not that they did anything wrong, but it was not open to the public, not open for public forum. This is the public forum where it should be debated. So I'll put that on the record first so we can discuss that, and then I can go into the second issue. But that's my concern, is that this is so controversial, such an important decision. We had 12 applicants, many of which are good, and they did not get their day in court, so to speak, in a public forum, and they should. So I'm going to let it go at that, and then I can go into the second issue.
And so I'm sorry, help me think, what is it you're looking for?
Discussion on that comment. If I were to make a motion, it would be to send this back to staff to bring forward probably at least 10. We have 2 positions, so that would be 5 each, 10 applicants. If I were to make a motion, which I want discussion before we even talk about that.
Okay, so you would like some feedback on your commentary regarding, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to hold it in.
Regarding the fact that we were only forwarded 2 candidates. We were not given a choice. It's yes or no. Shouldn't even be on the consent agenda. I think that this is our responsibility as the Board of Trustees in a public forum with public comment to hear from all the applicants that are qualified. And so, that's my position. It shouldn't be done, and it's covered in the policy that we can send it back.
Okay. Commentary from them. Only thing I will add on that, Trustee Church, is that there are many board committees, and the board have put the policy 9100 in place to have a proper screening of it from those who work the committee as well as others outside. You read the policy, so you know that. Because one of the things that's I think it's important is we want to encourage people to be involved in our committees and to have a public review. Because it sounds like what you're suggesting is that the board get all the applicants and then the board review everybody openly in a public forum. That sounds like what you're help me, sir.
Generally, if I remember the policy, five per applicant, so they could narrow it down. But yes, I think we should be the decision making.
Well, we are the decision making, so I want to make that very clear. We're not passing our decision making over. We get to make the decision. So I do want to clarify that just for a point of the record. And your recommendation is that it could be up to 5, could be 2, could be 3, or whatever, for all committees, for this committee. And I see some lights on for comments or conversation, so this is good.
Right now, it's not on the agenda to talk about other committees, so I don't want to violate open meeting law. This is specific to this committee and this appointment. Okay.
Well, I do think, though, we need to be fair in how we deal with all committees as a whole, though, I would say that. But I know that would not be a part of your motion, but is that what your intent would be as a whole?
I don't think I'm ready to go down that road now.
Okay.
I'm just concentrating on this, but let's bring the rest of it up then. It's probably an appropriate time. We've had a number of emails on one particular applicant. Some of the emails are very damning in what they accuse the applicant of in terms of a bias, not being able to render a fair decision. And that's why I think it's so important that applicant gets her day in court to, so to speak, her day to say, yeah, these are true, this is my position, or no, it's not, taken out of context. So I think it's extremely important in fairness that we give that applicant the fair shot at defending himself or herself.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith?
Thank you so much, Madam President. To be maybe a little more specific, thank you so much for being here. I would say personally that I'm not comfortable with a conversation that puts anyone in a court-like setting or is a referendum on any one individual. All of our applicants for these boards are committee members, many of them are parents, and I believe everyone should be treated with respect. With that said, perhaps if you would be so kind as to walk us through what the actual process is. Having been on the Zoning Advisory Committee, I probably know it better than most, but it's my colleague Trustee Church is accurate in saying that there is a lot of confusion about the process. People fill in the blanks when they don't entirely know. So if you would be so kind as to possibly walk us through exactly what this process looks like before any candidate of any committee comes to this board.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Staff?
So we had Rochelle Proctor for the
I was
record.
going to say, you know the rule. Okay, thank you, Ms. Proctor. Go ahead.
We did have 2 vacancies this year. They were advertised. They were advertised and open for a total of almost a month. From there, we had 12 candidates. We interviewed every candidate that applied. We had interviews held over 2 evenings, devoting a half an hour to each candidate to make sure that they had adequate amount of time to respond to the same questions. And from there, we ranked the candidates based on their responses.
If I may redirect.
Please.
If you happen to have them, could you share with this board what those questions were?
I do not have them in my packet today. But yes, I can make those available to the board.
Could you share, like, generally, and I guess I'll be more specific, a lot of comment seems to be categorizing applicants on a single issue and how they feel about a single issue. Are there any single issue litmus tests for any candidate as part of the application process?
Hi, Kendra Fox, Director of Secondary Curriculum and Instruction, for the record. There wasn't any, we had our HR department review the questions. I think there was 3 or 4 of them, and they were mostly around tell us about yourself, a little bit about your background, and then I was trying to remember, the questions changed. I'll let Troy jump in if he remembers.
Yes, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer, for the record. I know there was a question about working together as a team and compromise. Conflict, there was a question around conflict, how you would handle a situation where conflict arose. I'm not recalling.
Just in terms of, please go, no, I'll follow up after you. Go ahead, Trustee Smith.
Just to kind of redirect to my question, a lot of public comment has come in on all sides of this, again, seemingly categorizing all types of applicants on a single issue. And my question is there any single issue litmus tests? Like, do you believe in this? Do you believe in that?
No. And again, we did have Emily Ellison, Chief of
Human Resources.
Thank you. Gosh. Go through the questions with me to make sure that they were very fair, and there wouldn't be one question that would lead either way.
Okay, thank you. You good, Trustee Smith? Okay, my comment, then I'll go to Trustee Manetto, Vice President Manetto. Do you have, when you do, can you talk a little bit about the rating? You said you rated them. Is that as a whole, the ranking? Thank you, I should say. Is that as a whole, or do you each do your own ranking sheet and then you pull them together? Can you talk us through that process a little bit?
Hi again, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer, for the record. Yes, we individually ranked. We asked Allie Kendrick from HR to be on the committee as well, so that we had an official HR representative to guide the work as far as which questions are allowable and the follow-up questions that we should not ask, and being fair to every candidate. And we asked Rochelle, what are we looking for from a committee person on our share committee? What do we need to round out the team? So we had those discussions, and then from there, when we interviewed all of them, we had discussions, but when it came time to rank, we individually gave our ranking of the candidates.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Parks. Vice President Manetto?
So I'm hearing a lot of we, and just for me and the rest of the world, who are we? I kept hearing, well, we did this. And
Who's the committee comprised of?
Yes.
Rochelle Proctor, again. The committee consisted of myself, consisted of Kendra, Troy Parks as well. We also had Allison Kendrick from HR, and then had a representative from UNR, from the Human Development and Family Studies, a professor from there, sat in on the committee as well.
All right, thank you. Do you feel like these two people who we possibly may be joining to the group will create a nice balance of not everybody thinking this way, but so the hard conversations will happen, like I'm hoping the board does. I'm hoping that we are from different worlds. Do you think there's a balance there?
I feel confident in saying yes. And when we reviewed all the candidates, that was a focus too. Are they going to be a good addition and able to have those difficult discussions? Because share can be difficult at times, and people come in with different points of view. So to kind of find the middle ground and where we could find a place of agreement together.
Thank you, Vice President Manetto. Other comments, questions for staff as we continue? Trustee Church?
For staff, this is real minor, but I'm trying to find it here. The announcement I saw ending in March was for one applicant. Can you confirm that? I don't believe there was ever one put out for two applicants, but apparently one came open, so you handled it as one.
We had one opening shortly after, about a week and a half, 2 weeks after, then we ended up having a second opening. Our other person resigned. They did not want to seek reappointment.
And again, just technically, the announcement only said one, correct?
That was through communications, and I worked tightly with communications as we had the first one. The vacancy was just one person originally, and it rolled in to then we had a second position open.
And again, but the announcement was never updated. Is that correct? I'm not trying to play Perry Mason. I'm just trying to put on the record that as near as I can find, technically the announcement said one opening.
Again, I can't speak specifically to that.
And then if an applicant had expressed views that in the opinion of your committee or board, whatever you want to call it, if the applicant had expressed views that were indicating that they probably couldn't make an unbiased decision, how would you have reacted to that?
I'm confused. Can you give an example of what would be a...
Sure. An applicant says that they're so pro-LGBTQ that they can't make a fair decision, that that's their final answer, and they're not willing to be negotiable. Now, from side one, you've got a person who allegedly is in that position and can't make an open-minded decision, but on the other hand, they represent a very valid point of view. So I can see both sides of the argument, but if we have an applicant hypothetically like that, how would that committee have dealt with that? If they said, no, I'm over here and this is how I am and I'm not going to change my opinion.
Well, anytime we have an interview, we take into mind how a candidate would respond to questions. So we would take that as any candidate making any stance on any issue as I stand here and this is where I'm always going to stand. That would end up in our when we speak about each candidate, we would bring that up and we would talk about, is that the type of candidate we're looking for to be on this committee? And depending on the issue, it could work for or against them.
Thank you, Dr. Parks. I'm going to jump in because this may be helpful. I see Ms. Ellison, Chief. We're messing up your title today. Chief HR, you want to help with that response for Trustee Church's question?
Yeah, of course. And I think I could add a little bit of color to the posting question as well. JJ was able to confirm that we posted the position twice when the second opening became available. However, even if we hadn't, consistent with our hiring practices, if multiple positions are vacant and they're the same position, we can work from one posting as long as that position has been posted and interviewed for within the last 6 months. With respect to the interview
I'm sorry, did that answer that question for you, Trustee Church, on the posting?
Thank you.
Okay.
With respect to the interviewing process, anybody who's ever participated in that before knows that it's an art and not an exact science. But I think in the example that you gave, and Rochelle was very mindful of this as we worked together to craft questions, and then the HR representative would be mindful of this in the interview process as well. Decisions should be made not around beliefs, but about what the person can contribute to the committee. And so the idea of collaboration and problem solving and, working together to get through tough questions would be where the focus would be. And so in the example that you gave, the person was taking a really hardline position and saying, no, I can't be unbiased, and effectively I can't convey my beliefs in an unbiased or non-confrontational way. And so while they certainly represent a valid viewpoint, I think the delivery is equally important in terms of productive committee relations and committee outcomes. And so I do think that would likely be a consideration
if presented in the way that you presented the hypothetical.
Well, if I may,
Please
then
go ahead.
now's probably a perfect time. And again, this is what's so important. And I understand this isn't a courtroom, and we don't want to make people not want to apply for committees, but they have to be able to walk the walk and talk the talk. So I'm going to read what was alleged, and that's why it's so important, I think, for the applicant to be able to discuss it. But I'm going to read into the record what was alleged and what was sent to.
Hold on one second. Did we send out a notice that the person may be discussed? Did they receive the notice?
Yes, and I
Do we
received
have
a
it for
response
the
too.
record?
Yes.
Okay.
And what I'm reading is public record that was sent to the board.
But that's
Well,
okay.
just
we
to
still
be
have,
clear, you have to notice somebody if you're going to discuss them at a public meeting. It doesn't matter, that's a public record.
Okay, even if I don't give their names.
Well, it's pretty clear.
It's pretty
But
clear you're talking about one or two people.
Okay, so I
But
can't.
the notice happened. No, the notice went out, so
Okay.
please go ahead. Am I right, Counsel? The notice went out, so go
Okay.
ahead, Trustee Church. But we do want to be mindful in the
Quote,
event it had not gone.
Sure. Quote, disappointed and saddened by the Washoe School Board of Trustees for excluding Lesson 1 from the revised sex education for high schoolers. It covers general identity and sexual orientation. What message is that sending to our pound LGBTQIA youth? Question mark, explanation mark. Followed by, this is embarrassing. This is why we need to pay attention to the local elections, to ensure all people are represented instead of only the privileged or those who fit traditional social norms. Love did not win today. And then, we'll go on. There's a number of them. I'm going to try and edit it. Bravo at Washoe Library for vowing to keep Drag Queen Story Hour despite the hateful opposition. And again, I'm not concerned with the drag queen thing. I'm concerned with referring to the other people that you may disagree with as hateful. So that's enough for now. I think I made my point that these are pretty serious allegations of somebody that's probably not going to be a team player, and I think they need to be able to address that.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith?
Thank you. I'd like to give my own view as a parent who at one point submitted an application to get involved with the committee, and now I ultimately sit here. And I'll be really honest with all of my colleagues. When I was approached for that opportunity with the Zoning Advisory Committee, there were issues that I had with the board, with the district. They were ultimately resolved and positively. That was before I joined the Zoning Advisory Committee, but opening my eyes as to the value of my voice and my contribution to the district was ultimately through originally there being an issue. And that became a great opportunity to parlay that into involvement. So I share that story because I personally view some of those comments along those same lines. We ask our parents, our community members to take up the causes that are passionate to them and then be a part of that discussion. So I do not personally view any of those statements as immediately excluding anyone from serving on a committee. If anything, I see that as passion. But I would like to carry on with a comment that my colleague, Vice President Minetto, made, and that is by ensuring that we are having a genuine discourse and inviting different perspectives, because even though those conversations can be uncomfortable, they do represent a very important part of the process for the community to be able to see, the public to be able to see. I am aware of candidates who have applied multiple times, which I do personally view as a sign of their passion. It is not my place necessarily to move them through the process. That is still yours. But I would encourage everyone to view candidates that apply more than once, appreciating that as a sign of their passion and making sure that we do invite, because I do believe inclusion is an active thing, to invite members of the community that may have differences of opinion so that we can ensure the robustness and thoroughness of that conversation and not shy from it. With that said, I don't personally view anything that any of our candidates have made as being exclusionary to them serving on this committee, but I do want to make sure that it's really clear on the record that we value candidates, parents that are equally as passionate about it. Perhaps they come from a different lived experience, because I do believe that their voices also have value, and the robustness of the conversations and ultimately the final recommendations that do come to this board.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. I have some, I guess, probably some similar commentary in that, one, thanks for all the work, because it's not easy to go through the process and so on, especially on the topic, as Trustee Church referred to earlier, that can be really controversial, right? It's something that's really important for our families, for our community, for our students. One thing that we've all talked about a little bit in one way or another is the word diversity, which somehow or another has kind of gotten to be a bad word, but that's really what we're talking about, is diversity. And simply put, diversity means differences. Doesn't mean anything other than that. Okay? It means differences. And part of what from as one trustee, we want differences on our committees, especially the committees that can be controversial. I don't think, and so it's almost like it's almost like an oxymoron in a way, is that we don't want things to be political, because people's political ideologies get involved, right, in it, and we want to shy away from it as much as we can. And so we don't want to ask questions that might reveal what people's political views may be, or ideologies or views. However, we want different views. And so it's like there's got to be a way to kind of see where that lies, because otherwise you don't know that you have different views, right? And that's just part of the challenge as we go forward and do the work that we do. I think it's really important that we do have, in this case, I'm talking specifically about diversity of thought. People bring their own lived experiences, their own background, their own perspectives, and all of that. And there is a continuum, right? And somewhere in this is where we want to land, somewhere in the middle in this continuum, not where everybody gets everything that they want, but we get to land to something where, hey, you know what, I might do that a little bit differently, but I can live with that because I understand that's my view, right? But there are other views to be considered. I mean, to me, that's the kind of thing that's important as we look to add people to not just any committee, quite frankly, but any committee, right? But to say that we don't want people with views, people have views. People have views. I mean, we can find people that have views that are very, very conservative way down here, or very liberal way down here, if you will. People, they have their views, and to say that no one can leave their views at the door. That's unrealistic, because they show up when I show up, right? But what we're looking for is, are people willing to look beyond, this is my view and I see this, but we're going to land in the place that's best for the district, best for the schools, best for the students, where we can work better, we can work best together as a team on a committee. I mean, to me, I think those are the important things. I think as a board, I'm not sure where I'm going to land on this, and to be very honest with you. But I think as a board, I don't want us to go down the rabbit hole, if you will, of a view. Everybody has views. And that's just because we're all human. Right? We all have bias. If you have a brain, you have a bias. We all have biases. Doesn't mean you mean anything bad by it or anything like that, but we just do. But am I willing to kind of work through that to say, hey, where can we land so that we're working in the best interest of the district? I think that's partially that's partially to staff, and partially to myself as I'm asking our colleagues as we look through. There's a lot of work that's done on share. A lot of work at all levels in our schools, and we know this. And it continually gets updated, as it should, right? As it should, but that this is not go far one way or another way in this view or that view, because we all have them. But is this person going to be able to work through it, right, and get to a place where we're all working together? So I guess my question to you from a staffing standpoint, who's on the committee. Right, and because you work together on the committee, you have an idea of where people land, so to speak, just on their views and from their own lived experiences, perspectives, and yada yada yada. Do the two candidates that we have bring in? Are they bringing in perspectives that we don't have? To your knowledge.
Rochelle Proctor again, for the record. They have not participated in the committee. So
that's back to how do you know until you know?
Exactly, and until those hard conversations come up. So that would be my response.
Okay, that's very fair. Thank you, Trustee Church and Trustee Smith.
Quick question for staff: of the 12 applicants that were interviewed, how many would you say are qualified? How many actually met the cut?
I'd say we had a tough time. There were a large group of well-qualified candidates. So I'd say a good 3/4 of them were strong candidates.
And I guess my comment then, based on what my colleagues have said, that I largely agree with, the passion and the differences of those other 8 or so applicants are being disregarded today, and I think they shouldn't be.
I think that, go ahead. Your light's off, Trustee Smith. So I'm going to go to Clerkman Nicolette, then back to you, Trustee Smith.
I would use a different term. I don't think they're discounted. I think that in the process, as was stated, it was difficult. I've been involved in that on several different committees. I understand it. I understand how hard it is. I will agree, though, with you, Trustee Jeff, that we have these other people that were very interested, and I would like to hope that you could find a way to maybe enlist their thoughts, their input, utilize these people who are motivated and interested in some way. And that's not for me to decide, but wow, it's pretty cool that you had 12 candidates. And thank you for your work on this.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Trustee Smith?
Thank you so much. Great points all around by my colleagues. What I wanted to offer that is, in addition to what I said before, although I do believe that the comments that Trustee Church mentioned that were on the record with one of our applicants, again, I don't find that to be exclusionary. And I also hope that any of the other applicants who have either come to the Share Committee for public comment or emailed in their thoughts, my opinion would also extend to that. So perhaps in the past they have weighed in, they have had a difference of opinion, and perhaps they've made themselves known to the committee because of that feedback process. I would also hope that any of that engagement from a public member applying to be a committee member, that would also not exclude them. And again, I'll give you a story. We had one parent who was really fantastic, very engaged in public comment, very engaged, often with very differing views. And then the committee was able and was made much better by her involvement as a member in that next year. So if anybody had looked at anything just by first blush, you might have seen someone that came up for public comment, that emailed, that seemed very engaged, and perhaps was upset with different things. And this person became an incredibly powerful and effective member of our committee during the time that this person served. So anyways, I offer that just for the record to know that while I do not feel any of the applicants have put anything out there that excludes them, I would also hope that the involvement of any public members who are known to the committee, that they equally would not be excluded based on that public involvement.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. See what we'll do here. We'll pause for a moment for public comment. But before we do, there's a statement that I want to make. Before we get into public comment, and this is pertaining to in-person public comment. It's come to my attention at the last meeting that members of the public grabbed or touched employees or employees' children without consent, and this is unacceptable. Our employees and their relatives do not consent to being touched, and touching someone is disruptive and is also disrespectful. And should that kind of behavior occur, we will ask you to leave. Additionally, just as a reminder, the Nevada Public Meeting Law, pursuant to 7.05, pursuant to the manual 7.05 in the manual, the board president, that's myself or whomever is running the meeting, may prohibit comment if the content of the comments is a topic that is not relevant to. As you know, we have public comment on our topics, right? Is not relevant to, is not or written the authority of, or within the authority of us as a public body. Like you can't come talk to us about potholes. There's nothing we can do about potholes, for an example. Or if the content of the comics is willfully disruptive of the meeting, repetitious, irrelevant. This is where I'm going to get more specific, and this is particularly pertaining to our staff. Slanderous, offensive, irrational, inflammatory, or amounting to personal attacks or interfering with the rights of other speakers. I've been on this board for 7.5 years, and I've never, myself or anyone else as president, had to read this comment. It's gone too far. I, as the president and therefore the manager of the meeting, feel compelled to make sure I reiterate that, because should those become violated, I would just ask you to leave. Hearing public comment is an important part of the process that we have. Absolutely. Would not want to do this without hearing public comment, because this is your right to do it, and it's okay. And we've proven we'll be here to 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, if that's the case, and that's okay. Truly, it really is. It really is okay. But we can have the disrespectful, the disruptive, the personal attacks, and so on that specifically staff has had to endure, and there's sometimes trustees have as well, and that is within our authority pursuant to the Nevada Open Meeting Law. So just as a reminder, I want to put that out there. Hopefully, I won't have to read that again, and then we'll be mindful that we just want to be respectful and certainly share your thoughts and your perspectives, because, as my colleague said earlier, it's all important, and we do really want to hear it and want to be able to hear it. So that being said, JJ will go to public comment.
Valerie Fiannaca. The board received emails on this topic from Maria Skolnick and Chris McAvoy.
Those are the public comment emails, and those public comment emails will be made a part of the permanent record of the meeting once it is posted. Welcome, Ms. Fiannaca.
Hi, how are you today? I don't have much to say on this topic. I'm here to oppose the way this was done, mostly just the procedure of it. I think you should have the interview process a little bit more public. I also want you to, if you have the time, I know you're inundated with material to read, but if you want to know why most of the public is opposed to this process in general, take time to read the article that I've printed for you. It'll shed a little bit of light on the problem at hand here, I think, if you have time for it.
Thank you, Ms. Fiannaca. And that article will be distributed, and we'll all have an opportunity to have it. I'm going to pause for a minute. We are under a mask mandate, so if you're not wearing your mask covering your nose and mouth, I'm going to have to ask you to do so. If you would please do so. Thank you very much.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Duran.
Good evening or good afternoon, whatever call, because it was smoke. So I heard about the sheriff meeting. It's getting very political, but we don't want to have a political discussion. But sheriff should be educational value for children and to learn about how the concentration. If a parent doesn't want to, then you don't want to. It should be optional, but make sure that every teacher hand out the student, should teacher hand out the parent, read the agreement. If it doesn't want agreement, that's fine. If it does agree, you do the sign in, all kind of stuff. So, and I do support. And I saw the public comics on public comic about the Vanessa Fergali on Twitter. They say, I feel like the Twitter that he wrote is very unethical, but I'm not sure about on Twitter. But I have a Twitter account, so it's a very so I'm not sure if it's very unethical or not, but you gotta follow code of conduct on this, even you on a community. If you do something like bad or do something like very unprofessional or toward violence to employees, I think that you could violate a code of conduct, and we could have an ethics community on violation, so that kind of stuff. And I do other than that, I do support a share program, and that because most students will reduce on sexual behavior, such as sexual harassment in our workplace, because in our workplace and business.
Mr. Duran, the agenda item was about the appointment to the share committee, so not about the share program as a whole. So I'm just going to have to ask you to be okay. If you would, sir, stay on the agenda item. The topic of the agenda is appointment to the share committee. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. So I do support this too. Other than that, I do support appointed. So it doesn't matter if it's unethical or not, but I think this is strong that we could. So thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your comments. We appreciate it. Anyone else?
That's all I have for this item.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Those are all the public comments that we have on this. So we will bring it back to the board. We do have, I think it would be appropriate, we do have, if she would like to, one of our committee applicants is available, and if she would like to, we give her an opportunity to address the board. But certainly don't feel like you have to. This is not an open interview. It's not that, but just give you an opportunity to make comments if you like. Oh yeah. Oh, I thought we only had one. Oh, my bad. Okay.
Which one would you like first?
Okay, you're here, so we're going to go with you first. Just give us your name. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. I thought we only had one on Zoom.
Good afternoon, Board. Superintendent McNeil. My name is Stephanie Schumann, and I look forward to serving our community, the students of Washoe County School District, and the SHARE Committee as a whole for the next several years. And I thank the committee for the opportunity, and thank you so much for affording me the chance to be here.
Thank you, Ms. Schumann, and thank you for putting your hat in the ring to serve.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Okay. I am so sorry, Ms. Vanessa. I left you off, so now it's your turn.
Problem. Good afternoon, Board of Trustees. I regret that I can't be there in person and appreciate that I'm able to join you virtually. And echoing her statements as well, I just want to say that I appreciate the thorough process that I know the committee underwent and the thoughtful conversation that I've been able to witness in the last few moments. That's a big motivator for me wanting to be involved, because I know that this kind of work on the committee, as well as the work that you do as trustees, is not easy. And, you know, those of us who sign up and everyone who applied does it because they, I think, come from a place of wanting to serve the community. And I'm honored to be considered for the SHARE Committee, and I appreciate your time and all of the feedback.
Thank you, Ms. Vancour. Okay, we'll bring it back here to the board for further consideration, or looking for a motion if it is the pleasure of any of my colleagues. We can take the applicants together. Can we take them separately if it's one agenda item? Council?
Yeah.
We can do that if necessary as well. Trustee Church, I see your light, sir.
Okay, well, let's get this one out of the way. Pursuant to policy 9100 that states at the board's discretion, the board may take action to ask the responsible office to forward its ranking of candidates for the board's consideration and deliberation of more than one applicant. Therefore, I move that we send it back to the staff to respond with their ranking and reconsideration of the qualified candidates.
Okay, I'm going to make a ranking and consideration. Are those opposite? Are those contrary? Or can we do both? I just want to make sure we're clear on your motion. What?
To be put it in layman's terms, I said we send it back to staff, bring us back
Right.
with multiple applicants so that we can consider all the applicants.
Okay, so we want the ranking so that, not for them to reconsider as a committee.
Correct.
Right, okay, I just want to make sure your motion is clear.
Yep.
Right?
Yeah, to forward the ranking, and that the board would then consider who to appoint.
Okay. All right, there is a motion on the floor. I want to restate this, Trustee Church, make sure I get it right, okay? The motion on the floor is that the board send this back to the committee review process, committee review committee, and that the interview committee forward the rankings to the board. If it's pursuant to 9100, I think it's up to five. Up to five applicants to the board, and then the board will consider those applicants and make the decision.
To clarify, since there's two applicants, I think that would be virtually everybody that they felt was qualified.
So you want to send it back for everybody?
Yeah, I think it's only the fair way to do it. Absolutely.
I'm just trying to get your motion right.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so that would be really send it back and then give us the ranking of up to 10 then, since there are two applicants going forward. Okay, that's the motion. Is there a second?
I have a question.
Look, we have to get a second before we have a before we. Am I right? Yep. So we have to have a second first, then we can have open for whatever discussion we want. Okay. The motion dies for lack of a second. Maybe ask your question, and that may be able to bring it back around somehow.
So I'm not opposed to having, especially when it comes to certain committees, something like this, I'm not opposed to having more than one option. So I'm not opposed to that, but I do know we have a number of committees, and I'm trying to treat them all, the same. I don't want to have every other board meeting having 10 applicants or whatever to, you know, kind of weed through. But I do understand and appreciate this is a sensitive topic. And in a case like this, I'm not opposed to having options, but are we able to do that, or are we rather have to treat every committee the same?
Well, I will say that, and please jump in, anybody, correct me if I'm wrong. We can do this committee differently than the other committee if we want to, so to speak. Now, do we want to? Would be the question. Do we want to say this is what we're doing for all committees, or do we want to treat this one or something like that separately? So it's really up to the board. But I hear you in that we want to have some consistency, and from that standpoint. So that's the response. And did I get that wrong? Right, Council? And I see some lights too.
I think you're correct, but you would have to change your board policy. You'd have to change 9100. 9100 treats all public bodies the
all
same.
public bodies the same.
And it was done so, if you recall, at the request of Vice President Cottle, because there were applicants who were not receiving interviews and staff was just unilaterally choosing. So the board asked that we redraft this policy to have it be very fair, and also to encourage volunteers to come forward. But these volunteers, unlike most volunteers in most public bodies, go through a complete hiring type process with HR oversight, and they follow all employment rules. So it's actually much more intense than a standard volunteer application where you just send in a volunteer app and, okay, you're on the committee, which is 9 out of 10. The other issue that the board asked us to solve, and I helped write this, and I know you and I did it somewhat together, which was a lot of committees or public bodies, you don't get applicants at all for, which is why it says if somebody wants to re-up, they automatically get to stay on. If there's only one applicant, they get the position, because we'll get many committees with no one and no interest, and it's a difficult recruitment process. So those are the reasons for it, and so if you are going to treat this one different, which you may do so, you're the board, you should adopt another policy specific to this committee, which I wouldn't recommend as legal because it would just create confusion. But if you want to, we can make it happen.
Okay.
But that's not on the agenda today.
Okay. Well, thank you, legal. I think that was good background information. That the whole intent, anyway, was to take the subjectivity and the arbitrary nature, so to speak, out of committee selections, which we went through a period of time when that was more present than not. And you were there, and Trustee Calvert, you were there as well. We went through a time when there was more present than not, and that was Trustee Caldwell and actually myself. We kind of led the charge, and we had some meetings with the superintendent to how do we do this and take some of that out of it. And that was the intention, anyway. So thank you. That was good background. I forgot all about that. Okay, Trustee Smith, I saw you first, and then Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. One of the things that I saw, but I want to clarify to our panel, is that the next meeting of the Share Committee is September 13th, but our next board meeting is not until September 14th. And so I only point that out because the Share Committee would be meeting to start its year without the full committee, correct?
So in the past, when we were missing a committee member, unless they were out ill, we had to cancel the meeting.
Very good. Another thing that comes to mind is I do think it's important to treat the committees equally, but I am looking at the makeup of the Share Committee. So Chief General Counsel Rombardo, it's not for today's conversation, but would it be within the board's purview to relook at how the Share Committee is built, and to perhaps follow similar models like we do for other committees where each trustee gets an appointment?
It's statutory. It's required in state law.
So it has to be built this way based on... Thank you so much for clarifying.
Statutory. No, that's actually a very good question as well. It's one of the few that's specifically prescribed in state law.
And that it needs to be 9 members, and this is the way that the 9 members are broken down.
It needs to be just as, that's pretty much directly out of the statute, as I recall. So it is a limiting.
Thank you for clarifying, because my recommendation would have been to perhaps adopt a more similar structure where trustees are able to appoint for their districts. But okay, thank you for clarifying.
Counsel, you want to respond, and we'll go to Trustee Church?
No, well, yes, you've got it right. That's exactly, and there's requirements, and I believe there's 9 positions, or is it 7? I was just trying to pull up the statute, but whatever the number is. And every position must be filled by a particular person. And I can't remember how many are parents and how many, I don't remember off the top of my head.
It's a religious
Has to have
it's
religious,
parents and counselors. So, yeah,
medical, a
yeah.
counselor, so many parents.
But that's in the law, statutory.
Right. So it can't be changed. I don't think it can be exceeded either. I don't think you can say, well, we want to have 16. I think that's a violation of the statute.
Okay, so that's prescribed in some way. Okay. Good question, though, and I actually should have provided that information for background, so thank you. Trustee Church?
And again, I haven't read the statute recently, but I don't think that it requires the process that we're going through here. I don't think it requires that the board couldn't consider the applicants without having a subcommittee, so to speak.
I don't think that's in the statute.
I don't think that's in the statute. So I just wanted to make that clear because I was a little confused with the answers.
No, just the makeup of, her question was regarding the makeup of the committee, and the responses were specific to the makeup of the committee.
Right, not the process. And then I just want to be really clear to, because Trustee Rodriguez raised a great question, we're not deviating or treating anybody differently. We have a policy, 9100, and we're following it to the letter. And that policy allows the board, I mean, again, we had big debates over this when it was passed, and that policy allows the board to send it back for the ranking. So we're not violating anything. We're not treating anybody differently. That's in the policy. Thank you.
You're welcome, Trustee Church. You said I don't think you were here when it happened, but.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm like, that might be a different policy, but.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Vice President Manello. But you're right, it is in the policy, which is really your point. Vice President Manello.
Thank you, Madam President. I feel like sending it back and having them come back and all, it's just flying way too low, that we give other people these jobs for a reason. And the bottom line is that the final decision comes back to us. And at that time, we can have another debate, and then the vote happens. But I think we just don't want to. There are people on this board who actually work for a living. I am not one of them, and to spend their time doing that, I think, is unreasonable. Thank you.
You're welcome. I want to make sure I'm clear. So are you speaking in support of asking them to come back with their rankings, or not in support of it? Okay. I just wanted to make sure it was clear. Okay. All right. Well, then there's no motion on the floor at this one. That we did not get a second to bring them back, but certainly open for whatever else might be the pleasure of the board regarding the two appointments to the share committee. Again, they can be taken together or separately. So open for consideration. Vice President Manello.
Madam President, I move that we appoint, what do I, is that the word I'm looking for?
Yeah, approve the appointment.
Approve the appointment of Ms. Van Coor and Ms. Schumann to our share committee. Enough said.
Okay. And do we need to put the terms in there?
Oh.
It's in the action item. Okay.
No.
Okay. So there's a motion on the floor that the Board of Trustees approves the two applicants to the share committee, Ms. Stephanie Schumann and Ms. Vanessa Van Coor. Is there a second? There's a second by Trustee Smith. Further discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry. I always forget when someone's online. I'm sorry. Okay. Any opposition?
Nay.
Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is 6-1. 6-1. Very good dialogue. If nothing else from this, I think it's really important that the diversity of thought is important as we move forward in this committee and others. And I think that was really what that conversation was about, is making sure there's room for different perspectives. And I do think that's the intention of the board, so thank you. Okay, we're going to drop down to, I believe, is agenda item 2.19. I'll go to you for your question in just a moment, Trustee Church. Possible action to approve preliminary approval to the proposed revisions of Board Policy 4214, drug-free workplace, specifically changes to conform to adopted board policy format and language convention and initiation of 13-day public review and comment period for possible action. Trustee Church, you want this pulled so you have a question or I think maybe even a statement?
Yeah, more of a statement. I don't think I need staff here. At the recent board policy meeting, we reviewed we reviewed the drug-free workplace policy. I was the lone no vote, and I want to explain why, and I want to explain why I'm going to be probably the lone, at least I will be a no vote today to approve it and send it forward. The policy is very basic, generic, and different from many of the policies I've seen for other agencies. This deals with drug use in the workplace, not students, by the way, teachers, staff, etc. In my opinion, drug addiction is a serious medical condition. I bet there's not a person in this room that hasn't been touched by a friend or family member who has suffered or died from some form of addiction, be it drugs or alcohol. And to me, having been in that boat with knowing people and family members, the threat of drug testing can be a real kick in the rear end to help people not do drugs or just get help that they need, to seek the help that they need. I recognize that there's various labor contracts that may or may not address this, and it differs from contract. There are many employees that are not covered by contract. So I think that's a cop-out to say, oh, but the contracts. So my point here, the reason I'm a no, is it's too generic, it's too basic. It doesn't use the word treatment. It doesn't address how we're going to treat people that come forward. It doesn't address all the help that's available to them, nor does it address drug testing, which I think should be an important part of a drug policy. Now, some will say that that becomes a regulation. Well, the regulation would be passed by the superintendent at his or her discretion without board approval. Drug treatment and drug testing is a board responsibility. That's not in the weeds. That's our responsibility to make those tough decisions as a board. So again, I want the public to be aware of the fact that we have a drug policy, drug-free workplace policy, but in my opinion, treatment is so important. We've all been touched by it. Testing is an important issue to be discussed there. And if it's not here, then where is it? And it shouldn't be in a regulation. And that's my speech. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Comments from the board? If not, looking to see the pleasure of the board for a motion. Oh, no, I'm sorry, we do. We do have public comment on this. Thank you.
Valerie Fianaka.
Welcome back, Ms. Fianaka.
Thank you. It is Opioid Awareness Month, and I'll reiterate that again as I did in our last more intimate meeting.
You didn't, but thank you.
I did, actually.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. I sat here and cried in front of y'all.
I know you did that, so thank you
yeah,
for
you
sharing
remember
your
the
story.
crying part. It is Opioid Awareness Month. This is very personal for me, as you all know. I'd like to see a system in place, as Jeff would. I know it's probably not feasible, but I'm here to advocate for it because it's really, really important. I know that drug testing for students is a hot topic, and this is probably not on topic, but it needs to be on topic for all of you. Drug testing for kids randomly from middle school on to high school. This epidemic with drugs is more of an epidemic than COVID, in my opinion.
Ms. Fianaka, I'm sorry. This is about teachers, okay?
I
I'm
know.
sorry. About
I know.
staff. I'm sorry. Thank you.
It is about staff, but we
Okay.
need random drug testing with our employees as well, in my opinion.
Okay.
And that's about all I got to say on it. Huge problem.
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka. And I think no, I thought this was an article from you on that. There is not. Okay. Thank you. Looks like we have another public comment on this issue. Agenda item 2.19, Mr. Duran.
So the board policy, so talk about behavior, the board policy. So I do know like we have to follow all the board policy, but you have to be like a team player, all kinds of stuff, to work together, to have a chief, to follow law. Make sure we don't violate any law. So make sure you have to follow the new sea turtle general near Babambo, for example. So we have to follow law.
I'm sorry, Mr. Duran, this is about the alcohol and controlled substance work-free policy.
Yes.
So your comments need to be directed towards that, sir.
You got it.
Okay.
So for alcohol, it's a very big issue for teenager because they take alcohol.
This is about staff.
Oh, staff.
Okay.
Okay, so.
It's okay, I'm just trying to help you stay on the topic here, sir.
Yeah, I did not read the comment, so
Okay.
So it's a big issue for the staff to involve alcohol, drug addiction, all kind of stuff. So I think we should not have a drug issue. Like if we teach them as staff how to use not drug and then give them a penalty or fine or give them a fire for abusing for alcohol and drugs that are subject, because we don't want to have an intoxicated driver to come in and show up to school for being drunk, teaching students. That affects the student learning environment. That teacher and staffer will more likely have a behavior, more likely have a behavior retaliation of a student. So we try to avoid that as soon as possible. Give a positive learning environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
That's all for this item.
Thank you very much, JJ. We'll bring it back here to the board table now. Just as a reminder, should the board pass this policy as submitted today, it will go out for a 13-day public comment and review period. When it will be sent out, the public will have an opportunity. Various staff members and so on across the district will have an opportunity to share comments, weigh in, and so on, and then it will come back after that 13-day. Most of the time it's the next meeting, but sometimes it isn't. But after that 13-day public review period for final approval, should the board approve it at that time, and then it will become an updated board policy 4214. So that's the process on this. And if it is the pleasure of the board, looking for a motion for what action should be taken surrounding board policy 4214. Trustee Smith?
I'm going to go ahead and make a motion, but I would like to share beforehand that I do agree with many of the things that Trustee Church has said, but in my understanding and being new to this process and understanding the difference between a policy versus how it is actually executed under the purview of the superintendent, I do believe that those things can be accomplished. So with that said, for item 2.19, to provide preliminary approval, I so move that we provide the preliminary approval to the proposed revisions to board policy 4214, the drug-free workplace.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Is there a second? Second by Trustee Rodriguez. Any more discussion? Okay, seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Opposition?
Nay.
I'm sorry, I didn't pause enough for you, Trustee Calvert.
Good.
You're an aye. Okay, good. Thank you. You can do like Trustee Smith does. Church does sometimes. You get that thumbs up sometimes. That's okay. Thank you. Let the record show it passes 6-1. 6-1. Thank you very much. Okay, that's through our consent agenda. Right, exactly. 3.01 is removed because this is when we're going to get a presentation from the students attending incline schools, but they haven't quite attended incline schools yet this year due to smoke cancellations, unfortunately. So we look forward to a presentation from those students at another time, because that was definitely the best part of the meeting last time. So we'll remove
it was.
Yeah, it was. Agenda item 3.01. So we'll go on to agenda item 3.02. This is consideration and possible action to authorize the creation of additional administrative positions to support the new functions and activities funded by the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds. These are ESSER funds 1, 2, and 3, at a total estimated cost of $496,202. This is for action again. These are for administrative assist. These are for positions to support the new functions from the new federal funds that we have moving forward. And we like having new federal funds. We just need to make sure we spend them right. And this is going to be about. So I'll turn it over to you, to our CFO, Mr. Mathers, and then you can share with others that are with you today.
Thank you, Madam President. Mark Mathers, Chief Financial Officer, and joining me is Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer. And for Dr. Turner, we have Jill Gallegos, Information Technology Director. And so as you were just explaining, we, of course, since March of 2020, have faced a number of complex and complicated issues related to COVID. Emily's going to talk about those in the next slide. But certainly those have added to the workload of administrative staff over the last year. And of course, for those administrative operations, they've not seen increases in staffing. In fact, for position control and human resources, we've seen staffing cuts over the last 3 to 5 years. So we're candidly stretched very thin, and we have significant new responsibilities and complexities to manage. And now on top of that, we're grateful to get COVID funding, but that also brings a number of new issues and positions we need to deal with and manage. And so, as you said, we are asking for approval of creation of 8 new positions. That's actually 7 net positions, since we're also deleting a position. And we'll explain the need for each of those positions in this presentation, then ask for your approval of those positions at the end.
Okay, thank you very much.
Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer. For the record, this slide provides us a visual snapshot of some of the things that our staff members have been tasked with in response to COVID. And so you can see many examples up there of things that are specific to COVID. So there are additional tasks like contact tracing, setting up vaccination pods. Of course, our IT friends have had a ton of work with devices and device distribution. Nutrition Services has been providing universal free meals for an extended period of time. So not only are there new programs in place that need to be supported, but then there's the existing work that needs to happen through the new lens of COVID. And so oftentimes our staff are experiencing increased complexity in questions because, again, we have to interpret contract language through the lens and apply to COVID circumstances, or we have to evaluate our current processes and make modifications in order to lend themselves to the current circumstances. So not only has our existing work continued, it's gotten more complex, and then there's a whole bunch of new things that have come as a result of the pandemic as well. Bless you.
God bless you.
Kind of dovetailing onto that, again, in addition to those complexities, now we have a whole another level of grant funding, which again we're grateful for, but on a kind of strictly financial level, that increased funding of $110 million spread over 2 years conservatively amounts to roughly an 11% increase to our operating costs. And so again, we're, as we'll talk about, looking at basically an 11% increase to the volume of work we do, again, over staff that has not seen any staffing level increases for quite some time, and again, in some cases, staffing cuts. And just as a clarification, all of these positions we'll talk about are for a limited term. The staff report indicates that we're seeking approval for 2 years for all these positions. So like the grant-funded positions funded by ESSER 2 and 3, these will need to go away in 2 to 3 years, and for now we're asking for approval for 2 years for all these positions. How do we pay for these? Well, for most grants, including ESSER 2 and 3, local agencies are allowed to charge an indirect cost rate for just the types of activities we're talking about, for the impact to administrative operations to support those direct new costs. And so our grants department has an indirect cost plan. They have calculated our indirect cost rate is 3.57% currently. So that represents essentially the overhead or indirect total costs of the district over the cost of line operations. And so for our fiscal year 22 budget, that indirect cost revenue amounts to $2 million per year, a significant sum, but we think this request for additional positions is consistent with our ability to charge an indirect cost rate. Again, it's to provide the funding for the support of grant-funded positions and activities. And so the first position that we are requesting approval for is in the position control area. As Emily noted, there are a number of new pay assignments, pay codes, leave categories, and so forth that have come out of the pandemic since March. And in addition to that, we have more than 200 positions that are being created through ESSER 2 and 3 that you've approved over the last several months. And so, again, we had deleted a position control position several years ago as part of our budget cuts. We were asking for a new Program Services Technician 2 in the position control area, again, for a limited period of time, 2 years, to help us manage through all of those issues that we're seeing. And then the second request in the business office is in our purchasing department. And you can see in the chart, you know, putting aside even COVID and the pandemic, we've seen total solicitations. Those would be requests for proposals we do, requests for informal quotes, bids, et cetera, have roughly doubled over the last 10 years. And in terms of our non-capital funded purchasing staff, they have not increased over that time. Everything in terms of non-personnel cost that we would see as a result of COVID or ESSER 2 or 3, whether that's new contracts or software agreements or purchase of PPE or basically any goods and supplies we purchase runs through our purchasing department. They have to do the solicitation process, and then every contract that the district has first goes through the purchasing department for a contract review, and then that goes to the Office of General Counsel for a legal review. So everything coming through in terms of a non-personnel activity is flowing through our purchasing department. And so we have seen the need for overtime in that department. We have seen delays in processing purchase requisitions, which is really problematic for departments who usually, are looking for a quick turnaround time. So our recommendation here is for one new buyer 2, and parenthetically, we had actually requested this position to be ESSER funded at one time. That went to a stakeholder group that reviewed those requests for ESSER funding, composed of teachers, principals, and the public, and it was ranked as the #1 need by that stakeholder group. We decided to pull it out of being directly funded by ESSER and instead to be funded out of the general fund through that indirect cost revenue, but that shows you again they clearly saw the need here as well.
So within the human resources area, you'll see that we're asking for 4 positions, but we are doing a little bit of a reorganization as a part of this process, and so it's really a net of 3 positions. I'll give you just a little bit of context so that you understand the makeup of the department with this first request. So our employee service technicians are essentially the equivalent of an HR generalist in most organizations. They handle basically everything that happens with an employee from hire to retire. And so in the pandemic environment, of course, I described earlier how there's our normal tasks, there's the complexity of interpreting our normal work through the COVID lens, and then there's been a dramatic increase in just outreach in general because people are experiencing more life events now than they typically would, so increases in leaves and other types of activity that they would normally approach human resources with. So because of that, we're really asking for 2 positions. The first is for a human resources supervisor, and in the current structure, the human resources manager oversees the work of our technicians and reviews documentation, provides leave approvals, all of that sort of day-to-day operations. I've really needed to utilize that person in a more project-based capacity, if you will, to respond to COVID needs. So, for example, implementing the Families First Coronavirus Response Act was one of the first things that came out of the pandemic. And so there have been many examples of things that we've needed to implement that really are whole new systems, cross-departmental tasks that I need our current HR manager to be focused on while the human resources supervisor can provide day-to-day support to our technicians. The next slide is a request for an additional technician, and I spoke to that just a moment ago. The volume and complexity of the work that our HR technicians are doing as a result of changes because of the pandemic is substantial. So within the employee services area, we'd like to add one HR supervisor and one HR technician. I've also talked to this board a great deal about the needs in recruiting. And the current recruiting team is comprised of 2 coordinators, a specialist, and a program service technician, and that's for the entire district. They fill several thousand positions a year. One of our coordinators has been promoted to the ESSER's project manager position, and so while she is away on that project, if you will, I'd like to utilize her allocation to divide into 2 staffing specialist roles. I think we get a little bit more bang for our buck in terms of the number of people supporting the really critical need right now. And the roles of those folks will be focused, one, on candidate outreach for non-special education positions. We've already got somebody else focused on special education. And then the other would be focused on really building brand awareness around us as an employer. So it's quite time consuming to post advertisements, for example, on job seeker sites to make sure that flyers are where they need to be, that, to coordinate with communications for the content for marketing pieces, really about building awareness around us as an employer in this community to continue to drive that candidate traffic.
Joe Gallegos, IT Director. We will be requesting 2 positions. The first is an IT Property Control Technician. With the increase of integrating technology into the classroom instruction over the last several years and the transition to distance learning and the hybrid learning opportunities, the district has witnessed a 262% increase in laptops, desktops, and tablets since 2017. Those increases, combined with our annual student and teacher laptop refresh, which will bring in an additional 9,000 devices, makes for a technology environment that requires increased management. This IT property control technician role would not only assist on the onboarding, processing, cataloging, and shipping of new laptops, but also assist schools in their technology inventory management, as well as the disposition and damage of end-of-life district computers. The second position is an application analyst position, which will support our ERP system, Business Plus. The system is co-administered by IT, HR, and the business office. It supports budgeting, payroll, requisition purchase orders, employee online, and is used by all district departments as well as schools. Currently, we are in the process of a major upgrade for this application. And with the data and time-sensitive process of this upgrade and the ongoing support for Business Plus, we are seeking additional assistance. Thank you.
Great. Then to summarize, we are requesting authorization, and this is a clarification on the language here on the slide, for 8 positions and deletion of 1 position, again, just for the next 2 years, for a total of 7 net positions at a net cost of a little under $500,000. So all of us are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much to all of you. I mean, they're clearly really important positions based upon where we are and the growth, and they're already funded, which is fantastic, and really speaks to some of the conversations we've had really around this board table, whether we've spoken about staying on top of what the purchasing and those things that are coming in, whether you're talking about IT and the need for devices and support around devices and so on. And even we've had plenty of conversations, and mostly Trustee Church a lot of that's about recruiting and those pieces. And so you got 2 positions right there, Trustee Church, so I expect you to make the motion. I mean, these are really important positions, and not coming from general fund dollars, not taking from anything in the classroom or anything like that. I think that's really important as well. So, any questions? We have some public comment. Why don't we do that, and then we bring it to the board?
Pablo Nava Duran.
Mr. Duran. Now, Mr. Duran, you know where the agenda item we're on, right, sir?
Yep, it's about human resource, hiring, approval of a cost. So
is hiring these new positions. Yes,
Yes.
sir. Yes,
So
sir.
I do support hiring all 8 new positions, including HR. That's my dream job. So become an HR manager. So, so I have a question. So when they are going to be posted?
Okay, well, why don't you see Miss Ellison when you're done?
Okay.
And dust your resume off and
Yeah,
tell her you're coming for her job.
I did actually send a resume to Miss Neal, but for the superintendent task force. But have a nice day.
Okay, thank you. This again, we won't answer, but you can submit and go online and go from there. We'll be hiring. Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Rodriguez. No, thank you, Trustee Calvert.
Yes, I just want to know if these positions, once they're eliminated after the 2 years, will they be able to use them in other capacities within the district?
Great question, Trustee Calvert. Mr. Mather?
So, Mark Mather, CFO, certainly in our area, but I think in the other, well, I'll just speak for my area. We have such turnover, unfortunately, and attrition that we do believe very strongly that we will be able to place the incumbents in our 2 positions in an existing position at the end of 2 years.
Okay, thank you, sir. We'll look to HR and IT for those same responses.
I feel similarly confident. There's a number of people on my team who may be exploring other pathways in terms of professional growth, and so I anticipate that we will have homes for these folks as well.
Okay. And finally?
We are hoping that we will have the ability to move these people into new positions. We also have others that potentially may be moving or retiring down in the future and stuff. So as far as the Business Plus position, we've been short in that position for a long time. So we need to get somebody in there to start learning that application.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. That take care of that response for you, Trustee Calvert?
One more question. So how are we recruiting these people? Are we doing this locally, internally? How are the people being recruited for these jobs?
Thank you, Trustee Calvert. Ms. Ellison?
So depending on the level of position, whether it's one of our ESP positions or a ProTech position, there are different protocols for posting within each bargaining unit, but we would follow those protocols. So typically posted internally, and then if we don't identify enough qualified candidates, we would post it externally and work with the hiring managers in order to determine the right recruiting support.
Thank you, Ms. Ellison. Trustee Calvert, you covered? Okay. Thank you. Trustee Church?
Thank you. Trustee Calvert basically asked my questions. My only other question and then one comment, are they advertised as temporary or are they advertised as regular positions?
Yes, we use different terms for each bargaining unit, but they are advertised as a finite duration.
Thank you, Trustee Church.
Thank you. And just Jeff Humer, warning, Humer coming. I won't be making the motion myself. It might not get a second.
Oh, geez.
That was Humer.
Okay. All right. Anything else? Yes, Vice President. Clerkman Nicolette. That one. Not Vice President. Not this side. That side. Yes.
So I am wondering, how soon can we get on this?
First comes a vote. I would imagine pretty quickly. Our position control and posting teams work to get those positions processed as soon as we can get the paperwork through the flow. So I would imagine sometime this week.
And I already have Pablo's resume.
All right. Well, it's 3:23, so if we hurry up and vote, you might get something going before 5, Dr. Nicolette. All right. Anything else? Looking for, I see a negotiation going on over here, which is probably a violation of open meeting law, but I know what you're doing, so that was a joke. Counsel, easy. Easy. He's starting to twitch over here. He's starting to twitch. No joke. Okay, was there a conversation about a motion over here? No, not happening? Okay, looking for the pleasure of the board in this, Trustee Smith?
Yes, I will move that for item 3.02, consideration and possible action to authorize the creation of additional administrative positions to support the new functions and activities funded by the elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds.
I second.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a motion on the floor from Trustee Smith and a second from Trustee Church Seeing all discussion has already ended. Okay, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Okay, the motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. All right, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We can go ahead and push send on that post. Get those things posted. Yes, he is next. All right, we're going to go on to agenda item 3.03, approval of the grant application to the Federal Communications Commission Emergency Connectivity Fund in the amount of $2 million. This is for possible action. This is not Dr. Chris Turner, but Joe, you're here, so I want to turn it over to you, sir. Who's starting? Oh, Joe.
Hello there, Madam President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, Joe Werns, Chief Accountability Officer. Come here this afternoon with also some good news regarding our FCC Emergency Connectivity Fund. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Gallegos.
Okay, on our first slide, we're going to give a recap of where we are currently with our Refresh Technology Program. So on both August 25th, 2020 and February 9th, 2021, presentations were made to this board to establish how to move forward with the use and sustainability of technology in our school district. On June 3rd, 2021, Washoe County School District presented to the Capital Funding Protection Committee seeking approval for the use of capital funds to support a device refresh plan for both the students and teachers. On June 8th of 2021, the device refresh plan was presented to the Board of Trustees for approval and approved. And on July 27th of this year, the Board of Trustees approved the purchase of approximately $4 million in students and teacher devices.
Sorry. I should know how to do that by now.
You should.
For the record, I'm Laura Nolan, Director of Grants for Washoe County School District. President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, and board members, we have good news. We, under the American Rescue Plan, or ARP funds, the FCC has been tasked with the Emergency Connectivity Fund, which will provide $7.17 billion nationwide for schools and libraries to refresh their computers for both students and teachers. In this grant application, Washoe County School District has applied for $2 million to purchase 5,000 devices. And under this funding source, these funds must be expended by June 30th of 2022. Because of the urgent need created by the pandemic, Washoe County School District is expediting the refresh process to replace old and outdated technology that is no longer suitable for the remote work needs of teachers. Washoe County School District is applying for both student devices and teacher devices, which will accelerate the Washoe County School District Technology Refresh Program, which Joe has just spoken about. Devices will be reimbursed at $400 each. For student devices, we're asking for 1,960 devices. And for teacher devices, we applied for 3,040 devices. How we came up with these numbers is we first had to demonstrate a need for our students, and we demonstrated a need with the North Star Online School, and our enrollment is growing. At the time we wrote the grant, there was about 745 students, but last count I heard, which was last week, was it was well over 900 students in that school. Also, we had the remaining need of student devices from a survey that we did last year. As you recall, we purchased 15,000 devices from various sources of CARES and CRF money. And then we also looked at student device e-waste. So these are devices that are either too old or been damaged or lost, and that's how we come up with an e-waste number. For the teachers, we are demonstrating the need of, in the refresh program, 760 teacher devices is the number that we're using to refresh every year. And because of the benefit of this grant, we're applying for 4 years of refresh. So we're going to kickstart that refresh program for our school district. So, you going to do it? Sorry.
Thanks. Okay, so with that, certainly can answer any questions, and then we would offer the following recommendation as well.
Okay, we see the recommendation, and we'll bring it right here to the table, Trustee Church.
Yeah, now I'm a little bit confused. This is strictly ESSER money, this is federally funded, or is this capital project money?
This is not ESSER money. This is American Rescue Plan money, and it's flowing through the FCC. So it's not flowing through U.S. Department of Education. It's flowing through the FCC, which was given $7.17 billion to distribute among the nation's schools and libraries.
So it's not, say, capital funds money, it's not general fund money?
Correct. It's grant money.
That answers the question for you, Trustee Church. Okay. Other questions, comments? If not, it's then looking for a motion on a $2 million grant. So move Trustee Rodriguez. He makes it really easy. Just so move, put a finger up there. Trustee Rodriguez, and I saw your hand too, Vice President Manello, as a second. Okay, do we have, you didn't give me the public comment sign, so I didn't think we did. Okay. All right, then all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Got the thumbs up, okay. Opposition? Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Nice little reimbursement situation right there. All right. Okay, moving on to, we have agenda item 3.04 and 3.3. You know, why don't we, it's 3:30, why don't we take a break at this point? Why don't we take a break at this point, and then we'll jump into, because all of these remaining items are kind of connected to each other, and so we can take them all together, 3.03, or we won't open them together, but we can take them in order. So why don't we take a break right before you get started and get comfortable, Dr. Lamarca? So why don't we take a break? Let's make this, this one, since we won't come back, we won't break, we'll go straight through on the rest unless they get really crazy. Let's make this the 20-minute break, because they have the snack, the eating for us down there. Let's do that now. Okay, for 20 minutes, and then we'll come back. 20-minute break, 20-minute break. We are on recess. And that will give plenty of time for people who are interested in these items to get back here as well. All right, everybody. We're going to call this meeting back to order. I intentionally waited until 4 p.m. because they're oftentimes when agenda items have a lot of community interest, we hold them until 4 p.m. to give more people an opportunity to either get home or get here or whatever the case may be. So that was intentional. That's why that was extended, because each of the next three items we know are all COVID related and are obviously of great interest to the community. As we begin, I do want to remind everyone, I know it is uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable for me too, by the way. But I am going to ask you to please wear your mask, covering your nose and mouth, because we do still follow the governor's mandate, and I know there's varying views and so on like that, but that's what the board voted to do. So I'm going to ask you if you would please wear your mask covering your nose and mouth. I would appreciate it. All right, so now let's jump into agenda item 3.04, approval of grant application to Nevada Department of Health and Human Services, American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Epidemiology Laboratory Capacity Reopening of Schools Award for $6,314,993. Dr. Paul Lamarca, it's before us, and if we need to close that back door, as people enter in, let's make sure we do that if we need to, so that people aren't, so they are able to hear and they don't miss anything. All right, Dr. Lamarca.
Thank you, President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. For the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. I'm joined by our Director of Student Health Services, Jennifer Crane. We're going to tag team this presentation, and as Dr. Taylor indicated, the next three presentations have some overlap. I also want to mention that Joe Ernst, our Chief Accountability Officer, and Lauren Olin, our Grants Director, are both in the audience, I believe. In case there are some grant-specific questions they may help us out, and Tristan McElhenney, our director of our director of behavior, who oversees athletics, he is here as well. Mr. Stallworth is on leave right now, so he can't be here. So the epidemiology laboratory capacity grant is a grant, as I understand it, it's part of the American Recovery Plan. It's a federal grant that came through the Department of Health and Human Services. Basically, our state Department of Health and Human Services was awarded a large figure and designated $12 million to be used in Washoe County School District. The purpose of the grant is to support in-person learning, especially for obvious reasons, for academic well-being and social emotional well-being. The purpose in the statement of the grant or in the funding, in order to do this, they feel strongly that COVID screening protocols need to be in place to keep the environment safe, as well as continuity of mitigation strategies that have already been in place from the previous year. And they also point to the need to, on an ongoing basis, review data relative to the epidemic and how it's affecting schools. Several allowable expenses within the grant, but it is a very narrow scope. It's all around COVID mitigation. You can use it for personnel, temporary positions throughout the year, for example. We can contract with folks like the university or third-party vendors. We can provide wraparound services for folks who have tested positive and or been excluded as a result of COVID, and other expenses associated with outreach and assistance. Jen is going to take us through some of the specific items that we are requesting to use the funding from the state at this point.
Yes, we would like to hire and place to Washoe County School District clinical.
I'm sorry, you have to get your mic on. All right.
Sorry. So we would like to use the money to hire and place to Washoe County School District clinical aides at the Washoe County Health Department. The aides would provide information to the Washoe County Health Department for the purpose of contact tracing positive persons employed or who attend school and have tested positive. This would include computers and mileage. In this position, these two positions are limited terms. We would also like to add 44 clinical aides to serve 11 high schools, 17 middle schools, and 1 aide per remaining 5 elementary schools or alternative schools to assist school nurses with their duties while they are tracking and advising students and parents on COVID-19 related testing protocols, including when students will be able to return to school, and this would include mileage also. These are limited term positions. We hired an employee health nurse last year, and we would like to continue on with that employee health nurse, and we can have her hired through this grant also. This nurse would contact employees who are reporting COVID-19 related symptoms. The employee health nurse will monitor and send information to the Washoe County Health District for testing and follow-up after results are received. This is just for employees only. And this would also include mileage and computers, and this is also a limited term. In order to help out the school nurses who are doing a lot of the contact tracing and that in the schools, we asked that our subpool would be increased so that nurses could do the contact tracing, but yet also have the other duties in their schools taken care of. We also wanted to use the money to create a teacher peer support group that will be facilitated by private independent contractors and therapists. Teachers that participate in peer support groups will do so on a voluntary basis. The Washoe County School District will join a state-approved contract with a vendor to provide COVID-19 testing to Washoe County students and employees, including student athletes. A system will be designed and used to track tests administered by the Washoe County School District.
Thank you, Jennifer. So those are the general expenses that were included in the application that was submitted to the state on August 11th. Again, the state has designated $12 million for the school district. We do anticipate receiving a sub-grant award at any time, but we still need the approval of the board in order to use the funding as requested. The funds for this grant have to be expended by July 31st, 2022, so this school year. So our recommendation would be for the Board of Trustees to approve the application to the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services.
Thank you to you both. And I think we have some public comment. Why don't we go ahead and take that, and then we'll bring it back here to the board for discussion and questions.
Casey Thielander.
Welcome, Mr. Thielander.
Geez, I think I left my phone out there. That was where my information was. Fantastic.
You want to go get it? We can call someone else? If you need to
Yeah,
get it?
can I? Really quick? Is that possible? Oh, that's it.
Okay, there we are. She has it right
There it
there.
is.
There we are.
Thank you.
We'll
Sorry.
start. We paused your time, and get your notes up, and we'll
I
start again.
apologize.
Okay, it's all right.
So you can start it if you want. I'm definitely not opposed to bringing in more nurses or doctors, first responders, things like that. But what I would maybe bring to you guys' attention to go to the district about, or the Washoe Health District, is the exception. And I know I sent it all to you. I hope that you got a chance to read it. That is per the CDC, and it was updated August 5th, right before the school year started. So if we're going to be spending a ton of money on contact tracing and things like that, when it really isn't necessary, I feel like those funds could really go somewhere else, like maybe towards substitute teachers or just teachers in general, because I see that's a huge concern for the district. But the exception reads, in the K through 12 indoor classroom setting, the close contact definition excludes students who are within 3 to 6 feet of an infected student, laboratory confirmed or clinically compatible illness if both the infected student and the exposed student correctly and consistently wore well-fitting masks the entire time. We all know that our children right now indoors wear well-fitting masks all day. And if there is any breaks indoors, they do social distance. So they do implement that indoors. But if this is per CDC and this is what we're following, I would ask the county and the county questions for you guys to bring up questions to them to say, hey, this is what the CDC says. Why are we going to allocate all these funds for something that's not necessary if the children are truly exempt from this protocol? And it is kind of hard to find on the CDC. It took me hours of reading. And you have to, once you go to the contact tracing, you got to click on the exception to get this definition. So, Justin, I know you guys, I just found out today, which was really nice, that the Washoe County Health District is what's providing you guys these close contact tracing and everything. So you guys are just following the guidelines provided by the health district. So maybe as a board, go to them and ask them, why are we not following the CDC for money that we don't need to spend? I mean, I totally get nurses, totally get all that, but not for contact tracing, not for pods, not for any of this when it's not needed and not required by the CDC, or should I say recommended. So, like I said, there's a lot of funds here, $77 million. I feel like it could be, if this isn't what's recommended, I feel it could be allocated in much better ways as far as providing, like I said, teachers, because we're having issues in the district right now that teachers are testing positive for COVID because they're getting tested so many times, and then they exclude that whole class. And that's just, a week to 10 days, children aren't in school. And there is no other option. So maybe we can take some of that money, allocate it to, other funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thielander. Again, it's a polite clap is okay, but we want to make sure it doesn't get to distraction on either side of the issue. Okay, to be fair, on either side of the issue. So I'm going to get that out of the way on the front end so we can go ahead and have the meeting flow.
That's all I have on this item.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Duran, is that for this item?
Yep.
Yes, Mr. Duran, go ahead.
Yep. So I want to talk about contact tracing. I think it's necessary to have a contact tracing for the student and staff because we're getting an increase of widespread COVID cases. Not just testing Florida or Arizona or here locally, but nationally, we're increase of COVID cases. That include vaccinated people and unvaccinated people. More than 90% of a COVID patient are unvaccinated. So I would try to encourage to get the staff to get vaccinated as soon as possible. But for the contact tracing, yes, it's necessary to put on contact tracing for staff. If something like for mandatory for staff for once every week. If a staff who find out that they're tested positive, who are unvaccinated, they have to like stay home for 10 days, and then give the other school like require a contact tracing. If found positive, you have to stay at home, and that includes vaccinated. You have to stay at home. I don't know about vaccinated people, so I hopefully like if you get vaccinated, that's less likely to not be died from COVID. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. I just want to provide this little bit of clarity. This grant is not about the $77 million. This might be your comments, Mr. Philander. I probably should have said it before you step back. The $77 million is the total ESSERs. This grant that we're speaking about here is the $6 million and some change. That is to the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services. So a whole completely different pool of money. And lesser amount. So just from a clarity standpoint, your point is still your point, and I get it. It certainly doesn't change your point, so I get that. I just wanted that clarity to be out there on the record. Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you, JJ. Let's bring it back here to the board again. We're considering this amount of. We're considering actually the grant application. This is simply the grant application. That's some ideas of what will be contained in a grant for $6,314,933. On this item, and it is for our consideration here as a board. Trustee Calvert, if you have your hand up.
Yes, I do. Mr. LaMarca, could you explain more about the teacher peer support groups, please?
Sure. Thank you very much, Ms. Calvert. Actually, this is modeled after something the district, through the counseling department, provided late in the semester of the last school year, and it was recommended, frankly, by the Emergency Operations Center as a critical need, and that is just to help try to support teachers who might be experiencing some mental impact, distress, social emotional impact as a result of the pandemic. So this piece would allow us to continue to partner with a couple of local therapists who are just basically providing support groups for teachers who choose that as an opportunity. We would essentially run 1 to 2 groups every week as needed, and if there is no demand, we would no longer use the funding for that particular purpose. But at this time, we do think that it's worthwhile.
It looks like she's all good. Thank you, Trustee Calvert. Vice President Manello?
Well, thank you, Madam President. So we say, yes, the application, you put it in tomorrow. When do we know if we have it? Because daylight's burning.
So the application is actually already with the state. So this is just approving our use of it should the state approve those items. And part of the reason for this is the speed which it requires. The next agenda item, we are going to talk about that with a little more detail. But if we're hopeful, maybe Mr. Ernst has already heard, we're hopeful that we will hear within the next couple of days whether the subgrant has been awarded, and if so, we would immediately kick into gear.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. It's a timing standpoint, so it feels almost a little backwards, but you got to get it in when you got to get it in. And then here's when we're talking about, yes, we're good with that. The next agenda item goes into more detail, and this is what we will do should we get it. Did I get that right, covering that, Dr. LaMarca?
With respect to the testing piece of it, yes.
Right, yes, exactly. Fantastic. Thank you. Clerk Nicolette?
Great segue. In respect to the testing aspect, when you submitted the plan, the proposed plan, is there detailed strategies for implementing testing for students, faculty, et cetera?
Yes, there is. And so you probably have received emails. We actually did testing last week. We used a different funding source, and it was below a limit that required board approval for that. The state of Nevada, the Department of Health and Human Services, ran an RFP process where it did the work for school districts because they knew what the time crunch would be. So they reviewed a bunch of proposals. I don't know the number. They identified a set of vendors who were qualified.
I'm sorry, Dr. Lamarca, I'm jumping in just because that's the next agenda item. Am I correct? So can we save that to the next agenda item? With that, so we stay focused on, is that not the next agenda item?
It's included on this one, but yes, that is the guts of the next item.
Because you're going to go into great detail then, and that way you don't have to do that twice.
Thank you.
Is that okay with you, Dr. Nicolette? Okay. Thank you very much. Other questions on the grant application and moving forward with this application as submitted? We don't see anything else. So I see our student trustee, Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. I just had a comment on one of the things you would use the funding for when it says giving the school nurses a sub nurse as well. I think that's a very good idea because the nurses still have to deal with students that get sick, that have headaches or anything, or get hurt or anything like that. And by adding that second nurse, they won't get behind in sending those students home that are exposed or in that area with someone that was that did get positive. So this would be very helpful for the school in general, because in my school, as I saw, there was teachers and counselors trying to help out this past week as it was a very crazy time. So with the two nurses, it would be very helpful to get all of that situated.
Thank you very much. Very, very good statement. Dr. Nicolette?
Victoria, you spurred me on. So if you could, Jennifer, describe the other duties that are outside of COVID that a nurse may have to do on a daily, weekly basis.
Thank you. Well, nurses do special ed assessments because every child who has an IEP that's being renewed needs a nurse assessment, so they have those. They do diabetes care for children. They not only do the diabetes care for children at their schools, but they might go within their region and help another school nurse take care of their students, because lunchtime is really busy with all the students that have diabetes, so we have nurses moving throughout the district to cover all of them. We also have nurses leaving to do G-tube feedings for students who are out in the community settings at schools, and they go and do those. We have other procedures that they're doing within their schools. And not only contact tracing, but just helping the students that may come in not feeling well, period.
Thank you, Ms. Crane. Superintendent?
I was just going to add, as a former principal, the clinic during those hours is an exceptionally busy period of time. So before school, after school, so our clinic aides and our nurses dispense medications to students. They will do health screenings. They do different types of state mandated types of screenings. So they are exceptionally busy during the day. So these additional, to what Victoria was speaking about, these additional staff would actually help support the work that our clinic aides and nurses are doing. And it also needs to be said that we do not have a school nurse for every single school.
Okay. Thank you very much, Superintendent McNeil. Other comments? Vice President Manetto?
Thank you. We do have aides in the office at every school, though, right?
Yes, there are clinical aides in each school setting, but again, they're overwhelmed and they do get sick too, so that then it falls on the nurse to cover for them. So, yes, there are clinical aides.
Thank you for clarifying that. So really, thank God for the clinical aides. Okay, again, looking to the board then, if it is what's your pleasure regarding this agenda item? 3.04. Dr. Nicolette?
I am ready to make a motion.
Okay.
I move that the Board of Trustees approves the grant application to the Nevada Department of Health and Human Services American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 epidemiology laboratory capacity reopening of schools award for $6,314,993.
Thank you very much. There's a motion on the floor from Dr. Nicolette. Is there a second? Second by Vice President Minetto. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? The motion is carried. Let the record show it is unanimous. Thank you very much. And now that the application has gotten our stamp of approval, we'll move ahead to agenda item 3.05, approval of joining the contract, which Dr. Lamarca was just getting into, between the State of Nevada and Health Screening Solutions for staff, student, and student-athlete COVID-19 testing for an amount up to $3,168,000. And Dr. Lamarca is going to lead the charge, but I see he has joined another friend, Mr. Tristan, for being here. Thank you.
President Taylor, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, for the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. Thank you for the opportunity. And yes, I'm joined by Tristan McElhaney, our Director of Behavior, who oversees athletics. Just as a little bit of context, I know we covered it in detail last meeting, and we'll go into some detail in the next agenda item because these, again, do overlap. Much of this is tied into Directive 048. Directive 048, if you recall, Section 6 requires us to test any student, any staff member, any volunteer associated with an athletic team or an activity if the performance is to occur in a county other than Washoe County School District. Additionally, Section 6, if I said 6 before, I meant 5. Section 6 requires the NIAA to write guidance regarding, and which they have done, regarding the testing of athletes and those associated with sports teams that are deemed high contact sports. So at this point in time, we're talking about football. Those players, regardless of whether games are within district or outside of the county, have to be tested on a weekly basis. That is unvaccinated students and staff and volunteers. So the directive is very specific about who is required to test, and it's unvaccinated individuals. As I had mentioned, and I'm sorry I jumped ahead, I kind of drank too much coffee today. The state of Nevada, the Department of Health and Human Services, ran its own procurement process, an RFP process, where it solicited proposals from vendors who could do this sort of large-scale testing. I can't tell you the detail of their process, but it's a vetted process, and they, through that process, identified several vendors and signed contracts with several vendors, including Health Screening Solutions. Our Student Health Services division reached out to the available vendors, and the only vendor that showed interest at this time was Health Screening Solutions. As I did mention, we tested last week in athletics, and we had a funding source that was a $94,000 funding source that enabled us to use a purchase requisition in order to get that up. This serves a couple of purposes. One, we had the mandate. So in order for anyone to play last week, we had to comply with the mandate. Two, we needed to see if we had a vendor that could do the work, which they did very well. They've been very easy to work with. We're in week one of what might be a lengthy process, depending on what you choose to do. So I will ask Mr. McElhaney to talk a little bit about our plan for testing going forward with this particular vendor.
You're on.
All right.
Mr. Malcolm.
Hello, everybody. Tristan McElhaney. We have been going back and forth with the vendor looking for a way to test our student athletes in such a way that we can get accurate information, yet also ensure we're following the mandate. In doing that, we've come up with a testing schedule where students are going to be able to test on Mondays or every week with a 72-hour exclusion window prior to that, to ensure that the students that come to test for athletic reasons are there. They can't be considered in close contact with other athletes. So as they're testing, it would be, it would just be positive students that would end up being excluded through this testing process.
Let me, if I can, Tristan, you used the word exclusion, and so that's been a hot button. So I want to talk about that a little bit. Just generally speaking, and Ms. Crane may need to help, if a student tests positive, like today.
A student athlete in particular.
Yeah.
Okay.
In terms of contact tracing, we have to look back 48 to 72 hours to identify close contacts. When there have been close contacts, depending on vaccination status, that results in exclusion. And we can talk later about some of the rules and how that might be changing. So last week, we were only able to get this up. We had the test on Wednesday. So students had been playing and had been in close contact all week. So I think what Mr. McElhaney is talking about is we're trying to work with our schools so that after a Friday game, on Saturday, no contact. Sunday, no contact. Monday, testing before there's any contact. Therefore, if a student were to test positive, there aren't these sort of automatic exclusions because of the nature of the sport where kids are hitting each other and in close contact all day long.
Mm-hmm. I think I can, certainly we want to hear all of the presentation, but I think anything that we can do that helps to minimize, right, exclusions as we do. I know we have to, but I think it's helpful. So a plan like that seems like at least it puts us in a position where it isn't as much whole scale or large scale, right, if it doesn't need to be. So I appreciate that. I'm sure the student athletes and their families do as well. Please go ahead, Mr. McElhaney.
So in terms of the results of that testing, there were roughly 800 tests that were performed. We had roughly 450 exclusions that resulted from that testing.
Okay.
So to your point, President Taylor, this changed methodology should significantly reduce that. If a student is unable to test on Monday and does participate in a practice prior to testing, that would put everyone at risk. So we are going to be asking that if a student cannot test on Monday or something happens where we can't get testing at certain sites, such as a smoke day, then we move the window forward and we ask that there be no contact until testing occurs.
I hear that. I see a couple lights on, so I'm going to go with Vice President Minetto and then Clerk Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. So I don't know if I heard you right. So kids playing football, he gets tested, he has COVID. The exclusion is of his team. Is it the whole team or just the kids not vaccinated?
It is the kids that were unvaccinated considered close contact because one of their teammates was.
Okay.
Okay. Once again, I'm going to ask you the distraction is really what we're just going to ask you to keep to a minimum. You can disagree. I understand it. I get it. Nobody likes it. But if we can contend, this is a business meeting, and we really want to maintain that tenor, and then we'll be happy to hear whatever public comments you have and all of those, because it's important that we do so. But I'm just going to ask for your cooperation along the way. So thank you very much. Go, please.
So at any time, would we be saying something's going on here? We need to test a kid that's vaccinated. I mean, is that just something we just won't do, or?
At this juncture, the directive requires us to only test unvaccinated students. Now, when a vaccinated individual, this is regardless of whether they're an athlete or they're an adult, in a classroom, if they are vaccinated and they are deemed a close contact, CDC guidelines and Washoe County Health District guidelines does not require that they be excluded if they're asymptomatic. If they're symptomatic, they need to be excluded. There's also a strong recommendation that a person who's a close contact but is vaccinated tests 3 to 5 days after that close contact. And then if they did test positive, then the isolation that accompanies a positive test takes place. Again, those are CDC rules carried out as well by the Washoe County Health District.
Did that answer Because I think I want to restate what he said to make sure I got it. Okay? So what you're saying, Dr. Lamarca, is if there is this is outside of athletics, but if there is a positive test of a student, period, or an adult, but let's just say a student in a classroom, and if there's been close contact, right? Close contact. Anyone within that close contact, if they were unvaccinated, then they will be we want them to get tested right away. If they were vaccinated, the CDC and Washoe County Health District recommendation is even if they were vaccinated, we want them to still get tested within 3 to 5 days. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, except for if a person is unvaccinated and they are a close contact, they need to wait 5 days in order to test out of the exclusion.
Oh, so they shouldn't
period.
Get tested right away because it takes a little time for the virus.
So there's a little bit of a difference based on vaccinated versus unvaccinated status.
Okay. So that's where that exclusion comes in. Okay, understandable. Okay, thank you. I think that gave me that clarity. Do you still have a question?
Yes.
Follow up?
So my concern is, of course, for the kids who have been vaccinated, and there is a possibility, from what I understand, unless things have changed, that they can still get it and spread it. So how are we protecting them? And then other kids who aren't vaccinated, who could be in contact with them. Probably, that's a good question.
That's a very difficult question to answer. What I can provide two things, none of which I think are terribly satisfactory. We use all the mitigation strategies we can at all times to keep kids, staff as safe as possible. So there should be measures being taken at the practice. For example, if we're talking about athletics, where groups of players are kind of kept together maybe by position or in smaller groups as much as possible just to minimize contact. Equipment that's used is regularly cleaned, regular breaks where kids are hydrated. So we do everything we can in terms of that layered mitigation set of strategies that we've talked about in the past. The only other thing I can add is that the directive 04A only requires for the testing of unvaccinated students. The choice to test vaccinated students might be a choice that the board wants to make, but it comes with costs, and it's also a more restrictive set of measures than are required by the directive. So we're carrying out the directive.
Thank you, Vice President Manetto. We'll go to Dr. Nicolette, and then we'll go to Trustee Smith.
I appreciate the complexity of this. I mean, every day I feel like I have to give up what I thought I knew and exchange it with something else, and so I appreciate that. Two questions, I'll put them together. You said there were 400 positives, and the strategies you're going to implement now will help reduce that, because that seems even outrageous to me. And then the second thing, as far as the vaccinated versus non-vaccinated, we as a district, and I think you actually said it, Paul, we can include vaccinated and unvaccinated if we so choose to do that, and I understand there would certainly be a cost. Is there any reason to do that? I mean, and I'm going to tell you why, because we hear the word discrimination, we hear segregation of the non-vax and the vaccinated, and it is a good question and an issue, and I really would like to understand how we can compromise, if you will, on, I guess, choosing one side over the other, because I think that's not good for our students either.
So to clarify for the first piece, there were 450 exclusions. There were not 450 positives. So we just had some positive tests that led to roughly 450 exclusions.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And then it was said that that's a large number, that the new strategies that will be implemented should mitigate that large number. Or did I misinterpret that?
No, you got that correctly. That's what we're trying to do, is mitigate that large number.
And how will that work? I mean, what will be the difference? What are we going to do differently?
Well, we're trying to make sure that the testing occurs after a 72-hour window of exclusion where they haven't been part of an athletic event or group. So at that 72 hours, if there does become when we do go to do the testing, they haven't all been in close contact with each other. So we'll just be looking at the students that test positive in terms of an exclusion rather than the entire unvaccinated group.
Thank you.
Okay, that gets that answer for you, Dr. Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. And then the second part is we can exceed the mandate, the directive. We can't go under it. Is that correct?
I do believe that is accurate. We can be more restrictive than the governor's directives, but we can't be less restrictive. I cannot tell you right now, sitting here, what the cost would be if we open this up more widely, and we are happy to try and investigate that. We do know that right now we have this mandate to test unvaccinated students. So what I would hope is that we receive this approval, and if we expand testing to a broader scope, we will revisit with the board regarding expanding the contract, because I can let you know that the figure that we're asking for, the $3.2 million, we do believe that will cover us at least through the new year with unvaccinated individuals.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. Superintendent McNeil, and then we'll go to Trustee Smith.
And just for clarification, that is only at this point in time for high contact. So right now we're in fall, so that's football. And then there's wrestling and basketball as we get into the winter season, correct?
That is correct. It's also for athletics and activities where kids are going out of county. And we do have that. We were testing cross-country athletes last week, volleyball athletes, cheerleaders. So there are others who've been tested as well.
That's right, because the testing protocol is for either high contact or if you're traveling outside the county. That's right, correct. Okay, so Trustee Smith and then Trustee Rodriguez. Oh, I'm sorry. If you have a follow-up, please go ahead, Dr. Nicolette.
And so I need to be clear, because when I try and explain it to others, I don't want to mess it up any more than I think I have. When we're talking about this fund here, this is athletics, activities, extracurricular activities only. It's not classroom.
This fund is specific to COVID mitigation and focused heavily on screening, testing screening. We are able to use it for this athletic mandate and activities. So actually, to answer a public comment, a very good public comment that we already heard, this would not be the funding source that we could use instead to pay for substitute teachers or teachers. It has a very narrow scope. It is around COVID mitigation, testing in particular. But it doesn't limit us to only testing athletes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. You've closed the loop on that for yourself? Okay, Trustee Smith and then Trustee Rodriguez.
Thank you, President Taylor. Those were great questions and some of my own. For a point of clarification for Mr. Rombardo, just to be clear, in this agenda item, we wouldn't be necessarily entertaining any changes to the policy here. That would be the next agenda item. So what we're doing here is just approving the funding for it. Okay. So because I have plenty of comments for the approach to it, but I'll save that for the next agenda item. So Clerk Nicolette addressed the question that I had as well, like if we did expand the testing, then we would be able to go back and have an addendum to this grant request?
Yes, we do have the ability to revise the grant, and we intend to, but we do need, it depends on your direction, and we also need to track what we're doing. But as I stated, the sub-grant award, which you have already now approved the application for, currently designates $12 million for the Washoe County School District. In that previous item, you approved about $6.5 million. I don't remember the exact figure. So yes, we do intend to go back with revisions when appropriate, which might be pretty quickly, and we could expand at that point in time.
Thank you very much. For a follow-up, I know that there were some questions in the community about how the testing partner actually engages with the district. Do they actually come in and perform these tests?
Yes, they did. They stood up at, I don't know if they were at Incline, but I believe they were at all 11 of our high schools last week. They tested on Wednesday and on Thursday.
Great. Thank you very
And
much.
they did an outstanding job, is all of the feedback that we've received. Again, that's week one, wanting to get a large contract, but we have every reason to believe, we know they have the capacity to do the work, and we have every reason to believe they will be able to do this. Things like a smoke leak where we've had these cancellations, that's affecting them because they have to staff within the local area.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Rodriguez, and I think Trustee Church was next.
Yeah, so I have heard from the community pretty loud and clear regarding these exclusions last week and whatnot. So I'm all for trying to mitigate that as much as possible. But I also do know, so basically, not to try to get into all the logistics, but the goal is to minimize the contact Friday, Saturday, Sunday, test Monday. But if is all the games or all the practices going to be pretty much Monday through Thursday then, or is that going to be weekend games or evening games, or how are we going to work with that?
The only stipulation we have right now is we're trying to make sure we have that 72-hour window. If there is a game on a Saturday and the school needs to test on a Tuesday, following that to keep that 72-hour window intact, the vendor has the capacity to shift that as well.
So is there going to basically kind of be between this school playing that school? Is there going to be people in charge to ensure that there's as many players on the field as possible? Is there someone kind of watching that juggle, or?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question.
So, I mean, obviously, so if there's a weekend game, so obviously these two players are playing this game this weekend, but then that, say Team A is playing Saturday, but then Team B has a game Tuesday or Monday. Is there someone in charge of ensuring that there's as many players on the field playing as possible and trying to work with this directive?
Well, generally the football game, I think this might answer the question. Generally the games are on Friday and Saturdays, and we restart the clock after each contest. So that starts the 72-hour window. So yes, we're trying to make sure that every player we can gets out on the field and plays. It's all dependent on that 72-hour exclusion window, followed by the testing, and then excluding those that need to be excluded.
Okay, so I understand that the goal, and I'm not trying to beat that horse, I just really want to understand this because I hear the parents. So I just want to try to understand as much as possible. So we're trying to test all players district-wide on Mondays. Is that correct?
Correct, on Mondays or 72 hours after the game. So if it's on a Saturday, we'll try to test them on a Tuesday.
Okay, and then how often does a team play? So first games are Fridays and Saturdays, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so either testing is going to be Monday or Tuesday?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. We'll go to Trustee Church and then Student Trustee Victoria.
I'm just so confused. I thought I fell asleep here. We're on 3.05, a contract. We're not talking, because there's going to be a lot of discussion about athletics and when we play and when we test. Am I correct? We'll still get that under 3.06.
Well, yeah, we're on 3.05.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Okay.
So this is $3 million for testing, not testing athletes, for testing. Students, teachers, staff, in the schools, and the athletes, correct?
It can be used for all those things, yes.
What is it intended to be used for?
It is intended to be used to comply with Directive 048 at this period of time. As needed, other individuals within the school could test. So Directive 048 is around athletics and activities. That is a large-scale testing situation. as Mr. McElhaney, I think, mentioned a moment ago, we tested over 800 people last week, and I think the number will increase a bit.
Did that answer that question, Trustee Church, in terms of the intention?
Yes and no. I mean,
Okay, if not, that's okay. Let's ask the superintendent. You want to talk, maybe give him a little more of a target. It seems like that's what he's looking for.
So when you put together a contract, you have to have a cost. And so the cost that we're talking about right now is when we took a look at all of our athletes, right, and the high contact sports that we're doing, and then looking at the athletes that we would have to test if they go out of county. That's what this contract is built on. So as to Dr. Lamarcus' point, if we're going to expand the contract after this, right, we would come back to the board with an expanded contract if the board decided at the next item to expand the testing capacity to other individuals, such as teachers. That help?
yeah, I think so. So, and the 3.2 million is, some people like to say free money. It's not free money, it's taxpayer money, but it's through a state grant. It doesn't come out of any kind of general fund or anything else for the school district.
That is correct.
I mean, just a really, maybe it's a dumb question, but what if we voted no? What if we voted no? What if we said, no, we don't want to do this?
If we are unable to test, then we would probably have to postpone athletics. Unvaccinated athletes would not be able to play, and we would not be able to, Mr. Rodriguez's point, field teams.
Thank you.
I'd need 24/7 protection from the SWAT team if we did that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. We're going to go to student trustee Victoria and then Clerk Nicolette.
Thank you, Madam President. When you say that there's that 72 hours from testing, if they play on a Saturday, would athletes not be able to have practice on a Monday if they're going to get tested on Tuesday?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, student trustee Victoria. Clerk Nicolette?
Part two of that question would be then, do they have to stay home?
No, they just wouldn't be practicing, so they wouldn't be around other athletes in that sport. So we are making sure we're continuing the testing to athletics.
It's the contact. It's because of the contact.
But
you
they
had in
could be in the
practice.
classroom until they, okay, I just want, I want it all out there. And I want to thank my colleague Trustee Church for asking a very important question, because there's kind of like,
I'm going to ask one, if you wouldn't mind, it's getting a little distracting up here, and I want to make sure everyone can hear the conversation. Thank you.
this is not an easy decision, but there is a, let's move forward so our kiddos can have fun and do what they love to do, or this is too complicated, we don't want to spend the money, we're not going to do it. We're not doing any of it. So to me, it becomes very simple. It's a yes or no question. What do I want for our students? Health being very important, spending this money on their health is extremely important because I want them to continue extracurricular activities.
Thank you, Clerk Nicolette. Looking for any further discussion from the board? We do have some public comment. And just as a reminder, public comment once again, just as a reminder, we want to make sure that we are respectful according to the Nevada Open Meeting Law. Public comment should not contain insults, personal attacks, derogatory remarks, and so on. We have slid across that line a little bit too much, in particular as it pertains to our staff. So again, because Nevada Open Meeting Law allows the presiding officer, which is me in this case, to police that, if you will, I'm going to ask that you please come with your public comments, come with your complaints. All that's fine. But certainly let's be respectful and not have personal attacks, not have derogatory remarks and so on. And then everyone can hear what everyone's saying. And then as a reminder, we don't want any big loud applause on any side of this issue at all. I know it's an important issue. I know it's a passionate issue for so many people. I think all of us as the board does, but we want to certainly keep all the distraction to a minimum so we can have the business meeting. You know, children, of course, are exempt because they don't care about business meetings. Okay, we please, and then we've had a couple of public comments come in as well, so make sure you kind of glance at those. Thank you, JJ.
Melanie Sutton.
Welcome, Ms. Sutton. Wait, let's get your mic on, Ms. Sutton. That's okay. She'll get you going. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, you guys were talking about accurate testing. Well, it's kind of funny since the EUA was pulled about a month ago. Second of all, if you don't know what EUA is, it's Emergency Use Authorization. It's kind of funny. So you want to spend $3.68 million for testing that does not work. So I went and added it up. This is how much you guys have spent today. $10,764,991. You know what? When I play Monopoly, I buy up all the properties as well. So you guys are not spending your money, you guys are spending our money, and you guys are paying for testing that does not work. And you're trying to segregate the kids that are vaccinated and the ones that are not.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Casey Thielander.
Welcome back, Mr. Thielander.
First question is regarding the testing. We know it has a 20% false positivity rate. So with all the testing, we're testing healthy people each week just to make sure, staff, students, things like that. And these are all questions that now with the current knowledge that I've been provided, I would ask you guys to go to the county about and ask these questions that us as the public are asking and advocate on behalf of us to the county, which is enforcing these rules, and we would greatly appreciate it. So, like I said, 20% false positivity rate, and the governor has no mandate for as far as masks outside, so I'm not sure why we're focusing on our sports outside so much, because if you can be outside and have gatherings, you can play with strangers every day, you can go to a restaurant and sit inside and eat next to somebody. There isn't any reason to test students that are outside because technically COVID doesn't exist outside. This is kind of what's being told, right? I mean, we don't have an outdoor mask mandate, so why is there testing going on for children that are or high school students being outside? It makes absolutely zero sense. And as for the exclusions part of this as well? Just want to make sure, Andrew.
Not quite. You may want to change that for the next item, because that's when we'll talk about those.
Okay. And as far as like testing, right? My wife works in the medical industry, and she was told recently that if you are unvaxxed, you have to test once a week. But if you do test positive, then you're not to be tested for 3 months, because that PCR test, the quick test, would then be positive for 3 months, or could be positive for up to 3 months. That's why they're not asking you to test for 3 months, because you could go to take a negative test or return and you'll continue to test positive. And I've heard of this in the past as well, so I don't know why that wouldn't apply to the classrooms and also the sports, that if these kids are already tested positive for it, should they not have to test again going out of the county? I would assume not, right? At least for a 3-month period. So, and then as far as spending money on this, like with the efficacy rate as, poor as it is, I don't know why we're spending so much money for it. Like I provided you guys the information from the CDC that I hope you go to the Washoe County District about, because it's a lot of money to spend on testing a lot of students, which is completely unnecessary. And this would solve a lot of issues for sports if the definition that I provided, right, if that applies, it's going to solve a lot of problems and it's going to save a lot of money as far as testing students. So please go to the county for us and ask those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Thielander.
James Levelin.
I'm sorry, last name again?
Llewellyn.
I didn't get it either, but I'll just say welcome, James.
Hi, everybody. So first, I'd like to say when I bring a contract to a customer, I have all the contingencies. I have all the issues on my contract that we could run into and options. It's unheard of or bizarre to me that wasn't done with this board here. Secondly, I want to explain my son's experience with this. So he was segregated from his teammates as a vaccinated teammate. The vaccinated teammates didn't have to test during last week. He was put in a line in a cafeteria in plain view. None of the windows were open, or none of the windows were secured, covered, or any of that. He was pulled into the office around 10 o'clock. The tests were conducted, or the medical procedure was conducted without discrimination, without any type of protection. So the way that it worked is that he tested negative, but one of his teammates tested positive. He then had to segregate from school for 10 days. However, if he were vaccinated, he would get to return to school the following day, just as his other vaccinated teammates got to do. So now the disclosure of my son's medical record is in plain view. Everybody is able to see who was vaccinated, who was not vaccinated. If a teacher walked by, they would also be able to see. Kids are being bullied online when they return back to school because they know who has been vaccinated and who has not been vaccinated. So basically, if he takes the vaccination, he won't be segregated. He loves football. He loves the sport. He would do anything to play with his teammates. So he'll go along with the testing. I had to sign a consent form for him to be tested. I did not want to sign that consent form, but like the doctor said, be tested or don't play. That was what was said. So long story short, the division, or this is just a divisive way to separate our students. Everybody knows that vaccinated students can test positive. They can transmit COVID. They can suffer symptoms of COVID. It's a known fact. But the fact is that they're not testing our vaccinated students, and it's just division. So, like I said, if he was vaccinated, then everything goes along as planned. Everything is fine. This is coercion. It's just like an officer pulls you over, says you got a tag light out. The officer tells the guy, "Hey, if you let me search your car, I won't give you a ticket, and you can be on your way and live a normal, happy life." It's the same thing. It's all coercion.
Thank you, James. I appreciate you being here. Once again, I'm going to have to start asking people to leave if you won't follow the rules. Please, we want to just have a business meeting so that everyone has an opportunity.
Fred Simon.
Welcome, Mr. Simon.
I'm Fred Simon. I'm a medical doctor. I'm boarded in critical care medicine and surgery. I ran a major trauma center. I ran a intensive care unit. I worked on an NIH grant for the immunologic response to sepsis. I worked on a pancreatic grant for inflammation and sepsis. I worked in the COVID ICU in 2020. I'm amazed at the lack of information here. You people sit here, you are the education elite. I'm not. I'm just a father, just a doctor, observing, and I'm totally dismayed by the lack of evidence-based medicine. Titers in people who are vaccinated and unvaccinated are the same. You need to get more information before you make a decision. You're segregating kids, and there's a problem here in relationship to their welfare. You're endangering their welfare. This is abusive on a mental health aspect. There are all kinds of reports across the country about mental health issues in regards to this particular issue. You don't have enough information. Testing has its false positives. You need more information. Let me give you a little information while I have a little bit of time here. The CDC, under U.S. Patent 7110862, created the SARS coronavirus by manipulation. Go look it up. It's United States Patent Office. They have over 71 patents on the coronavirus. Why is this? There was a patent on the coronavirus, patent number 17151665.
Dr. Simon, I'm sorry to interrupt, sir. I'm going to have to ask
that came before the actual virus for a vaccine. I think you need to really understand what's going on here. There is a real issue of mental health and physical issues. You're mandating one thing, and it's going to lead to a mandate of another thing. This is coming from the government above, Mr. Sisolak and other administrators, and you are not absolved and immune from responsibility. And you make decisions, you will be responsible for the decisions. And I'll have more to say about this in the next issue. But you're not ready to make a decision on this based upon evidence-based medicine. That's your responsibility.
Thank you, Dr. Simon.
Casey Rogers.
Welcome, Ms. Rogers.
Hello, Casey Rogers for the record. First, do I need to remind you that this is a 99.98% survival rate for this age group that you serve? For the population that you serve, it is a 99.98% survival rate. Secondly, there is a lawsuit right now going on where a whistleblower has exposed the fact that the United States federal government is covering up the fact that 45,000 people have died in 3 days
Ms.
from
Rogers,
thank you, from taking the vaccine. And it has just been allegedly told that 200,000 is more like the number. This is a bioweapon to depopulate. This is a death jab. Can you blame people for wanting to be unvaccinated? Can you? So you segregate our children from playing sports? I don't think so. 99.98 survival rate. Guess what? We also have medication that helps. Our governor is not utilizing it. And you want to know what else? The PCR test. They have false positives. You're using false positive tests. Guess what about those tests? Those PCR tests? They also have carcinogen on them. You know what it's called? Ethylene oxide. The information is out there. Go get it. You guys are educators. Educate yourselves on the facts. This is our children that you're talking about. This is humanity at stake. This is not a joke. And you can keep listening to this tyrannical governor, or you can stand up for your community and our children. I'm shaking right now. I'm so mad. And I'm trying to be so kind at the same time that I am literally ready to go to war. Do you understand that you have to stand up as a community, as leaders of our children? It starts here. It starts now. Our athletes matter. They deserve to play. And that's all I'm going to say. Quit segregating them.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers.
Marie Foster.
Welcome, Ms. Foster.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for letting us exercise our right for free speech. I first want to start by pointing out that your school nurses can test and accept a positive or a negative test here at school using the exact same home tests that the antigen test, the biotech antigen test, that we are allowed to use at home. The issue is with the ones that we use at home is you are allowed to accept a positive test from a home test, but you're not allowed to accept a negative test from a home test per this directive. So the exact same test, the exact same functionality, but you're only allowed to accept the positive test from home and not the negative test. So if you test them here and they throw a false positive, how would we know without being able to accept a range of tests from the same type of test from either home or a pediatrician? Your school nurses told me that today, that if I test my athlete at home that tested positive or was included in the contact group, that if my home test rings negative, It's not good enough. But my positive test at home is. This is complete segregation. This is to force bullying. It is to force an agenda on the unvaccinated. And if you guys can't see the governor's long game on this, Washoe County and Clark County were the only two counties required to mask their children. 15 of the 17 counties fought, and they fought hard, and that's why that directive changed. So those counties are maskless right now. Lyons County has had so many exemptions thrown at them, legal exemptions, that they're not even testing their children anymore. They had to let it go. I'm in the process of getting those exemptions. From what I understand, they'll stand. And I hope they do. I hope it takes some pressure off of you guys too, because this is difficult. It's difficult to be stuck between money and you're actually caring for our kids, which we know you do. You wouldn't be here. You wouldn't have run if you didn't. His agenda is by frequency to simply test those other counties more. If you think about it, they have one school in their district to two schools, correct? So they're going to test more, just as it is. They're going to throw more false positives. His agenda is not necessarily just to segregate your athletes, which is happening as a byproduct, but it's to mask this entire state back up. And his wife owns a PPE company in China, personal protective equipment. That's a conflict of interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Foster.
Cheryl Perino.
Hi, I feel like saying, hi, Hitler. I'm absolutely appalled, and this has been such an eye-opener for me, and I am going to spread the word loud and clear. I have never heard such gibberish over this COVID-19 testing. That is proven false and has been retracted from the CDC. But we can still use it till January 1st to promote an agenda. It's a long-term agenda, Agenda 21, which is called Depopulation by the New World Order. I want to know, how can you tell if one of our children is vaccinated or unvaccinated? How do you know? Isn't that against HIPAA to ask that question? We have rights, and I believe all of you are responsible, and you can say no to Governor Sisolak. Absolutely say no to him. A vaccine. Did you know hydroxychloroquine is, by definition, a vaccine? So we don't have to use the 4 bioweapons. We don't have to use Moderna, Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, and the other one. We don't have to use them. Those have graphene oxide in them and spike protein. Those are poisons. And you want to know who's spreading the variant? It's the vaccinated, because those spike proteins transmit to the unvaccinated. I agree. You need to do a little research. And I'll be happy to provide all of you some websites that you might consider important. The frontline doctors have protocols that you can take. We don't have to be fearful of COVID-19 or the mutants. There's vitamin D, there's vitamin C, there's zinc, there's quercetin, there's ivermectin. The Dr. Malone, who did the mRNA vaccine, takes and says ivermectin works. Okay? And he says mRNA vaccine is never to be used on humans, and that's what's in those vaccines as well. The inventor of the PCR tests died 3 months before this plandemic bioweapon was scheduled to hit. He just happened to die. He said Fauci was a liar and a criminal, and his PCR test was never to be used to test for COVID-19. Please know your facts. These are our children. My God, protect our children.
Thank you.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome back, Mr. Duran.
Hello, how are you doing? So I got a message for who posted this agenda. So I know most of you are proposed this agenda, but I want to tell you something. The testing for student athlete is necessary and effective, because you never know, like, to ever tested positive or not, because I do support for promoting Pfizer, Moderna, and the Johnson vaccine for student apathy, so we can reduce all the uncertain cancellation COVID game, uncertain cancellation game because of COVID. So I got a message for you. I know you read it from false information as right-wing media from Facebook, American Frontline Doctor, and American Frontline Doctor are not a real doctor. Those are the right-wing media, and you know that. I do support student apathy to be tested before going again, so we reduce the spread of COVID-19. And give me one second. And
remember, this is about testing.
It's about testing.
It's about testing, yes.
Yeah, I do support our student athletes should be tested and go to the game so we can reduce all the COVID-19. And I know you gotta do best as we can. So I know this guy had barely passed science in high school. And did we confuse Siri? And did we Fox News ON and so New Max? So you guys did a good job, and I do support this agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Bev Steingem.
Ms. Steingen, welcome.
Thank you. It's Stingem.
Oh, I knew that. Dang it. I'm sorry.
That's okay. So I'm here to say I'm against the testing for our students. I agree with the previous speakers. I think this really promotes segregation and alienation of many of our kids that do not choose to be vaccinated. So we're alienating a lot of kids again, conservative kids, religious kids, people that are informed about the vaccinations, these COVID shots. There's been so much censorship. They have really suppressed the information about all the COVID shot injuries and deaths. So many of you may not be aware of all the injuries and deaths. Of course, the CDC, our government, does not want you to know about them. The information that I get, I don't listen or approve of mainstream news. I think they lie to us. I think it's all propaganda. And I think you really need to look at all the information that's coming through. I'm sure many of you have seen and heard. Maybe you choose to ignore it. But there are a lot of injuries and deaths due to this COVID shot. You may not be aware of it, but I hope that you will do some research and find out about it. And that's a reason why many of our students choose not to be vaccinated. And I think it's really horrible to think, if you care about these students, can you picture them, the ones that are unvaccinated? And perhaps they do want to get vaccinated. They want to get along. They're embarrassed in front of their peers, but maybe their parents are forcing them and saying, you're not going to get this shot. Can you imagine how it would feel to be a student and everybody knows you're the one that didn't get the COVID shot and you have to stay over here? You guys are sending home healthy students. They have no symptoms, but because they were in the same room or next to somebody else who tested positive, they have to be sent home for 2 weeks, and they don't even have symptoms. They tested negative. I don't think that makes any sense. $3 million or $6 million, follow the money. These people here sitting here want everybody tested. They probably get paid. This is their job. I disagree with this testing. I'm against it. I'm against segregating the students. I think it's a terrible policy.
Thank you, Ms. Stingen.
Victoria Mayer.
Welcome, Ms. Mayer.
Victoria Meyer. I'm against the testing. I agree with everybody that's talked, virtually everyone. It segregates and creates a two-tier school environment for our students. The vaccination issue, you can go down to CVS and get a vaccination by some employee from CVS who knows nothing about your health history or the risks associated with the vaccine for your particular health issue, if you have one. They're just randomly giving out shots to everyone. It's unacceptable. And the reason that it's not being done in doctors' offices is because doctors could be sued for any adverse health effects. This is coercion. Coercion is not consent. The program is clear. Here's a quote for you. The program is clear. Separation, segregation. What does this mean? They must be clearly identified, excluded from the economy. So now we are going to have a final solution to the unvaxxed question. I inserted the word unvaxxed. It's actually the Jewish question. Adolf Hitler, 1938, November.
Thank you, Ms. Meyer.
That's all I have for 3.05.
Okay. Thank you very much. Please, we'll go to the superintendent and we'll bring it back here. And I'm looking for the pleasure of the board on agenda item 3.05.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. And this is just to a comment about staff. I just want to make it very clear that these staff members are doing something above and beyond. So earlier in the agenda, we had an item as far as adding additional positions in order to help our schools and support the work that's going on in our schools. So I want to make it very clear that Ms. Crane, Dr. LaMarca, and Mr. McElhaney, they already have positions within our school district. They already have full-time jobs. Let me make that very clear.
Thank you, and Superintendent McNeil. Okay, back here to the table. Once again, I'm going to ask, please, I'm going to ask you, please. Thank you very much. Okay, back here to the table, Trustee Church.
Thank you. I am so confused. So I'm not sure who I'm seeking direction from, but maybe the board president, maybe legal. This is a contract we're voting on. We're not even up to 3.06. 3.06, everybody gets to speak again on the entire COVID situation, including athletes. And so I'm just totally confused. And I think the bottom line on my confusion, what if we vote for this and then under 3.06, hypothetically, we go, oh, the sky is falling, we're going to close down athletics in the schools. Well, we just voted for $3 million. So I guess what I'm asking or maybe suggesting is we table this until after we hear 3.06, because I'm totally confused how I can vote for this and then with an open mind with $3 million hanging over my head, vote on 3.06. So I don't know if anybody wants to answer that, if there's any other comments, or I'm just totally confused. Apples and oranges, or the cart before the horse, I guess, is a better example.
Okay, well then I'm going to ask council to lend, because this was about testing, which is why that conversation was about testing. So the public comment I anticipate having in 3.066 is not related to testing. We would have had that conversation already and made that decision already. This is about, that will be about other parts of COVID and.
Well, I guess legal approval of joining the contract. That's what we're voting on.
Yeah, exactly. And it's the contract for testing. If you look at the entire agenda item, let's ask legal to chime in. You asked and I'm telling you, and then you're telling me I'm wrong.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, so the item is noticed for this contract, which relates to student-athlete COVID-19 testing. So, therefore the public gets to talk about that. And there obviously are those who spoke for the most part are opposed to us entering into the contract because they don't want the students tested. But that's relevant to the topic, so I don't see how that's an issue. With regard to the contract, it's my understanding, and we do this all the time, we're joining a state contract, and if we don't use it, we don't spend it. So if we were to come back with the next item and say, and I see Dr. LaMarca nodding his head in affirmance, so if this isn't guaranteed that we're going to spend 3.168 million.
Well,
In
it's
fact, it
up
says
to.
an amount
It
up
says
to.
up to.
So it might cost $1 if we canceled everything. I mean, obviously, it might be a little more than that, but you get the point.
Does that give you the clarity? I mean, this is specific to testing, and that's why those comments, I think, were, I guess, as counsel said, this is specific to testing.
I know again, I'm not the smartest jack in the box here. What are our parameters on motions?
Well, either we vote to approve this or not. I mean, you can make a motion if you'd like to make a motion to wait. You certainly can. I mean, there's no restriction on that. I'd like to probably take the comment from Dr. Nicolette first because her mic was on first, but there's no limitation to that. Okay, if that's something you feel like you'd like to do. Dr. Nicolette?
I'm going to repeat something I said a few weeks ago, only I'm going to phrase it differently. I would like you to understand, as with my colleagues, that I research this every single day. And I will tell you that one thing I know for certain. There is a study out there for anyone, whichever way you want to lean. I don't know if that's right or wrong or good or bad, but it appears to me to be a fact. So I would like to ask Mr. McElhaney a question. I'm wondering about our coaches, our athletic directors. What is the sentiment, if you will? And I understand confidentiality, and you want to respect your colleagues. What is the sentiment amongst your sports experts about testing our students? Do you have any sense about that?
I can say that by and large, the people that I talk to are very for all the mitigation efforts that we're using and feel like the course of action we are taking is what we need to do to ensure we have athletics.
Did that answer your question? It did. Trustee? The only thing I can say that might be a little more helpful for you, Trustee Church, is I don't know if it will or not. If we don't have testing, we do not have athletics. I mean, that part is clear, and I think you even made reference to that yourself. That's the only way we can participate in athletics is if we participate in the testing, because those are the parameters. Okay, Trustee Rodriguez?
So I just want to be sure to kind of keep this as simple as possible. So this money is not taking money away from teachers or anything like that. So this is money from the state specifically for testing, correct?
That is correct.
And we're trying to keep as many players on the field as much as we can. So that's why we're now testing either on Monday or Tuesday, correct?
That is correct.
So we're not forcing vaccination, so they can still play even though they're not vaccinated, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so with that being said, games on Fridays, players will be tested on Monday. Games on Saturday, players will be tested on Tuesday. So we're trying to keep things consistent.
Yes.
And we're not forcing vaccination, so they don't have to. That's why we have testing.
Correct.
Okay.
And this is for contact. This is either for contact sports only, or if a sport is leaving the county.
So I guess I do have one follow-up question. So with the mass exclusions, the 450 out of 800, that was because we're testing different times. Is that correct? Did we find a hiccup in this process?
Yes, so because of the timing of being able to test last week, we had to test on Wednesday. We didn't even have approval to go forward until, I think, Tuesday. The vendor was working with us. So when we tested on Wednesday and Thursday, students had been practicing all week long. Football is a contact sport. And so it was incredibly difficult to distinguish between contacts and non-contacts. And so the decision was made that unvaccinated students would be quarantined as a result of that. That's what we're trying to avoid by the no contact on Saturday, no contact on Sunday, and no contact on Monday or Tuesday before you practice.
Okay, so then again, so like for the games on Saturday, the players can still come to school on Monday, just no practice until they're
Yes, and that's an important point. I was going to comment on that earlier. So if a student athlete were to test positive on a Monday or a Tuesday, but they've been in class, we still have to contact trace, but it's not the football team, it's the classroom. Okay. So if there are close contacts within the classroom settings, students could be excluded as a result of that. Now, in the next item, we are going to talk a little bit about some of the changes to the process of conducting contact tracing. But I do want to make that clear. If the student is in classroom all day long and then later that day they test positive, we have an obligation, a requirement to contact trace.
Did that answer? It looked like that may have, you may have jumped off the bus on that one a little bit. Or? Okay, then maybe on the next item. Again, this item is about testing and joining the contract that the state has so that there's a vendor who will be able to do the testing. If there is no testing, it doesn't allow for the participants. I shouldn't say there are no sports, but it would eliminate non-vaccinated students, and nobody wants to do that from those contact sports, from the high contact sports, and from sports if they're going outside of the county. And I don't think that we don't want that. We want to, as much as possible, give vaccinated students as well as unvaccinated students as much opportunity as possible to participate, to be able to play. And I appreciate the change in protocol, if you will, to help minimize that a little bit. You know, you get into the year a little bit more, you learn, you get more opportunities. Like, hey, if we do this, we can eliminate, having to exclude so many people from athletics. In this case, I mean, so I certainly appreciate that work, because the whole idea is you want kids to be able to play. You want all kids to be able to play. I saw Trustee Smith and then Trustee Church.
Thank you, Madam President. So I know that the hot topic for much of the comment is the student athletes, but I do want to point out, and please validate, that this is for testing for other populations outside of student athletes. I see here in the motion that staff and students are also identified. We need to have a testing partner for any or all of these groups. In the next agenda item, we will talk about more specifically student athletes, but we need to have at least I believe we need to have a testing partner in place to also test these other populations, because this item is not exclusively for student athletes. This is for testing for other groups within the district as well, correct?
It can be used for that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
I'm more confused, Jack in the Box. Just a few minutes ago, I thought you said it was specific in the contract for athletics. And even though by law, other things, I'm just totally confused.
That's not what we said. What we did say is the cost was built based on what we knew we would have to test, which were student athletes who are not vaccinated. So, and again, to Mr. Rombardo's point earlier, this is a not to exceed amount. So if we weren't to test, if ultimately that was the decision of the board, we wouldn't be paying money to the contractor. Now, given the way the budget was built around athletics because of the mandate, if we expand to other populations, we will likely have to come back to you with an amendment to increase the costs.
So the $3 million is intended specifically for athletics?
And activities, yes.
So I'm not sure, again, I'm so troubled. I'm having a hard time here because we're voting on the contract, but we've been talking and talking about testing, and specifically athletic testing. So if my position is, I think we should just go ahead and play athletics and nobody gets tested and we just go ahead and play. Mm-hmm. I don't believe it's within the scope of this under OML to make that motion. Would that be correct?
And correct me if I'm wrong, Counsel, but then to me that would mean you vote against the contract. Mm-hmm. Because the contract is with a vendor who could do the testing. And so if we don't join the state's contract with the vendor who can do the testing, then there would be no testing. Do I have that? So I think that would be your thing would be to either, you can certainly make a motion to not approve it, or you vote against it if the motion is to approve it. So that does give you a place to stand if you want to say, I don't want any testing, for an example. Then you don't want this to pass. Then you don't want this item to pass.
I want athletics to continue. I don't want testing. And I believe Dr. Lamarca earlier when I said, what if we vote no? I thought it was a relatively simple question, but now it's not so. The answer was athletics would be canceled.
Let me clarify. What I said is that unvaccinated athletes would not be allowed to play under the directive, and therefore there might not be an ability to field teams. So yes, you would probably be saying no to football. you would be saying no, potentially, to other sports that are having to travel out of county or activities that involve students where they're traveling out of county. It is also the case that when players from other counties travel into our county, they have to adhere to our sort of requirements. So I'm not quite sure what that would create if we're not complying with the NIA altogether. But so I want to clarify that. This is, as you have said, about testing, solely about testing. It's not about yes or no on athletics.
Mm-hmm. Trustee Church, you.
Clear as mud. Thank you.
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Clear as mud.
Clear as mud.
I don't understand. I mean,
okay, we'll ask. I want to get you some clarification if we can. Where is it unclear for you, so we can try to make sure we're all clear.
If I vote no, I'm not voting to cancel athletics. That's under maybe 3.06. Let's just say no passed. Let's just say for the hypothetical that we all vote no.
Okay.
Or four of us. Then potentially, in theory, and somehow athletics may continue.
It would be more challenging, let's say, because the directive that we're under per NIAA gives the directives on to in contact sports, for an example, for specifically, and for sports traveling outside the county, specifically testing has to be involved. And so if this does not pass, and then therefore we have no testing, then it would be challenging for some football teams at schools if they have a lot of students that aren't vaccinated, or some schools that won't be able to travel. So in effect, it would severely hinder athletics. Let's put it to you that way.
And if we vote no, if we did hypothetically vote no, and then under 3.06, after a lively discussion, we say, okay, well, maybe we're going to go ahead with athletics, but now we realize we really have to do the testing. We can't unring that bell, could we?
I believe, if I have this correctly, because it's the same meeting, someone who voted on the prevailing side could move for reconsideration. Because it's during, so let me give it to you this way. Let's say if the board unanimously votes no, just to make it simple, right? And then we have this robust discussion, as you say, and then we get to 3, it's like, you know what, that's probably a bad idea. Now that we learn more, we should probably go ahead and test so we can play sports. And if everybody voted no because it was unanimous, somebody, because you have to vote on the prevailing side, say, I move for reconsideration of agenda item 3.05. If that passes, then we reconsider 3.05.
Thank you.
Did I get that right, counsel? Okay.
Ooh, that was good.
All right. Clerk Nicolette and Vice President Minetto. Sorry, I don't know. You guys look nothing alike either.
One and the same. That's okay. Thank you. There's 2 words that I want us to remember because they struck me intellectually and at the heart. As a mother, as a grandmother, as a human being, and as a former teacher. Confidentiality and bullying. All I'm going to say about that is that I trust that you're aware that these are challenges. I believe you know your students, you know your staff. I believe that. And yet, things can get away from us because we got a lot of students and there's a lot going on. So I would hope that this hit a little home for you too, confidentiality and bullying, and that you'll discuss it and do what you need to do to protect it. I know that you care more than I care. I'm certain of that. You're with these kiddos and you're with your faculty, your employees. But when I hear those 2 words, that makes me a little sick to my stomach. And so we have to protect everyone. Confidentiality and bullying. The other thing I want to say is that I hear the sentiment about bucking the system. I hear that, and I actually understand, the continue of it, bucking it and not bucking it. What I want to say is that I believe that is not in our best interest. It is not in a best interest for our school district, and it is not in the best interest for our students. It just is not. So bucking the system, i.e. NIA, the governor, health department, that's just not in our best interest. I hear you and I understand, but it's not the way to go.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. Do you want to say something, Superintendent McNeil, and then we go to Vice President Manel? Oh, Trustee Rodriguez, okay.
No, thank you very much, President Taylor and Clerk Nicolette. Just beyond the staff that is sitting here tonight, I would also say, we have very strong policies around bullying. We have federal mandates around bullying. Our coaches and our athletic directors and our principals and our teachers take that very seriously. So if a child is being bullied, whether it's on social media or actually in the building, we need to find out about it and we need to do something about it. And there are very strong protocols in place for that. So I'm going to make that also very clear and put that on the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. Trustee Rodriguez?
I just kind of touch on that. I think I know where Clerk Nicolette is going from, probably from our meet and greet that we had, that there was some talk about bullying about students that weren't vaccinated. So there was some that was coming from parents and through text message and stuff like that to students, so just so you're aware. I think we're going.
Yeah, and that's not okay.
Yeah, no,
that's not okay.
no, absolutely. One other question I did get from a neighbor, that's what I like to call him. So students that can play at the playground, play on the swings, play dodgeball, stuff like that. You have kids, K through 5 or whatever, not need to be tested while they're outside. But I guess if you could kind of explain the testing difference from that to football. I mean, I know it's probably coming from here, but if you maybe could just clarify that for parents that do have that question.
The only clarification I can provide is it's been deemed a close contact sport. Players in football are hitting each other. They're within 3 feet. They're exerting a lot of energy. There's exchange of bodily fluids with sweat and et cetera. And that could happen on a jungle gym. But by and large, a jungle gym is not close contact. And I'm speaking for, I guess, the guidance that we've been provided. So football has been deemed close contact.
And that's deemed by
Governor. State directive. It was, I don't remember which directive that one was.
Way back.
It was way back.
That goes back into the last school year with basketball and so on. I think probably the exposure for the length of time would make a difference too. The recess period is a shorter length of time, whereas a football game is a lot longer. That may have played into it as well.
And that probably answers their questions. So.
Okay, Vice President Manetto, and then back to Trustee Church, and then I'm looking to see what the pleasure of the board is.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So to make it perfectly clear in my mind, this item is to vote for the money that is up to the $3.2 million if we need it. So in my mind, I think it's best to say yes in case we need it, rather than say no and think, oh no, then we have to go back. But okay, thank you. That puts it right in my head.
Okay. Thank you, Vice President Manetto. Trustee Church?
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. Yeah, again, it's so difficult. It's not because we don't want some magic wand to be able to test and go, okay, great, you guys are all safe. We have the fact that vaccinated kids are exempt from this, and I'm looking at the Washoe County Health Department website, and there's 587 breakthrough cases, and I looked up breakthrough, and that means vaccinated. And so we've got vaccinated kids that are getting it and spreading it, but they're exempt and everything's fine, and we're kidding ourselves, thank you, we're kidding ourselves to think this is effective. So I'm voting, if I vote no, it's not because I don't wish we could have a magic wand or a test, but it's because this is so illogical to think this is accomplishing anything, and as you said, we can always come back and visit it if by chance it passes or doesn't pass after 3.06.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Okay, once again, I'm looking to the board for desired action on this. And again, we're voting on providing the funding to join the contract between the state of Nevada and this particular vendor to provide testing for staff, student, and student athlete COVID-19 testing. The target being for student athletes for athletics and activities per the most recent governor's directive. Trustee Smith?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Second, moved by Trustee Smith, seconded by Vice President Minetto. We've had plenty of discussion. We've had public comment. All those in favor, please indicate so by saying aye. Opposition?
Nay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I cut you off, Trustee Calvert. There was one nay? Did I get the one nay? Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much. The motion carries 6-1. 6-1. Okay, we're going to agenda item 3.06. 3.06. Why don't we take a real quick, just a 10-minute break so we can take a quick little restroom break and everybody. 10-minute break and we'll be back and jump into agenda item 3.06. All right, everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you for that break. We clearly needed one. We want to get into this last presentation discussion item, real important item. We know much interested. Agenda item 3.06. Discussion and possible action to review and provide direction on current COVID-19 mitigation measures in effect for the 2021-22 school year, including facilities management, transportation, staff and student exclusions, and face coverings for district facilities and school sites based upon current federal, state, and local guidance. And before us, we have, it says, Chief Communications and Community Engagement Officer. Well, that's not true. Oh, yeah, you're close by, though, but you are close by. I'm going to turn it over to the Deputy Superintendent and to Dr. LaMarca. It is your time tonight. Thank you. I don't know who's going to start.
Go ahead. Start there,
you
President
guys,
Taylor.
Okay, my notes are all over the place over here. All right, thank you, Madam Superintendent.
So just as a reminder, our guiding principles, this is the standing agenda item that the board requested and voted to have on here. And so it's around our COVID-19 mitigation measures. And so I'm not going to go through each one of our guiding principles, but as the trustees know, this is what guides our work through the response to recovery plan. On August 10th, the Board of Trustees directed myself to adhere to Emergency Directive 048 and for staff to continue to be encouraged to find innovative ways for mask breaks throughout the schools. And so we have moved forward with finding ways to have mask breaks throughout our schools. Back on July 27th, if you recall, the Board of Trustees directed myself to adhere to Emergency Directive 047. Honoring any state medical exemptions or possible religious exemptions, and no mask shall be required for outside activities, and staff will be encouraged to find innovative ways. And then, back on May 25th, just very quickly, staff, the trustees approved our recommendations for the opening of schools, which we are in the 21-22 school year, and that included elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. And then way back on January 26th, the Board of Trustees approved the expansion of North Star Online School. That is our only distance learning school for this school year. We've had a lot of discussion around the Governor's Directive 048, and so I'm not going to read through all of this, but if the trustees or the public is interested, if you take a look at Section 5, that covers face coverings. Section 6 is related to COVID-19, the testing program. And then Section 7 is related to the NIA mandatory COVID testing program for full contact and close contact sports. And then on Section 5, we talk about parents, vendors, and volunteers as far as wearing face coverings. And I'm going to turn it over to Dr. LaMarca to go over the weekly COVID risk meter.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil.
If I may, I'm sorry, Dr. LaMarca, as you get into this, if you would explain a little bit about the timing. We've had a few emails this week about the timing of our numbers that show up versus what might be, what might be reflected. You know how we get them. It's not always exactly real time. And so if you can just in this, if you could share that, because we're into a new school year.
Will do.
Kind of establish that. Thank you.
Will do. So this is the COVID risk meter. As Dr. McNeil pointed out, we again are in the very high region. I believe as of today, the score was 11.0. I think, President Taylor, you probably were commenting on this. So, for example, today we are actually at 11.0, but the last dashboard prior to today, to keep up with the board process that was provided, was based on August 20th. On that day, we were at a 10.0. Positivity rate was at 19.2. As of today, it's at 19.8. Average daily cases per 100,000, 44.16. Today it's over 50. We have, as of today, I think 62 schools that have now been impacted, 50 or so that are active. So this is a sort of a moving target for us. As you know, we rely on the Washoe County Health District and data that we receive from that organization in order to provide these updates. We're trying to provide these updates 2 times per week. The middle section on community-wide school-age children, this includes all students within our county, not just Washoe County School District students, but it encapsulates them as well. We are providing sort of the new cases in the last 7 days, active cases as of today, recovered cases as of today, and total cases as of today. And so that's changing, and you will see if you look at the new dashboard that I think was updated late this afternoon, that we have increases in this section as well. This is a graph we have been showing you for some period of time now, so long that we've had to cut it in half. But what you can see to the far right of the screen is that we are significantly trending up with respect to cases per 100,000. The 4 different lines corresponds to 4 different age groups: very young children, 0 to 4, 5 to 11, then 12 to 17, and then the blue line are 19 and above. This is something that's new, but you have it, and it's also embedded within the COVID meter. If you go to that page, this is a graph. It's a weekly graph of test positivity. Again, this was based on the last update, so we're actually at 19.8 as of today. The point of it is to show you through another statistic that we are where we were during the very heavy period of time, November through December of 2020, in terms of the spread of the disease. I do not think that we need to go through this in detail, as Dr. McNeil mentioned, but this is a summary of Section 6 of Directive 048. This is about activities in athletics when travel is required to go out of county, and vaccinated athletes and participants must be tested. And then Section 7 is regarding NIA and their requirement to provide guidance regarding testing in close contact sports. And that sort of summarized or affected our discussion of football earlier. I'm going to turn it over to Deputy Byersworth.
Thank you, Paul. Good evening, trustees. Dr. McNeil. So we thought we would bring to you information about the creative mask break portion of a recent motion that you made, just to give you an update of what our schools are working on. I will preface this with saying that smoke has had an impact on this for sure, especially the first week of instruction. So these are just some examples. I won't go through all of them, but creative, fun ways that our teachers, our schools, K-12, are getting students out of masks outside of the school buildings. So library outside, we have several elementary schools taking bean bags outside the door to the library where kids can go out, relax, read. SEL breaks, we thought you'd be interested in that. So students being able to go outside, taking a walk, doing some of those social emotional brain breaks that we have in our SEL curriculum. Clubs meeting outside as well. And then recess, too. That is still absolutely an important part, especially of our elementary and middle school day, and getting kids out of the classroom and out into recess as well. So again, just wanted to bring some updates, information to you about what's going on with mask breaks throughout the day.
Okay. Superintendent?
So for the recommendation, it's still to follow the Governor's Directive 048 and to continue staff working on innovative ways to have mask breaks, which Deputy Superintendent Beiersdorf just went through.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. McNeil. I think the best thing to do at this point, why don't we take our public comment first? At this time, JJ? And we still have a few trickling in. JJ will, of course, we'll read those names, but if we can take a look, just kind of keep a glance on your email.
Valerie Fianaka. The board received emails from Kenda Musgrave, Janice and Patrick Flanagan, Elizabeth McKinnon, Elizabeth Tang.
Welcome back, Ms. Fianaka.
Thank you. I don't know who had boys, if any of you have boys for kids, but I had 4 of them. And I don't know any of them that would have gone 3 days without seeing their friends. We're expecting our kids to go a weekend and a Monday before they're tested if they play sports. That doesn't seem realistic to me. I went to the meet and greet last week with 2 of our trustees, and that really highlighted this problem. I feel like our great students, I've never been an advocate for training up social justice warriors. Any of you who've met me know that I'm not an advocate of that. However, that being said, the children that showed up and spoke at that meet and greet were absolute social justice warriors on one account. And what I took from that meeting was that they all identified segregation. They all said they were being segregated, and they were all opposed to that. They were extremely angry about that segregation. And I found that profound. I thought that was astonishing that those kids were calling it out. Their parents didn't need to call it out for them. The kids were standing up and going, this is flat out segregation. I thought that was astonishing, and I was really proud of them for that. I see this as a train wreck that's only going to get worse. It's going to fall downhill to cheerleaders, to band, to every group that travels, debate club. I can see it going a train wreck. Trustee Church brought up a good point a couple meetings ago, I believe, when he said, should we even be starting back school? I thought that was crazy when you said that, Church, Mr. Church. But now I'm looking back and going, was that really crazy? I can see how this is going to go off the rails in a big hurry here. We're going to have half the school excluded. I don't understand how that's going to happen. Already we have 400 and some odd students. It's only going to go spiraled from here. Not only that, but we're talking about the health department saying that we're at the same peak that we were at the height of the COVID when it was at its worst, and we're still in school. I'm looking at that and I'm thinking this is retarded. I don't know, maybe I'm just dumb, maybe I'm stupid, but why, if we're going to go by the numbers and we're still in school and they're as high as they were at the peak of COVID, maybe Jeff Church isn't so stupid after all. I don't know. Just saying.
Thank you, Ms. Fianaka.
Nick Meyer. The board received emails from Heather Walker, Dr. John Hess, Renee Fox, Lauren Smith, Larry Cates.
Welcome, Mr. Meyer.
Thank you. My name is Nicholas Meyer. I don't envy the members of this board. You're being asked to make medical decisions, which I suspect few of you signed up for. The simple fact is this: the CDC and the NIH are giving you and the American people bad advice about the COVID virus. They're not following their own science. Let's look at the effectiveness of masks. Respiratory viruses are spread through airborne transmission, and virus particles are so small they can pass through any mask. There's no definitive study at the CDC or NIH that shows that masks or social distancing are effective in preventing the spread of the virus. Yet the CDC and the NIH continue to recommend mask wearing. Where is the data? Where is the study that you are relying upon for masks? Produce it. If you as a board are going to enforce mask wearing, then you have to present the data. because you're practicing medicine without a license. And you're going to be personally liable if a child is harmed by your rules. Second, I want to address the mandate for testing unvaccinated students, coaches, and staff. Recent studies have shown that vaccinated persons are spreaders of the virus as much or more so than unvaccinated persons. This is a respected science magazine, Nature. Delta spreads more readily than other coronavirus variants among vaccinated people, data suggests. So why are you not testing the vaccinated students? If the vaccinated students are spreaders, you must test the vaccinated students. You're engaging in segregation and discrimination of persons based on their health status, which is both illegal and immoral. And your policy is going to create a whole host of new problems, like depression and teen suicide. And you're violating every known healthcare privacy law, like HIPAA. I urge this board to reevaluate your policies, as you are putting yourself in legal jeopardy with your mask and testing policies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Meyer.
Michelle Long. The board received emails from Sean McCaffrey, Lorraine Miller.
Was it Long?
Yes.
Long. Welcome, Ms. Long.
Thank you. And I have a major migraine, so I may have to pull my mask away from my face just slightly.
Okay.
From sitting here for 4 hours with this on.
Well, and thank you for sharing that explanation.
The Washoe County School Board, during the past 20 months, has conspired with the tyrannical leadership of the state of Nevada to act in a manner which is far beyond the authority granted to the body and can be interpreted as illegal, unconstitutional, immoral, and unethical. The board has failed to listen to and act according to the will of the people. Therefore, the board has implemented policy surrounding COVID-19, which is medically proven ineffective in preventing the spread of virus and proven to have dangerous consequences both physically and mentally. Subsequently, either by your own willful ignorance or deliberate intent, has put the safety and welfare of our children at considerable risk. One does not have to look far to find information regarding COVID-19, which at the very least would suggest taking extreme caution when mandating policy that affects the health of our children. Fact: wearing a covering over one's nose and mouth has numerous physiological and psychological health consequences and lacks no efficacy to warrant the use of such devices. Fact: 3 studies funded by the National Institutes of Health found that cloth masks do not stop transmission of SARS-CoV-2 and similar other viruses. Fact: it is universally accepted by all reputable government organizations, policymakers, leaders, and physicians that it is absolutely forbidden to coerce, influence, or force any human being to be part of any experimental medical treatment. Let the citizens remind the board that the Constitution of the United States still reigns in this country. You have zero authority to infringe on our constitutional rights by mandating mask wearing and coercing children to be victim of an investigational medical experiment with unknown consequences. You will be held liable for acting as medical professionals in our schools. To mandate any medical procedures by any form of government is a violation of civil liberties and an act of tyranny. And let me tell you something. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty, and Nevada parents are on duty.
Thank you, Ms. Long.
Casey Rogers. Board received emails from Jeff Gorlick, Chrissy Baker, Rick Williams, and Allison Gorlick.
Welcome back, Ms. Rogers.
Casey Rogers for the record. First, I would like to say that each and every one of you here, educators that you are all wearing masks that do not work, as well as you are forcing us to wear masks that do not work. I'm going to read a study from Stanford about face masks, peer-reviewed study. The existing scientific evidences challenge the safety and efficacy of wearing face masks as preventive intervention for COVID-19. The data suggest that both medical and non-medical face masks are ineffective to block human-to-human transmission of viral and infectious disease such as SARS-CoV-2 and COVID-19, supporting against the usage of face masks. Wearing face masks has been demonstrated to have substantial adverse physiological and sociological effects.
Ms. Rogers, if you can get the mask, I know you don't want to wear the mask, I'm sorry. Thank you.
These include hypoxia. The definition of hypoxia, for all of you who ask, so you know, if you have not looked it up. Hypoxia, the deprivation of oxygen to the brain, and is one of the deadliest injuries. Even people who survive hypoxia may experience lifelong side effects. Continuing on, hypercapnia, shortness of breath, increased acidity and toxicity, activation of fear and stress response, rise in stress hormones, immunosuppression, fatigue, headaches, proof right behind me, decline in cognitive performance, predisposition for viral and infectious illnesses, chronic stress, anxiety, and guess what? Depression. How many kids do you know who've been in the hospital lately for suicide because they're forced to wear masks and deal with this COVID crap? Development of cases after mask mandates. In many states, coronavirus infections strongly increased after mask mandates. Let me read that again. Coronavirus infections strongly increased after mask mandates have been introduced. The following charts show the typical examples of Austria, Belgium, France, Germany, Ireland, Italy, Spain, and UK, California, Hawaii. Furthermore, a direct comparison between the United States with and without mask mandates indicates that mask mandates have made no difference. And I'm going to supply you with the Stanford peer-reviewed article, as well as 6 other articles on masks. You should read them. You need to be educated.
Marie Foster.
Welcome back, Ms. Foster.
Hi, thank you. Again, thank you for our right to speech and practice our First Amendment rights. I want to start with saying that there are no scientific studies that prove that masks work on children against COVID-19. I have with me 2 studies. One that shows the harm to wearing masks for children. One of the studies is of 25,000 children, showing a staggering 17,000 reported negative harmful effects, many of what you just heard, of wearing masks for children. We have a whistleblower in our ER. There are 5 of the ICU beds here taken up by attempted suicide under the age of 18 because they have to wear masks. The other study that I want to talk to you about tested masks after children wore them for 1 day at school. While they found no viral payload on the outside of the masks, they found 11 potential deadly bacterial pathogens growing on the inside. Your local actions in enforcing these mandates bear the burden of scientific data. What data do you warrant your actions on? I want to speak about the George Floyd case, and I know that this is a sensitive subject. The burden of proof, when George Floyd died, the burden of proof did not fall on the Minneapolis Police Department training procedures. They did not go on trial to prove that their procedures and their training was just. Derek Chauvin, the enforcer of the training procedures, went on trial for his actions. It was his actions that bear the burden of proof. It is not Mr. Sisolak or the state of Nevada's burden of proof for your vote or your actions. The burden of proof will fall on your local actions and your local decisions. At last, the last school board meeting I attended, I observed the attorney pulling away her mask from her nose and her mouth, struggling to breathe for 45 minutes. When I made a direct note of it, she admitted she was having difficulty. Our children are innocent little beings, and they're confused by our world. When they need guidance, you show no compassion based on your actions to follow this unscientific data. Instead, your actions humiliate them, segregate them, and suspend them. You accuse and you assume their disobedience that our children cannot comprehend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Foster.
Fred Simon.
Welcome back, Mr. Simon.
Ms. Nicolette, you say there's literature here and there. Is that enough for you or not? Where is the literature and the evidence-based medicine from this board? What we get instead is a little arrogance and bullying from the superintendent because she doesn't like the fact that we're here. Let me simply tell you, I'm a medical legal expert. 42 states, Puerto Rico, and the Virgin Islands.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm going to ask you to keep your mask up if you would. Thank you.
I've supplied 750 affidavits. I've been in court about 50 times. This presentation was all for you. You didn't do your due diligence. You haven't. You have an obligation. You are elected to do your due diligence. The standard of care in medicine is evidence-based. Where's your evidence? NIH, 3 studies. No data supports mandates. CDC, no evidence to support mandates. Billions of dollars by industry who function to make money by doing research, making billions of dollars off the COVID ICU crisis. No data to support mandates. Where's your data? Do you really care about these kids? 1 in 4 people in this country have mental illness issues. I'm concerned about abuse. And this is abusive. And I will tell you today, if any child in this district has a major mental health issue or a major physical issue, I will be the medical expert. I will pay all the judicial fees, and I will sue you individually. Because you're following a tyrannical governor and administrators in the state who have no data to support this. Have some courage, have some conviction, and care for the children. I'm just a parent like the rest of these parents, but we're on a crusade because we have to stop the people who are ignorant on this subject. You will be accountable for what you do. I promise you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon.
Melanie Sutton.
Welcome back, Ms. Sutton.
Good evening, and I won't thank you for speaking because it is my duty. I also have a study. I have a copy for each of you. This is a study from the CDC. They did a study with states that had mask mandates and states that did not have mask mandates, and there was no difference. And then, so this is the pandemic of the vaccinated, as my fellow patriots has stated. They still have to wear a mask if they're vaccinated, right? They still transmit, right? They still get sick. So masks don't work. The vaccine doesn't work. So children are deprived 20% of their oxygen by wearing masks. Their organs are growing until they're 20 years old. So you're depriving our children of oxygen to their brain and their organs. They're still growing. So this is just, you're just creating fear for our children. This young man over here that keeps speaking and says the frontline doctors are not real doctors. Where's your credentials? So anyways, this is child abuse. It's emotional, physical, and mental. And I think the mask is depriving you all of your common sense.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Casey Thielander.
Welcome back, Mr. Thielander.
Thank you. So I'd like to first talk to the guy that communicates with Washoe County. I know you guys are obviously showing the numbers for positivity rates throughout the school district with a 99.9% chance of survival, but you have so many people in this district, so many people in this world right now that are fear-driven, right? What is the death rate? Like, I feel like that's where we really need to, because that's what matters, right? If you're positive and you're surviving, then what's the big deal? You got COVID, you survived. But if there is tons of people dying, that becomes an issue, right? If we have 400 positive cases with 0 deaths, that's a different story, right? I mean, you don't have to agree with me, but I would say that's a completely different story. So, the fear has started from the beginning of you're going to die, you're going to die, you're going to die. The negativity has to stop. Like, these people are going to create their own deaths by being so fearful of COVID when they have such a high chance of surviving. So, like, I would ask the next board meeting, and we go over these numbers, provide some statistics on the death rate for this county. How many children have died in the past 3 weeks? I can tell you 0. So, what is there this big push? I've provided you guys information for as far as the exclusions go. I don't feel a whole classroom needs to get excluded because maybe the teacher had a false positive, right? Or if there's one student and you exclude the whole rest of the class when it doesn't need to be done. And then that's creating fear in itself as well. There's calls going out to these parents saying, we've had 24 exclusion this week. So these parents that don't know any better think there's been 24 positive cases. And there hasn't. So there needs to be some transparency in the school district as far as what is what. Like, this is ridiculous. It just has to stop. I hope that you take the information that I provided you today and you go to the county and say, what the heck is going on here? Like, do we need to do exclusions with these students? Because this would really save a lot of headache for you guys if they don't need to, provided the information by the CDC. I would think, right? Another thing that we have to think about, I know you guys are scared for getting lawsuits put against you if some kid dies of COVID because you guys decide to go against the orders. But on the back end of that, you guys also have to think about, are you not maybe putting yourselves in a scenario for a class action lawsuit if a child has adverse effects to the mass or a kid dies? Like, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't know, but to me it sounds like if you can get sued from one end, you can get sued from the other. So that's where we have to take the facts that have been provided to you today and make your best assessment. And take that to the county and say, these are the facts, why are we doing this? And bring us that information like everyone is requesting. Because at the end of the day, all of you guys work for us, and we would appreciate that information.
Thank you, Mr. Thielander.
Dorothy Vincent.
James M. Bentham for the record.
No, I'm sorry. It was Dorothy Vincent.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay, Mr. Bentham. Is Miss Vincent here? Okay, I think we may have missed Miss Vincent. Go ahead.
Victoria Meyer.
Miss Meyer. Welcome back, Ms. Meyer.
Victoria Meyer, the homeless are exempt from 048. Where are the deaths in the homeless population? They don't wear masks. You guys have a fiduciary obligation to protect our children from harm. That is noted legally. Where's the study, Dr. Nicolette, that says masks work? You say there's lots of studies to tailor to everyone's desire. Where's the study that says they work? That's the one I've asked for repeatedly, and I can't find it. If you can find it, I'd love to hear about it. Shaming is wrong. Segregation is shaming. We are segregating our unvaccinated kids. Segregation is wrong. How do you protect children from the shaming of segregation, Superintendent McNeil? You talked about protecting them from bullying. How about from the shame of segregation and the humiliation? You are elected officials, and you do not have the consent of the governed anymore. We have the law on our side. We will work diligently and persistently to flip this board, to defund this school district, to divert money away from school buildings and into the hands of parents to choose for their children their educational direction apart from your unscientific, irrational, and downright harmful practices of masking our children. If you don't reverse course on mask mandates immediately and get some braveness, I'll say. This includes any thought of vaccine mandates you may hear about and or be considering. Enrollment in your system is down by 2,345 students from 2019 to 2020. I'm excited to see what it's going to be for 2021. We have a booming economy here, yet your enrollment is down. We're here to take back our children from the clutches of a system gone wrong, a system gone mad, one that is working against solid scientific information, choice, and bodily autonomy, and marching to the beat of the my way or the highway Fauciism, top-down tyranny you seem to be representing. We will not sit idly by while these mandates flow down. We will not be silenced or bullied into submission. We are Americans, we are free, and we will fight for our rights under the Constitution of the United States of America. Oh, and here's the school rolls
Thank you,
for
Ms. Meyer.
COVID cases.
Ms.
0,
Ms.
0,
Meyer, I'm
0,
sorry, your time is
0,
up, Ms.
0,
Meyer.
0.
Thank you very much. Your time is up.
Deborah Egan.
We'll come back. Who was that again, JJ? Egan? Okay. Oh, welcome. Thank you. Go ahead. Well, let's get your mic on. Hang on. Let's get your mic on. Okay, go right ahead.
Yes, my name is Deborah Egan, and I currently have 6 grandchildren in the Wausau School District, and 2 daughters who are both teachers, and a son-in-law who's a teacher. And I am a medical professional with 40-plus years experience, primarily in the maternal child health arena. A great part of my job is education. With freedom comes responsibility. When a patient asks me for advice, I almost always start my response with the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends. The American Academy of Pediatrics is over 70,000 pediatricians. I trust them. When they say car seats, I say the American Academy of Pediatrics recommends car seats because your child is safer. Seat belts, bicycle helmets, obeying crosswalk guards, all of these things I can have because it makes a child safer. I was myself part of the polio experiment. I remember going to the high school and being given a sugar cube to take polio because people around me were dying of polio. The polio is gone now because of scientific research and implementation. The mask mandate helps our children stay safe and healthy. If you do not believe it, look at the states who do not require it. Florida, Texas. They have 1/3 or more of the COVID cases in our country. The states that have more vaccinated people and require mask mandates have less COVID. That is a fact. I came here today because two of my people in the family who go to the school are already on inclusion. And I think part of the reason is because we do not have testing in the school. And I think that the money that is allocated for testing, if we had rapid testing at the school, we could cut down on the amount of children that have to be excluded. And if they have a negative test, then they don't have to be excluded, even though they were exposed. So it would be cut down on the amount. The same with the teachers. One of my grandchildren is excluded, and she has to stay home with him. So now there's a teacher out. And if he was tested, if he could be tested at the school right away, he will be tested tomorrow. But, oh well.
Thank you, Ms. Egan. I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that it's not.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I can't let you continue. I'm sorry.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you.
Travis Barber.
You said Barber? Barber? Mr. Barber?
Rachel Huff.
Ms. Huff? Again, I'm going to ask everyone in the audience, if you wouldn't mind, please wearing your mask, covering both your nose and your mouth.
Sorry? Okay.
Please, no, hang on just a moment. I'm sorry, sir. Sir, in the hat, I'm going to have to ask you to wear your mask over your nose and mouth, please, sir, if you would. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I know it's uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable, too. Believe it or not, I am, too. But that's what we have to do. So thank you. Please go right ahead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for taking the time to hear my comments tonight. A couple issues I would like to raise is, one, I support the continued strict enforcement of mask mandates while on school campuses for parents and students alike. I've been to many parent meetings where parents refuse to mask, putting the school administration in very uncomfortable positions of having to go and personally ask. And I do believe they should be excluded from campus if they refuse to mask. And then stricter protocols and responses for guardians who send their children to school either after testing positive or while awaiting COVID test results. This has happened in one of my children's classroom, that a student came after being tested but before getting test results, leading to the exclusion of almost the entire classroom. Adding COVID-19 vaccine to the list of other district mandated vaccines once it's fully FDA approved. We have been providing vaccine records to our schools since our children started kindergarten, and there are many vaccines that are required on that list, and we have complied, and I think this should be added to that list. Continue to enforce the regular mandatory testing for students and adults for athletics, and if that can be expanded to other areas, I would support that as well. I know that my students in particular would be happy to submit to testing if it meant they could continue to participate in the activities that they would like to participate in. Making testing or vaccination a requirement for parent and guardian volunteers in the classroom. I know that all of us here care not only for the physical health of our children, but also for the mental and emotional health of these children. Depression, anxiety, and suicidality have been increasing steadily for young people throughout the pandemic, often related to social isolation, loss of meaningful activities, and the loss of educational opportunities. If we do not maintain common sense safety measures, we risk once again losing the in-person learning environment that so many of our students have been craving and needing. As a mental health professional in this community who has spent many years working with students within the K-12 system, I'm highly concerned about the outcomes for our young people if their access to schools is taken from them yet again. There is no science to support oxygen deprivation from masks, and in fact, our doctors and surgeons have been wearing them for decades while operating on us, and I believe if we felt that they couldn't think clearly while operating, we probably wouldn't undergo surgery. Let's show our children that we value them and their physical, mental, and emotional health. If we truly care about every child by name and face, Let's ensure that we could see those faces every day, even if they're partially covered by a mask, in a classroom where they belong. And thank you all for the work that you're doing.
Thank you, Ms. Barber.
Bruce Parks.
Mr. Parks, welcome, sir.
Thank you. Bruce Parks for the record. I'm going to ask you all to do something here. You've heard people talk about the science this way, the science that way. Hey, how about this? Forget the science. Y'all intelligent people, look around you. Use your common sense. See for yourselves. Compare what you see with your reasoning abilities. The homeless population is not, they're not stacking up like cords of wood out there. They're not dying off like flies. There are all kinds of states across the country that do not have these mandates in place. Their people are not being stacked up like cords of wood either. Use your common sense. This whole thing is not about health and safety. What we're talking about here, the mask mandates, the vaccine passports and all that garbage, has nothing to do with health and safety. It has everything to do with submission and control. Because we have a tyrannical government, a tyrannical governor that's putting all this stuff in place. We elected you to stand up for us, to stand up for our rights, and to stand up against this tyranny. And if government can restrict your rights because of an emergency, guess what? There's always going to be an emergency. You know, if Americans never stood up to tyranny, ever, we'd all still be British subjects. But see, I also know there's another factor involved here. Money. Y'all are afraid that if you don't toe the line, the governor's going to withhold money, and he probably will. Tell him to take his money and stick it in his ear. This is Washoe County. We can take care of our own. We don't need you and your money that comes with strings attached. Last school board meeting, I heard General Counsel give you all some advice about there might be a liability issue if we don't follow these COVID guidelines and a kid gets sick. It's bad advice. Very poor advice. The liability issue is going to be when one of these kids catches bacterial pneumonia from being forced to mask all day. See, they can't trace that COVID infection back to school. They can't definitively say there's not a medical expert on this planet that can tell you, yeah, he caught COVID at school. But there is plenty of medical experts that can say he got bacterial pneumonia because he's been forced to wear a mask all day. And for that, y'all will be liable. And by the way, Ms. Nicolette and Mr. Rodriguez, thank you for your meet and greets. I hope you found it as beneficial as I did. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Lisa Sharp.
Welcome, Ms. Sharp.
Thank you. Good evening. So you have all embarked in this position during an incredibly challenging time. You're tasked with being researchers, discussing, debating, and finally trying to implement and execute. You're asked to be expert in medical issues, social impacts, and Common Core curriculum. It's a lot. I am shocked tonight by the accusations, threats, and disrespect that's been brought to you all. COVID-19 have shown that there are severe mental health impacts. It's hard on adults and kids. We're provided misinformation. People are emotional, angry, and scared. There's conflicting reports and confusing studies. I am a parent that respects and appreciates each of you, and I'm grateful for your service. Thank you for committing your time to being here, to our kids, and thank you for continuing to show up, no matter what, and giving your best. That's all.
Thank you, Ms. Sharp.
James Bentham.
Mr. Bentham, now it is your turn, sir.
What's the name of the person? Oh, because it might have been. Okay. James M. Bentham for the record. I'm here to talk about possible future trajectory of COVID-19. Maybe in the future we'll have be forced to take vaccinations. Everyone will have to take them because of a mandate. I still believe in my body, my choice. Vaccinations are not a silver bullet. Moderna, Pfizer. I know people that have gotten these and have also come down with COVID. So this isn't a scientific study, but this is just my recognizing the facts that have happened. Also with masks, I don't believe that they're a silver bullet either. We talked about studies. You can talk about your science, my science. But I think one thing that's important, especially for the kids, is the survivability that the kids have if they do come down with COVID. And I would urge this board, the school system, to focus on healthy immune systems, talking about what vitamins and nutrition will help build a stronger nutrition system, and also effective treatments that are available and appear to be suppressed by the media. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benson.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome back, Mr. Duran.
Okay, I got a message for anti-masker and anti-vax. What happened if you got COVID and you die? What happened to your kid? Huh? Crickets? Critical help? And second of all, stop acting like a child and start acting like an adult. And wear the mask, get vaccinated. If you don't want to wear a mask, vaccinated, that's fine with me. So I try to wear a mask too. So you have to wear a mask for protection of my sister, because my sister is 11 years old and cannot get vaccinated. My family all been vaccinated, regardless what age can we get for vaccination. So I heard the Pfizer has improved by AP News, the Associated Press. You gone on sites sorts. And they're approved for over 16 years old. So I think I think McNeil should have a mandatory vaccination for all the staff and administrative, because Nevada higher education system require all Nevada college, including UNR and UNLV, to get all students, faculty, and administrator to get the mandatory Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine by November 1st to avoid a spring class. If we don't get the vaccination, then this will avoid you for a class. So I think a good idea to make a mandatory for all the staff and administrator only, not students. So I'm not sure it's a full vaccination yet, so we make a choice, so no forced vaccine for student, only staff and faculty. And by the way, you're doing a great job for you guys. And be brave. I know this guy is Dr. Fred Simon. He won for governor. I know I found in the research he won for governor. I want you to know that if he sue you, I'm going to stand with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Duran.
Vincent?
Is it Mr. Vincent?
No, Ru Ping-sen.
Is it Mr. Vincent?
It's not Mr. Vincent. It's Ru Ping-sen. RUIPING. No, that's not me.
Okay. Hang on, we'll get to you soon. Hang on, don't go away.
I don't think I have a card for you for this
That's
one.
for the common sense session.
The last one?
Yeah, the last one.
That's
the very
not this
last
one.
Yes, not on this.
Not that.
3.06, no. It's not.
Oh, for the very end, okay. We'll certainly get to you then, thank you.
Okay. The board also received emails from Kaylee Wisner and Mary Bears Sylvia. And that's all the cards I have for this item.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we'll bring it back here to the board if there are any items of discussion. We see the superintendent's recommendation. If we can get that back to the screen, was.
I thought the gal turned one in for me. It's too late.
We'll go ahead. I mean, if it's on this agenda item, correct? Okay, come on up.
It's kind of a summary. Okay, so, well, listening to all this, I hope you do look over what we gave you. We're trying to support what we're saying, and I've done 2 to 3 hours of research a day for months. I have young kids, and I can tell you, I have a lot of their friends over the house all the time, but I cannot use people I know as examples because I said I wouldn't. But I know many are suffering from depression and a thought of suicide. Okay, this is a fact. These masks don't work. I don't know why we have to keep repeating ourselves. They're causing more harm. I don't know why doctors and people claim, look at the cases going up. The cases are irrelevant. There's plenty of doctors on that list that can tell you that, and they are renowned doctors. Okay? Ex-person for Pfizer, one of the head ones, Dr. Malone, the inventor of the mRNA vaccine, all tell you cases don't matter. The reason they don't matter is the PCR tests are faulty. You can't use these tests for positive or negative because it's over a 95% fault reading. And the CDC rescinded it 2 weeks ago. You can't use these tests. And my God, don't use the tests where you throw it up their nose cavity to hit the brain barrier. If you're going to use one, you're going to force it, use a spit test. Have passion on our kids. Don't harm them anymore. The COVID vaccine is not a vaccine. It does not prevent you from getting it. It does not prevent you from transmitting it. It is a bioweapon, a microchip, and a poison shot. It causes sterilization. This is proven. Brain damage. 63% of the kids who have taken this shot, this poison shot, have inflated heart damage, inflamed heart, and it is irreversible. Please look this up. Blindness, stroke, heart attack, death. And as that other gentleman said, this is not about health and safety. It is a hoax. Okay? Yes, it is real, COVID-19, the bioweapon. The variant is real, but you can treat it, not with the vaccine. You can treat it with the other medicines. Zinc, vitamin C, D, quercetin, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine. Okay, so when a doctor says, oh, the cases are going up, 65% of our doctors and hospitals report to corporations. And CDC, why are they controlling America and the other countries? They're a communist organization controlled by the New World Order. We are Americans. Can we be brave and earn our freedom? Who cares about money? We'll all be dead by 2025 if we continue down this path. The doctors have been mandated, and I know this, I have doctors in the family. They have been mandated. If they don't go along with the policy, their license will be revoked. This is about their money and their livelihood and their mortgages. Let's just go into the future because we are close behind Australia. Australia last week, the health minister tried to round up 24,000 high school kids. 2 boys died and 1 girl from the vaccination.
Thank you very much. Okay, all set, we're all done? All right. Let's bring it back here to the board again. We see the superintendent's recommendation. JJ, if you can throw that back up, please. The superintendent's recommendation, as I recall, but let's get it back up here. And then it's up to if the board would like to take any action or not. It's for the Board of Trustees really to stay the course, to continue to adhere to Emergency Directive 048, and for staff to continue to find innovative ways, some of which we share, the Deputy Superintendent shared with us tonight, to allow mass breaks throughout the day for all students. So that is the superintendent's recommendation. I saw Trustee Smith first, and we'll go to Trustee Church.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Before I get into any thoughts or opinions, I have 2 clarifying questions, if I may. The first is, can families still enroll in North Star at this point?
I believe so. We have the Pearson product, and so I think it would be we've said that they would be able to enroll.
Yes, but we're coming up against a deadline because we've got to get kids. It's a, Trustee Smith, it's a kind of a time-based curriculum, and we're in is this the third week of school already? The third week of school, so if families are interested, I would very much encourage them as soon as possible to ask, because the window is closing and it would be too late, for example, for high school students to be able to earn credit.
Very good, thank you. My second question is, and there was a lot of public comment about this too, and we also heard some more tonight, the ramifications of sending your child with a known positive or an outstanding test. What's the body within Washoe County that decides if there is any recourse for behavior like that?
To send that to the superintendent, because as we know, there was historical behavior with that, and so I'm sure you're asked about that a lot, Superintendent. I know we talked about it.
So we have no legal authority for that. We believe education is the best, and that's why we continue to message that if you, the same thing that we've done with our employees, every day I do a screening, and it's the same thing that we talk about with our families. So if you come to school ill, you shouldn't be coming to school ill. The Washoe County Health District has that type of authority if they so choose to go down that path for that.
Did that answer the question for you? Yes. Trustee, yeah, I was asked that question quite a bit today. I'm sure many of us were. Okay, thank you, Trustee Smith. Trustee Church?
I do have a lot of comments, notes I've made. Number one, I believe I'm terrible on names, but I want to thank Ms. Bianaka, I think it is, for saying that I'm not as stupid as she thought I was, so I appreciate that. You may be wrong. I may prove you wrong yet tonight, but I do appreciate it. And I really do appreciate especially the 3 speakers or 2 speakers that spoke out in favor of masks, because it takes a lot of courage to stand up against those that disagree with you. So I appreciate that. I do listen. So let's look at some of the facts here, and I'm going to go through them as best I think I heard them. Here's the most common sense logical question. If masks are effective, why are we trending upwards? I mean, that's undeniable. We're trending upwards, but masks are effective, so we got to wear them. So the good news is every 2 weeks we meet and we discuss this as an action item. And as was stated, and it was in the red, we are very high, and I heard 11.0, whatever that means. So my gut feeling is the mask gives us a false sense of security. I mean, look at the room. We're packed in like sardines. There was standing room only a few minutes ago, but yet we're wearing masks. Like, woohoo, that's going to solve everything. It's just so illogical. I'm not a doctor. I don't have as many degrees as other people, but I scored pretty high on logic, and it just defies every ounce of logic to think that masks, only indoors, only at school, they go and they play with their kids off, when they're not at school or whatever, and they come to school and wear the mask and everything's okay. There was a reference to we're almost, with the 19% positivity rate, back to the January-December peak. Looking at the Washoe County website, the Washoe County Health District, 585 breakthrough cases in Washoe County. 587 breakthrough cases. Then I switched over to deaths, and I didn't see any. So, matter of fact, if I can segue from my speech, Dr. Lamarca, do we have any known deaths of K through 12 in Washoe County?
During what time period?
Anything you want.
I do believe, I'd have to go back and check, I do believe a child died last spring, but I'd have to double check that.
Okay, so say for the last month.
No, none that I'm aware of.
Okay. And then, without naming names, without violating any HIPAA, have we had reports of students committing or attempting suicide?
Is your question as a result of the COVID pandemic?
That we're never going to know.
Okay. So, yes.
Okay. And then I'm looking at the website. 489 active cases, and again, I'm basing this not only on what I heard, but on the website from the Health District. 141 new cases, trending upwards, 62 schools affected, 50 active schools, And then I've got to throw in the smoke. I just, as we were sitting here, received a email from the school district that they anticipate closing tomorrow because of smoke. So today's Tuesday, that's Wednesday, then we got Thursday, Friday, and then the weekend. So I'm trying to put this all together as a logical, non-medical professional and say, where do we go from here? We have the governor's mandate. It's a mandate, and I'm not inclined to violate it, but I'm really torn because now we have suicides, depression, mixed science on whether or not the masks cause problems. Having visited the schools, especially with the younger kids, it's like herding cats, and I got a really negative email, how dare you compare the kids to cats? I'm not. It's like herding cats. It's virtually impossible. In some classrooms, the teacher kind of gives up. In other classrooms, they keep after the kids. And again, once they go outside, they can hug and play and do anything they want, and then they got to come back and put the mask back on. We're not seeing the death rates. We're not seeing the ICUs are not full. So I hope that my fellow trustees, the public, can understand the dilemma that we're in to follow the mandate or violate the mandate. And in my mind, every common sense says the mandate's ridiculous. The mandate is foolish. It doesn't have social distancing. We're tracking upwards. Again, that's probably the bottom line. We're tracking upwards massively, but we're all wearing masks. So you can't tell me they're effective. You can't tell me that it's working. And this is where maybe Ms. Fianacca may be wrong in thinking I'm not as dumb as she thinks I am. And last meeting, I kind of meant it tongue in cheek. And believe me, I got a lot of emails. But every fiber of logic says we're tracking upwards, masks aren't working, we got smoke anyway, we're going to close the schools tomorrow. Every fiber of logic says we got to close the schools and the athletics for, say, i.e. through Monday to see if this goes down. Because to do what we're doing is crazy. And the other thing, and I'd make a motion if I thought it would do any good, 587 breakthrough cases. We know beyond a doubt that the vaccine is not 100% effective against the Delta variant. I don't know if it's 10%, I don't know if it's 80%, I just know we're seeing many cases of vaccinated kids and adults getting it. So every fiber of my logic says everybody's got to be tested. It's just insane to segregate the non-vaccinated. Regardless of what the governor says, we can go beyond that like we've talked about. So every fiber of every logic says if we're going to do athletics, and everybody gets tested. You know, and even then I don't think it's effective because you might be getting it or get it an hour later. And then, you know, so I'm so... I'm not the smartest jack in the box or spoon in the drawer, but I can be logical, and just going down this path of only testing non-vaccinated kids and wearing masks when it's clearly not working, but packing us in like sardines like we are right now is illogical, and Mr. Spock would have a fit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Other comments? Vice President Manello?
Thank you, Madam President. For me, I think we need to, if we test anyone, we need to test everyone. And I know that that's a huge amount of money, but how much money is the health of our children worth? I mean, where's the line that we say, well, we're not going to spend that much on the health of our kids? Because if anybody can get it, vaccinated or not, we've got to do our best to protect them. Because they could have little siblings at home, all kinds of things. It could. And that's what I have to say about that.
Thank you, Vice President Minetto. Trustee Rodriguez?
I would agree to that extent. If you're going to test one, test them all. And there is evidence and studies being shown that a vaccinated person can potentially spread this. So I would support that as well. I don't know if we have to revisit our last agenda item or not, but I would agree. Also, I guess a follow-up question. So students are being excluded. Are they still being able to continue education at home?
Superintendent?
So our teachers do work with them, and so it could be through the Teams system, it could be through paper packets. It just depends, and it's school by school as far as how the principal and the teachers have decided to extend that education.
I'm sure we all get the same emails. I have heard some complaints that there are some schools that may not get the full materials or not. Is there a way we can ensure that all schools, or at least if students are being excluded or classrooms at a time, is there a way we can ensure that they are at least continuing their education and maybe put that pressure on the principals to ensure that?
Well, I'll just say that our principals have a lot of pressure on them right now, and so obviously with the area superintendents, they reach out. Each one of their area superintendents has approximately 23 to 26 schools, and so they consistently follow up with our principals and our administrators, as well as our teachers, and they absolutely understand that we can't have a child fall behind because they've been excluded. So we can definitely follow up, but I'm just going to say our principals have a lot of pressure on them right now.
I think we all have a lot of pressure on us right now, so, yeah, I get it.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. Trustee Smith?
I'm going to defer to Trustee Church. He says he has a clarifying question
Okay,
before mine.
Trustee Church?
Yeah, just on the Trustee Rodriguez's, am I correct? We don't have distance learning.
Superintendent?
That's not correct. We do have distance learning, and that's through North Star. So if I want to have a distance learning option, that's through North Star.
Okay, but a temporary for the ones that excluded, it's kind of a case by case. There's no formal distance learning procedure.
That is correct. It's school by school and how the school decides to handle that.
And are they considered absent for funding and absentee purposes?
It is an absence. It is excluded, yes.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith?
Thank you, Madam President. So on the topic of testing our student athletes, I think that there is a unique opportunity here. So of course we hear all the public comment and we appreciate that, every single one of you. We also receive a good deal of emails and correspondence in other ways. You don't necessarily see those unless they are public comment. And then we also receive individual constituent communications. And I think as a board, it's always our best opportunity to find where there is consensus. And on the topic of student-athlete testing, there is quite a bit of consensus. So we have different people around this topic, and they're coming at it from different angles. But many people are asking for there to be universal testing for student-athletes. And, of course, we've heard from some of you tonight that talk about your children's experiences and not wanting to feel segregated from those that are vaccinated. And there is, of course, that reason. And then there's also parents who do support masks, do support vaccinations. Their children are vaccinated. And then they're of the opinion that we should catch every single case. And we wouldn't catch every single case if we're not testing vaccinated students. So I offer to my colleagues that I do think whenever we can see consensus among different sides around a single solution, that that's something that we should consider. And I will share with my colleagues that I am interested in an additional discussion around your thoughts around testing all student athletes. Again, because I see a consensus point among many different groups around that.
She said she wanted a conversation around it. It's, either way, you can make a motion if you like. Then there'll be some discussion one way or the other. I just have a couple comments on that. I mean, obviously, our number one responsibility as far as students are concerned is to keep them safe. I mean, that is the most sacred responsibility pertaining to our students that we have. I would have a couple of questions around the testing. One is that means we're going to an area where we would be making a decision to be more restrictive And that's a line that we have not crossed. So understand, that's a line we have not crossed, is to be more restrictive, which means that line can be crossed in a lot of ways. And we've really, as a board as a whole, since we've been in the pandemic, really tried to not do that, because we wanted people to have as many freedoms as they can. And we know freedoms are important to everybody, and in particular to a particular group in this room. They're important to everybody. I would want to know, what are we talking about from a financial standpoint? What kind of, before we say yeah, for me, before I say yeah, let's do it, what are we saying? Right? Is that a $20 million decision? Is it a $2 million decision? I mean, I think that matters as well. And in my mind, as I consider it, because certainly I think I want to treat people as fairly as possible. I think that's important. I would want to take a look at those who are vaccinated, although we know that there certainly can be breakthrough cases, and that's what's different about the Delta variant that we haven't had before, right? We also know that those who are positive now are more likely to be the unvaccinated. So what's the rate? There may be 500 and something, right? Breakthrough cases, certainly. And I think that's important to note. But is that 500 and something cases out of 5,000? Then that's 10%. I mean, so I need some context. For me, I need some context for that, because we do know what's happening. But vaccinated people are less likely to get it. They can get it. And less likely to spread it. They can't spread. You wanted to add something to that, because I'm not done yet, but you go ahead and add if it's related.
Well, yeah, with your question, I happen to actually have the Washoe County percentages in front of me, and it says that it's 0.24% is the percent infected after being fully vaccinated. So of that 587, that represents 0.24% of the overall cases in Washoe County.
Okay, that's an answer. So it's 0.24%. That's a really small number. I mean, if you're that person, it matters. I mean, trust me, it does. If you're that person, it matters, right? If you're that one, if we had one child that passed away in the spring, if that's your child, it matters. So I want to say that, but it is a really small percentage that we're dealing with here. So that's why I would like more information. I would like, how much is this going to cost us? What more would we have to do from a vendor standpoint as well? Can they accommodate something like that? For 0.24%. I mean, I think as a board, we have to look at it from that way, is what are the ramifications, what does that mean? And then what are the ramifications of that? We want everybody to be protected. We want everybody to get to play. But I think we have to consider it in that context, and certainly in my mind. So that's where I'm at before I can say, yes, let's do that. What does that mean? What percentage are we talking about? How much is that going to happen? I mean, how much is that going to cost? And can the vendor even do that? Right. So those are the questions in my mind around this very good conversation, frankly. Trustee Church, you see your lights on?
Sure, thank you. Now, number one, the Washoe County population is 486,000, and we have 141 new cases, 4,589 active cases. So even of those that are not vaccinated, it's tiny. It's a tiny fraction. Whether it's 0.24 or 0.30, it's a tiny fraction no matter how you look at it. We have 59.81% of eligible people that are vaccinated. So, and then you've got, and I've read the stats on this, and you can argue this, but there's so many people we know that have had COVID and have the antibodies. So you have a pretty good percent of the population, but yet we're trending upwards. And I was prepared for what you said about the cost, and I thought about that. And we think, well, is there a problem or not? We won't know until we test. We won't, if we test vaccinated people for, say, a set period of time, and we get almost all negatives, we know that it's not a problem. If we get a lot of positives, we know we have a problem. We're not going to know until we test. So I'm going to make a motion if that's okay.
Okay, I'm on, just before you do a comment, the population that you're dealing with is that we're not dealing with the population is not the population of Washoe County. The population that we're referring to is what percentage of the cases are fully vaccinated people. That's it. It's not this. It's this is this piece. So that in statistics, it matters what our population is. Those are not even apples and oranges. It's not even fruit, quite frankly. But I do think that before I'm willing just to go there. And I hear you, and I don't mind the little pilot kind of sort of, if you will, maybe. Just what does that mean, though? What is it going to cost us to do that? To what period are we going to take a couple of school or something like that? I don't mind that, but I want to know what does that mean? Please.
The contract amount, I think, I'm just going to use hypotheticals. The testing vendor can do the testing. If we tested all vaccinated, unvaccinated athletes, they'd be willing to do that. What sort of a strain it will create, I don't know. There'll be more logistics. There'll be more kids in line. There'll be more of a need to do some things. But the vendor can accomplish it. That's how they make their money.
Sure. How about cost? Any idea of if we did a 2-week pilot or whatever, right?
What I would say is this. So the estimate that we've already provided, that you've already approved, that it was a safe estimate to get us all the way through this calendar year. And if we're just dealing with unvaccinated athletes, I have every reason to be confident that we wouldn't need to come back to you. Saying that, what that means is if you hypothetically made that decision now, we could probably implement, not next week, but the week after, and we could track, and we could come back to you with the expanded costs. So we are hearing, we don't know exactly who's vaccinated, who's unvaccinated. We have staff that can access WebIZ so they can identify who needs to be tested. I can't give you that number. What I've heard anecdotally from schools is it's ranging anywhere from 20% to less than 50% of athletes. Okay?
20 to 15, you said?
20 to 50%.
That's vaccinated. Or that's unvaccinated.
20 to 50% are actually vaccinated.
Are vaccinated, okay. Depends.
Okay, so what that means, just doing the math very quickly in my head, is we're talking about doubling to tripling our costs. So we do know that we intend to revise, to expand the contract based on the money we already have from the state. I can't tell you with any confidence right now that we would have enough money to get us from today to the end of the school year. I think we definitely can get to the end of the calendar year, even if we go with vaccinated. But that may cost a lot more than $3 million.
Well, I mean, I think I'm certainly just as speaking as one trustee, really willing to say, hey, maybe we take a look at it, whatever that means. Maybe there's a period of time, and then at that point, coming back to the board, this is what we're finding from a positivity rate or whatever. I guess like Trustee Church said, either there's none, there's a lot, whatever, and what the finances look like, and then as a board, we can make a decision from there. I mean, if the board feels strongly about let's test everybody, again, I'm not opposed to testing everyone. We just have to get the whole thing. We want to keep people safe, so that's fine with me, right? And then also keeping in mind now we will be going beyond the governor's and not just the governor, but NIAA in this case, right? The NIAA guidelines and mandates. So just making sure that we're fully aware of that. Okay, so we're not in violation of. Let me make it very, very clear: we are not in violation of. Should we go this route, but we can always be more restrictive, but we can't be less restrictive, and this would be being more restrictive. Dr. Lamarck, I think you want to respond, and back to you, Trustee Church. You might be ready for a motion. I'm not sure.
What I would like to add, Deputy Beiersdorf just made a very good suggestion. If you want to try this out sort of in a pilot fashion, maybe we try it with fall sports. So we have a time limit. At the end of football, we have a little bit of a break before we get into winter sports. So we'd have a better idea of testing rates among these different populations. However, and thank you very much for your earlier motions that approved the grant and also approved the contract. We still haven't received a sub-grant from the state. And as I started, and I am optimistic we will receive that this week, but I don't have that yet. I wonder if the safer option isn't to come back to you in 2 weeks with better cost estimates of what it would be to test all vaccinated and unvaccinated students. That's for your thinking.
And then we may at that point, will we know maybe about the sub-grant? Hopefully at that point.
If we don't know about the sub-grant by then, we won't even be able to test unvaccinated, so we're in a world of hurt.
Okay, that's something to consider as well. Okay, Trustee Church?
Yeah, number one, JJ, can you go to slide number 2 up here? And I'll segue off of that. And while we're doing that, I'll say we don't have time. We're trending upwards. You know, we're hearing the sky is falling. All these new cases. If we brought it back, if we postponed it for 2 weeks, which is not acceptable to me, it's not good. Right there it says, all decisions based on a foundation of do no harm. Let's pay attention to that. We're doing harm if we postpone this for 2 weeks. We're in a crisis, and 2 weeks is not acceptable. And in 2 weeks, it comes on at the end of the last agenda item, and then we debate it all over again. And then if we give them the go-ahead, it's probably going to be a week or two before they can implement it. So, I'd like to make a motion.
Go right ahead.
That, and this is strictly for athletics and strictly a partial motion, not for the entire agenda item. The motion is that to the maximum degree practical, that the school district implement COVID testing for all athletes covered under NIA rules and staff. I think that's it. It's on an equal basis.
Let me restate what I think you're saying.
Sure, thank you.
See if I caught it. So your motion, and then after we get the clarity, we see if there's a second and go from there. Your motion then is to implement a testing program for all vaccinated and unvaccinated students involved in athletics, students and staff involved in athletics and activities for the fall. Is there a time period? Is it for the fall semester?
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, that's very important. Yeah, so in other words, whatever the unvaccinated people have to do, staff or whatever, now applies for everybody, and it would report back to the board at the next meeting for evaluation if we have any stats by then. But yeah, it's just, at the next meeting, we can cancel it, or I'm willing to even put a sunset open for discussion.
Yeah, I would suggest, we don't have a second yet, I would suggest not next meeting, because it's probably going to take a week to ramp up, is what I think Dr. Lamarck was talking about. Then we maybe only have a week, we may not have a lot of data by then, so you may say at a future meeting or an upcoming soon something. I do want a sunset. Yeah, I want to make this really short so that. If you say next meeting, we may not have any data yet.
Yeah, and obviously we can change it at the next meeting anyway. I mean, we can always undo our vote if the stats come in or whatever. So this is a good one for discussion, but I guess my motion would be for the period as soon as practical until, unless modified. Let me look at, where's my calendar? I want to make it basically 2 meetings from now. So not the.
I think it's the 28th. 28th.
So that would be September 28th.
Mm-hmm.
And no later than September 28th.
Okay, no later than that way.
It would terminate on September 28th unless extended.
Okay, so the testing would terminate on the 28th.
No, testing would start as soon as practical.
No, but the report back on the 28th is
well.
What's ending on the 28th?
That's just because our board meeting.
Right, but what do you want to happen on the 28th? Then?
Unless we modify it, that people will know that's the end of the mandatory testing for everybody. So it's like a sampling.
Okay, so basically you want to report back on the 28th.
Yes, and then we'll have a good window on, they're all negative, we don't need to continue. And again, this is great discussion. I mean, I'm trying to make a motion, but this is great discussion.
Yeah, we're just trying to get down to it, right?
Right.
Okay, so what you would like, see if I'm capturing what you would like.
Yeah, and then we can discuss it and break it down.
So what you would like in the motion then is what you would like is to say that vaccinated people, that students and staff involved in athletics and activities will undergo the same testing protocols, that vaccinated will undergo the same testing protocols as vaccinated students and staff involved in athletics and activities. And what we can say then is, you want to say for the fall semester with the report.
Okay.
Right, with the report back to the Board of Trustees by September 28th. Because it's going to be an agenda item, we can stop it when we get that presentation if we want to.
But just so people don't go high order, I want to say unless extended, it will terminate.
Oh, so you want to say just for the next month?
I don't want people to go, it's in forever because that's what they voted on. I want the vote to specifically say.
So you want to do a pilot for a month?
Pilot program to implement as soon as practicable. That's a word I looked up.
Okay.
Or practical.
Practical.
2 different words are both right. Practical, and then to terminate
Well, you just want a pilot program for a month.
Yes, to terminate September 28th unless extended.
Okay. So I think that's a clear motion. You have that motion? You with it, JJ? For the record, okay. Trustee Rodriguez?
Hey, I have one question. I just don't
Okay.
know if I can.
Okay, can we get a second? Let's get it. Now that we have the motion to start, let's get a second first.
Second.
Second by Clerk Nicolette. Now we have some discussion. Yes.
I just want to be sure, Trustee Church, like this is for football, or
Well, no, it's for
is that-
athletics and activity, because they're out of county. Like if you're the
Right.
cross country team and you go out of
Okay.
county, you would have the same protocols.
But I mean, right as of right now, it's football that has to be.
No, because if there's
For
a
everything, for volleyball, for cross-country, if
Okay.
I'm on a band trip and I go over to Lyon County, it would be
Yeah.
for band, any type of activity.
any athletic or any student activity, if they're not high contact like football, but they leave the county, it's the same protocol.
Okay, so I understand that. So if you leave the county on any sort of activities, you got to be tested.
Mhm.
But as of right now, the only one that has to be tested on Mondays or Tuesdays is football, unless they're leaving the county. Is that correct?
Yeah, because it's
Okay.
only high contact.
Okay,
So
right.
this would be, according to his motion, it would be for all, it wouldn't just be for football, it's just for all student activities for a month.
Okay.
Am I correct?
That's good discussion. That's good discussion.
Am I correct? Is
Yeah,
that
the
what you
motion
said?
is right. Now it's a good discussion issue, though. Do we limit it to football, or? That would seem discriminatory, but that's part of the good discussion.
I would think we would want to look at all students. I mean, that all students involved in activities. I would, but what's the pleasure of the board? I would.
But the motion on the table is for everyone, right?
Yes,
Trustee Church?
yes,
Okay.
yes, and that, I think that's what Trustee Rodriguez is trying to clarify.
I'm just trying to understand the.
You're trying to
thing.
clarify that it's
Yes.
for everyone. Does that clarify
Yes.
that?
Okay,
Yes.
copy, got it.
Yes. Superintendent.
So Dr. Lamarca, I just want to be sure. So Douglas County comes in to play football game. And they have to follow they have to follow the counties who they're visiting protocols. So they would have to
We have to test all of them.
test vaccinated and unvaccinated. Am I correct?
That is how I read the rules as well. Yes,
And would that cost,
yes, it will cost the other districts. We wouldn't
the cost
pay
would
for.
go on the other district?
That's right. What Dr. McNeil is saying is if we travel to Churchill County, and Churchill County has a bunch of requirements over and above what we require, we have to comply with their requirements in order for our students to play sports in their county. So what we do approve here will affect, as I read we'll seek some clarification, but as I understand it tonight, sitting here, it would affect them coming in.
So Douglas County comes in, Elko, Carson, South Tahoe, any other school, but they come in to play any of our football teams, just to use that as an example, then they follow the same protocols.
That would be how I would read it.
Okay. Unless we get other clarification from the state, but I think that's how I read it too, but, yeah, I think that's a good clarification. Trustee Church?
I just, again, say I amended the motion to say Washoe County School District staff and employees, would that be consistent or be in violation of the NIAA or the governor's directive?
I would defer to legal counsel because I don't know if we could create some sort of language that indicates that for counties traveling into Washoe County, they have to comply with Directive 048 as written. However, athletes within our county, we're going to test vaccinated athletes in addition. I don't know.
Well, as you consider that, counsel, let's go to Vice President Manetto.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. So I'm wondering, and I might have this wrong, if we need to go 2 weeks beyond because it's going to take us a couple weeks to get it going, is that right? Because that way we'd have a whole month-ish.
I appreciate Trustee Church's motion, the language about practical. I believe we can implement next week, but I can't promise you that. So I will find out tomorrow if it's practical. I have every confidence that the week after next, for sure, we could implement, assuming we get the subgrant from the state that pays for this.
Okay, that in and of itself creates something, because if we don't get the sub-grant for the state, then we got to figure out how to pay for this.
I'd be willing to amend that motion too.
Okay, please, go ahead.
So, and again, there might be a couple more amendments coming.
Okay.
But I amend the motion simply to say contingent upon the listed
Funding?
funding being available.
Okay.
Is that okay with my second?
You're the second, or you? You're the friendly, so that we'll call that a friendly, okay. All right, did you have a response yet on that, council? Or if not yet, we can go to another trustee. Let's go to another trustee. Trustee Rodriguez?
Just kind of going back to if trends are going up and things are looking worse, kind of going back that we don't have time. So I would still want to see about moving forward with this. Is there any alternative funds that we could look at? So, I mean, we're not putting a dollar price on our kids' safety.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a question for Dr. Lamarck. It's more a question for the superintendent. I mean, it's a good question, right? Where's Mark? Are there additional funds? Because this is a $3.2 million agenda item right here.
Well, the contract for the testing is $3 million. The overall grant is about $6 million. Washoe County has been allocated $12 million from the state. So there's a little bit of flexibility that if we had to expand the contract, we would have to come back and amend that particular contract. But the allocation for Washoe County School District is approximately $12 million if we get the funding from the state.
So the question is, if we don't get the funding from the state, is there another source of, is that?
Right, is there a way we can still run this for a month to see if there is a problem or not? Is there a way that we can still move on this?
Well, I mean, you would probably dip into contingency funding as far as with the district, and I would just say that there are a lot of other types of issues going on. So it's not just relegated to testing. Mm-hmm. And the other thing is, and I'm channeling Mark Mathers right now, we don't know what our enrollment is right now, right?
So we don't know.
And that's what our funding is based on, is student enrollment.
I would say this, so since we're doing contingent, the agenda, the motion was amended. Is what I'm trying to get to, contingent upon funding. Should we get the funding? I would, and I know council's looking this up because you asked that question, Trustee Church. I would submit that if we think this is important to do, because of all the things that we've been talking about, then it's important to do when other schools come into our county. Quite, in my mind, if it's important for us to do that, because the whole idea is it's full contact, right? So if it's full contact, then they're contacting each other. So it's not our students. We want to keep them as safe as we can. We're doing the testing, yada yada. A school comes in from another county. I don't want to name one to make it seem like I'm picking on someone. And then, well, their kids can be less safe. I mean, if our idea is we want to make sure we're as safe as possible with our kids, then we need to do the same thing with them, in my mind, and not say if you come from another county, if you come from California, whatever, it's okay. I mean, I don't think that's. I think the mindset is we want to be as safe as possible. So, I don't know if we want to even find a way out, so to speak, so they don't have to do what we're doing. If we think it's important to do, to me, then it's important to do. Yeah, but they're paying though, right?
They would be,
right.
I would imagine, and so then that's an additional financial burden on that particular district that we're placing on them, and they may not have access to the same types of, or the amount of funding, and they may be using, if they have the same type of DHHS, they may have other types of
they may have allocated differently.
May allocate it differently. So they may have other issues other than testing, just like we do in that particular grant. And so
yeah, and it can add up.
I would hate to pass on a financial burden to another school district without having that.
I understand.
That knowledge.
I understand. You see anything in that yet, Council?
Yeah. Well, I'm trying to read the Nevada Health Response, but if you look at 048, which is the directive in which these rules promulgate from, Section 7, which deals with the NIA, it says prior to the commencement of competitions of full contact and close contact sports between schools in different counties, the individual schools must implement the NIAA testing and mitigation plan and begin the weekly testing protocols required by such. So the way I read that is they're only obligated to follow the NIAA. I don't think they're obligated to follow us. Unless I'm trying to read the Nevada Health Response.
This is on page slide 12 too of our presentation, with is a little thing from
May I add,
section 7.
and I appreciate Tristan McElhaney and Michelle Anderson. Tristan pulled up the NIAA guidance for this school year, and it's relative to Directive 048, and it states additional mandates, guidelines, directives, and policies issued by state and county health authorities, state and county governments, and local control agencies that are more restrictive must be complied with by Nevada Interscholastic Activities Association member school districts and schools in those jurisdictions. I would read this to say it's up to the NIAA what they tell Douglas and Carson to do relative to our policies. In other words, if I read it, it says they'll have to test vaccinated individuals, but that's not our call. That's NIAA's call.
Okay, so we may be in a situation, should we implement this, as we're talking about the 1 month pilot and whatnot, we may be in a situation where we're actually placing this requirement on out of county schools when they come in, unless the NIAA gives them some kind of waiver or something like that, right? Because we're the local control authority based upon that regulation. And I do think it is important to note that that's putting a restriction on another school. And if you're one of those schools that's in the league, you may come here 5 times playing different schools. You know, you may come, if you're South Tahoe, you may be coming down here playing, 5 here. So that could add up. That certainly could add up. So that's certainly important to note. Trustee Church?
This is a very difficult thing. Good discussion. I don't see if there's a way around it. We take care of our kids, we test our kids, and I know it's not a perfect system, but we're doing this as a pilot program just for a month to see if there's both to protect them as well as seeing if there's statistics to verify one way or the other. I don't see imposing on Douglas County or say my Mineral County Serpents to have to obey that rule, and that could possibly be done by, I amend the motion again to say WCSD students and staff. And then they wouldn't be in violation of our directive. Our directive is specific. And it's specific for the purpose of a pilot test program.
Yeah, but it sounds like the NIAA has said otherwise. Am I reading that correctly? It sounds like the NIAA has stipulated that when a school comes into a county and there's been some more restrictive protocols in place, that out-of-county school has to adhere to those. So I don't think correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we can. I'm fine with giving them that. I agree. I don't think we can do that. I think as Dr. Lamarcus said, the NIAA may be able to do that with them, but I don't think doesn't sound like we can.
Well, and thank you for pointing me to that, Tristan and Dr. Lamarca. So the NIAA has declared that out-of-county opponents traveling must adhere to the more restrictive measures in place from their hosting opponent with noted exceptions. And I'm trying to find the noted exceptions. Unfortunately, the document's not very clear, but that's the basic premise, is that I think it's also important to note that, it talks about NIA sanctioned sports are a privilege and not a constitutional right, because we're talking about this as discrimination. It's not. It's just not what it is by definition, and I think the board needs to understand that.
Okay, thank you, counsel. So that's an important part of the discussion then, is that means according to what the NIAA has stipulated, then any out-of-county school would have to, that means if it's full contact or if it's not full contact because they're out of county. And those are the same rules. So that means if it's volleyball, what else? Volleyball's not going on right now, but actually, it is going on right now. It is going on right now. Tennis is going on right now. Cross country. So any your Douglas, Carson, your serpents or whomever, they come in, they have to, it's adding up for opposing that's tough. Go ahead, Trustee Church.
It is tough, and again, I don't want to fold up shop and go home, because this is, we're seeing the surge, we're in a crisis, and it's not to be ignored. Is there a way to make the motion, because it's not fair to Mr. Rombardo to have to do this research on the fly like this? Is there a way to somehow make a motion that I did, giving the superintendent the authority to amend action based on legal advice? Clarification.
Or clarification from the NIAA. I think we need to reach out to the NIAA and their counsel as well too on that. So that's what I would recommend.
So we're actually on a good road. We just need to add that. And anybody's suggestions on how to word that?
I think perhaps just as you said, with the same motion, and then adding the stipulation, is that based upon what you just mentioned, Superintendent, based upon the clarification from the NIAA, that may be in effect and may not, because I don't, as much as we know we want to protect our students, right? And thank you for that clarification on what constitutes discrimination and what doesn't. That's important, because we all care about that word. That's an important word, right? And so it doesn't. However, we still want to treat them. It sounds like we're like, hey, let's still try to protect them as much as we can and treat everybody like that. But we still may not be able to take that extra step that we're discussing without putting an undue burden on our colleagues in other districts.
So should I word it, should I use the word district or superintendent in my motion?
You mean
If I want to make a amendment to my motion, that the district comply with, that the implementation of said policy or said motion, whatever you want to call it, be in compliance with NIAA requirements and legal requirements.
Well, what it sounds like, it's not that it's in compliance or not, really, because it really, the issue is that whether we put an undue burden on them or not. We're not out of compliance at all. We can absolutely do this as a board. It's just a matter of our having this discussion that we don't want to do it if it puts an undue financial burden on our colleagues in other counties or districts. So it's not the in compliance or not, it's the undue financial burden piece. So it sounds like your amendment, or maybe we pull it and just start anew, right? That this is the case unless it puts unless after conversation with NIAA, it puts an additional financial burden on competitors outside of our county.
And how would we do that? Because again, Mr. Roberto's over there studying, and it's just not fair to him because there's case law, there's so much he has to look at that I want him to look at his leisure to come up with the best legal advice, not under the gun legal advice.
No, I mean, I think we all understand where we're trying to get. It's just to try the best way to get there. So might I recommend the motion that you've had, that we implement the pilot, just like, and JJ, you want to read that, and then I'll tack on and see if this is where you're trying to get to. Okay, Trustee? Don't add the addition yet. Just go back to the motion we were talking about, I think.
Okay, so the motion is that to the maximum degree practical, the district implements COVID testing protocols for all students and staff involved in athletics and activities through at least the September 28th scheduled board meeting, unless extended, contingent upon receiving grant funding.
Okay, and then and what I might say for consideration is in the event that that the extended testing places if in conversation or verification or consultation with the NIAA, this places an additional financial burden on out-of-county schools, then we will not take this action at this time. Something like that. I would add if that's where it is that we're trying to go, is that, hey, if this makes other schools have to pay for something, we don't want to do it. If that's where we're going. Go ahead.
For those districts, so for outside districts.
Yes,
but
outside, yeah.
But you would still want us to move forward. I'm just seeking clarification. You would still want us to move forward with the pilot program for Washoe County School District. But if we find clarification from the NIAA that it does or does not impact other districts, that's relative to those other districts.
Yeah,
But you still want us to move forward with,
We move forward unless it impacts these other districts. Because if we're doing the pilot for a month, and the NIAA says, yep, you know what, they have to follow the same rules even during that month. Right? Then it's like, maybe we want to, that's the conversation I'm hearing, is maybe we don't want to do that. But Council, you found something?
Yeah, I did. And yes, thanks for the idea of giving me a little more time. But side note, so the exceptions are, we talked about an exception earlier, the sports of cross country, football, soccer, tennis, basketball, flag football, wrestling, which I think is interesting, swimming and diving and track and field. These sports are therefore exempt from a member school district or school placing more restrictive standards on contest eligible participants. So, and I don't understand how wrestling got in there. That doesn't make sense.
And
to me.
volleyball's not in there.
Yeah, and volleyball's not in here. That doesn't make sense to me at
Yeah,
all.
because they're on two
But-
different sides of a net. You don't even.
Well, I'm just reading it to you. So,
Right.
so since you're talking about the burden to other counties, there.
We're going to need the NIA to really give us.
We're going to need to talk to somebody.
We're going to need
This is-
some clarification. It sounds to me, correct, again, I don't want to put words in your mouth in terms of what you're trying to get to from a motion. We want to go, according to your motion, you want to go forward with the pilot, as described. We don't have to go through it again, as described. However, if visiting, if schools from other counties have to pay for their athletes to have the expanded testing program, which is what may or may not be the case, we need the NIAA to clarify that. If they do have to pay for that, what would you like to happen? Because they're not, are you saying fine, let them pay for it? Or are you saying, well, that's not fair for us to put that burden on them and they may have to cancel some games or something?
Yeah, I don't think it's fair to put that burden, and it gets even more confusing with which ones are covered by NIAA and which ones aren't. But I don't want to lose this motion because this is so important. We just got to make it work. And I'm thinking too, if our athletes are going to Mineral County at the base of beautiful Mount Grant to play the Serpents, they, and by the way, I have Mineral County plates, so that's a hint. But then our people would get tested, but because we're going to play there, we wouldn't even have to worry about it.
Yeah, as long as they're less restrictive.
Yeah, so it's only the ones that are coming here, and now we get the dilemma of volleyball versus football.
Well, that's why it's based upon the conversation with the NIAA, because there's some confusion in that as to which sports and all of that. So I'm trying to get to where we can hang on to the motion so we can bring it to a vote. And it seems like we all want to vote on this motion, right, one way or another. We can hang on to the motion, but leave the door open so that once there's clarification from the NIAA, if it puts a burden on our visiting schools, we don't want to do it. And then we have this conversation in 2 weeks from now. Is there something else that we can do from a testing standpoint? That's what it sounds like. Is that what you're trying to get to?
Yes, and no burden on them, and very minor, but take out the word at least. I want people, when they read it in the paper, to say the motion ends on September 28th unless.
Okay, so
extended.
that's the
But that's
ethical
separate.
thing on that. Okay, okay, she got it. She's
so
right.
how do we
She got
how
it.
do we do that?
Well, let's see. Dr. Nicolette might have an idea. So.
Well, I don't know about an idea. I'm trying to go back to the intent. And so I'm just thinking about Washoe County School District. I'm forgetting about all the other non-Washoe County. The intent is to, I will say, equalize for data purposes, testing all of the athletes. You don't even have to know if they're vaccinated or not. So I don't see that there's a problem with going ahead and continuing that, no matter who we play, where we go, because we're just focusing on our kiddos. What would be important at that time, I would think, and this is where I think it gets a little more complex, is the contact tracing. Is if we have Diane tested negative, don't worry about if I'm vaccinated or not, and now I played bump set spike, and 3 days later I test positive, then we don't really know, but it could be because she played North Dakota, Fargo High School. So really the intent, I think we should stay with the intent, and it's to monitor our kiddos. And I absolutely agree. I do not think we could place a burden on other school districts. We wouldn't want that for us either. It's just kind of, I want to stick with our intent, taking care of our kiddos and making it equal.
Yeah, I think that the challenge with that is that the directive isn't so, the directive does make a distinction. The NIAA does make it, they do make a distinction between vaccinated and unvaccinated and who gets tested and who doesn't. So it makes it hard for us to say, let's forget about all that and throw them all in the bucket, because the directive from the rules contain a, they don't do them that way. So we can't just consider that, because they have, the ramifications are different, because one gets to be more restrictive than what the governor says. That's what, we can still hang on to our objective, but we can't just say, hey, let's forget about that and treat them all, because there are different ramifications.
Well, so it's incumbent upon is NIAA saying, Washoe County, you go ahead and you can do that with your athletes. It stops there.
And that's what we're discussing. So let's try this. Maybe this might get there.
Sure, thank you.
If we have the motion as JJ, as we know it is so far, right? If we have it to that point, and then what if we say the action will be reconsidered if consultation with the NIAA indicates that out-of-county schools will endure an additional financial burden?
We can put placed on hold and reconsider.
Does reconsider do it, Council? I know you're working on something. Did you get that?
So reconsideration. Well, we can do that. You can ask for that to come back as part of your motion for a future agenda item if the board passes it, and then that would be the reconsideration. We don't want to do technical reconsideration, because then there's two different votes.
Right, the same thing, like I said, reconsideration, like I said before.
Yeah, we don't want to do that, so make it
So should I change that word instead of, I said with the motion as we know it, and I said the action will be reconsidered, and that's what we're reconsidering. If consultation with NIA indicates that out-of-county schools will endure an additional financial burden.
How about renoticed or noticed, and then you can consider it however you want. What?
Stayed, like a stay of execution.
Will be stayed? You're such a cop. A stay of execution. Yeah. You're such a cop. Respectfully. That's not a bad thing. Respectfully.
Well, what are your, I guess my question would be.
What we want to say is if we want to have this, and let's say this passes, but then we want to say, yeah, but if after talking with the NIAA, other schools will have to pay for this, we want the board, we want to come back and talk about it again as a board.
So I would suggest that you say the superintendent take no action to carry out the motion, and the board will reconsider it. We don't want to use the reconsider. The board will notice it for the next possible
So we'll
meeting.
notice it. So the action will be noticed, will be re-noticed?
I just think notice, because you'll have more information, or re-noticed, either way. I think either way.
I just want to make it clear that so if people are reading this after the fact, they know that we're going to take it back up again. It won't happen.
Yeah.
Because I think that's the intention.
Right, so do re-notice.
Okay, so the action will be re-noticed if consultation with the NIAA indicates that out-of-county schools will endure an additional financial burden.
Could, to be clear, when the NIA reads this, could we say something to the effect of the intent of the motion is to apply to WCSD students and staff only?
I think that's going to be in conversation.
We'll tell them that.
That's conversation. That's not. Yeah, I don't think that needs to be in the motion. That's got to be in, hey, this is what the board's trying to do. Right? The board is trying to put this in place for Washoe County School District students, but because of, I think that's the conversation that has to happen.
Can you read into the record
It's in the record. No, it's not in the record. So you.
Can I get you to repeat that, please?
Yes, but I will. But what do you think? What would you like in the record?
That I want to read it again.
Oh, read the motion to it. Okay.
The amendment.
Yes. Okay. So you read the motion first. I'm gonna tack on because it's gonna be a part of it.
To the maximum degree practical, the district implements COVID testing protocols for all students and staff involved in athletics and activities through the September 28th scheduled meeting of the board, unless extended, contingent on receiving grant funding.
The action will be, additionally, The action will be renoticed if consultation with the NIAA indicates that out-of-county schools will endure an additional financial burden.
That's my amended motion.
Diane, you're the seconder.
Can I have discussion now?
Well, you have
Without
to
the second, I can't.
Yes, right. I was going to
Oh,
say, you gotta see if you
sure,
take it.
sure, second.
Okay, yes, now we can
Okay,
have
thank
discussion,
you.
yes.
So what worries me about how we framed that is there's several variables that can take away our original intent, and I'm not comfortable with that. I care about all the students in the whole wide world. Right now, I just care about Washoe County School District and our athletes and our activities. And that's what I really want us to concentrate on. I don't want to burden Douglas County, Carson, any of that. But I want this pilot project that I really like. I want to test that.
But when we do that, it does impact these other counties. That's what I'm trying to tell you, is we can't say, we're just going to do this, and you guys don't have to play bar, but you guys don't have to do this, because the NIA has said they do, unless when Dr. McNeil has a conversation with them, they say, we get what you guys are trying to do, and we give them a waiver, so to speak. But the way the rules read right now, if we do it for our students, whenever they play in our district, it applies to their students.
That's clear, right?
That's the way the rules say it right now. And Dr. McNeil is going to try to get a little leeway, a little wiggle room, because we don't want them to have to play by.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Maybe this will help a little bit. It's also going to affect our students, because if we impose a burden on another school district and they have to go to their board of trustees to get approval to do that, there could be a delay. And so that could take games off of the schedule that will affect our athletes. So I think it's in our best interest for our athletes to at least have the conversation with NIAA to understand the impact. Maybe they'll just say, it's a pilot program, you're fine.
Okay. Right. But we don't get to just us declare that they don't have to do it. We don't get to do that.
That seems to be the standard of operation now. We can't just declare. Thank you.
Yeah, I know. It would be easier if we could. I will say there are a couple of other lights on, and I do want to catch them, but I also want to say, in the audience, everyone, please, you have to wear a mask covering your nose and mouth. That is the mandate, so I'm going to ask if you would please do that, or you won't be able to remain in the meeting. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I know it's uncomfortable. We've been in it for hours. Trust me, I get it. Trustee Rodriguez and then Trustee Church. There is a motion on the floor, and there was a second, by the way. Trustee Rodriguez?
I guess just for discussion, since this is a pilot program, in the event that this does impact outside districts, and this might be a question more for the athletics director, is there a way we can move games around so that we're at least playing within the school district? Is there a way we could try to...
Look. I can answer that one.
No. Okay. No.
Yeah, I know enough.
Just
but
trying
no, but
through.
you got to look at all angles. But yeah, no.
Yeah.
No. There are master
Right.
schedules involved. It impacts other schools and so on. So that wouldn't be.
But then kind of the flip side, I guess, for discussion, like this is a pilot program, and if it does affect other districts financially, sorry.
Well, that's just it. Then if that's the case, then you can vote against the motion. I mean, I think there's a little more consideration that we don't want to do that to other districts, because we don't know if they have the financial. So it's up to just however you want to vote it. It's okay.
No.
It's quite all right. Yes, Trustee.
Ponder this. So we pass the motion, hopefully, and I have a hunch by Monday or next week we maybe start testing long before the next Saturday football games come. And so we'll have a sampling no matter what. And even if it gets put on hold, we've got our sampling. Not the perfect one, because we're only going to do maybe one before the NIA rules or whatever, but I think we're going to get our sampling if we move forward with this. Does that make sense?
Well, it could be. I mean, we certainly, I think it'd be best for us to have more than 1 week of sampling, so we can build a little bit more, but we may learn something.
Yeah, I mean, if it gets put on hold, at least
we may learn something, you bet. Okay. Sure, just internally, yes, Counsel?
Okay, I would like to clear up the record. So I've been able to read this document and digest the directive. And thank you to Tristan and Paul's, Dr. Lamarca's team for helping out, and the reporter too.
Thank you.
I don't know where he went, but
thank
kind of gave me an idea. And so I went back and looked at this directive. In my opinion, not very clear, but nonetheless, I think I figured it out. So the first part I read deals with mandatory face covering. And what it's saying is there's an exception to the rule. So we could adopt a stricter mandatory face covering if we want to, but because those sports that I read earlier are high contact and high energy, the term is high physical exertion, the other schools don't have to follow that rules, meaning they don't have to necessarily wear a mask if we have higher mask standards. Now, with regard to the COVID-19 testing, there's no answer in here about if we are more strict than other districts and how that works. There is a process here how you can complain about other districts. Shocking, but I don't see an answer to that. So I at least want to clear the record up, and that is the difficulty of trying to read this stuff and comprehend it in a short amount of time. But I'm comfortable with that part, and I'll keep digging and see what else I can find.
Well, it sounds as though that where we are is where we really kind of thought we were before we got the sport exemption, because now that makes sense. That's a high exertion. So that sounds that based upon the clarification we got from Mr. McElhaney, who shared that. Thank you. And you were indicating already, Dr. LaMarca, and we just got to read it, that whatever rules we put in place for us will apply to other schools as they come into play in this county. And so therefore that creates opportunity for the superintendent to have a conversation with the NIAA and see if we get some kind of whatever for the pilot or whatever that might. And so then as a board, it'll come back for us in 2 weeks. Should we pass it? If we want to have if it impacts other districts, much like what you're saying, Trustee Rodriguez, because it's so important, then let them figure it out. And that sounds like sounds like that's where we are. We have a motion on the floor. There's been a second to the motion. I think that we have discussed this thoroughly, and so we're going to have a vote at this time. All those in favor of the motion as amended about 14 times, please indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposition? No. Okay, no. Okay, the motion carries. Let the record show it is 6-1. 6-1. So you have the directive from the board. We see that hopefully we'll be able to go forward with the testing, with a pilot program on this, and learn as much as we can and protect people as much as we can. And although by definition there was no discrimination involved, but it is a higher level of protection by testing everyone. So, okay, all right. Thank you very much. That was look. Here's my paper. I was like, I've lost my paper and everything. I was taking notes. I was getting down in it, man. Shoot. Okay. All right. So now we're on to let's see, on to the board reports.
No, ma'am.
Did I?
That was strictly on the athletics.
Oh, that was
thing.
just on that. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. You're correct. And you said that when we started. We just got in it for so long, I forgot. Okay, so we're still on agenda item 3.06. Anything else as it pertains to agenda item 3.06? We have the superintendent's recommendation. We did jump in and make that addition, if you will. Because that doesn't go outside of the governor's of Directive 048, any of them, sections 5, 6, or 7. Trustee Rodriguez?
I do have a question regarding all that. So, going into, I guess, the tracing, like, I guess what I've heard from my neighbors and whatnot, some of the concerns that they've had is that how there's some inconsistencies as far as tracing or being excluded or children being placed in the pods. So one example I got is, you have classroom A that can play on the jungle gym, classroom B can play dodgeball, classroom C can play tetherball or whatnot, but they're not allowed to cross or play with other kids from other classrooms. So I guess, is there a way we could kind of keep things consistent amongst the schools?
You mean, well, I guess it means that some schools are doing that, other schools are not. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. So
okay.
I just wonder if there's a way that we can give principals some sort of further guidance or further consistency, because it's kind of weird how a kid here can play with different classrooms, but then their step sibling is, over here at a different school, and they got different rules. So I guess there's a way we can kind of make things a little bit more consistent amongst.
those grades.
Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez.
So thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. The direction that's been given to schools, and I will say in this case it's mostly with elementary schools, is that what we call a cohort of students. So for example, a first grade classroom throughout the day. So in the classroom, at lunch, in the multi-purpose room, out on recess, as much as possible, those students stay together. And I would be honest with you and say to varying levels is that being enforced at different schools. But we are asking as much as possible, as much as practicable, that we're students are staying together in some schools call them pods, some schools call them cohorts. Gets more difficult, of course, at the secondary level when students are traveling between 6, 7, in some cases, I think 8 classes per day, and then you add lunch on top of that as well. So we've asked them to do their very best in minimizing kind of crossover to students in other classes, other grade levels.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Deputy. We're going to go to the student trustee, Victoria, then we go to Dr. McNeil.
Thank you, Madam President. Adding on to Ms. Byers-Zerf, in high school, they've made seating charts, and teachers have to specifically follow them, so we know what students need to be excluded and what students aren't as affected when a student is positive when tested.
Thank you, student trustee. Victoria?
That's why Victoria is going to be superintendent here in about 20 years, because that's exactly what I was going to say. So we are working very hard with our schools as far as seating charts. And seating charts aren't just for the classroom, they're also for school buses. So our bus drivers have to have seating charts. But all of this goes to your questions, contact tracing, and it's for that exact reason. So whether it's a first grade classroom, a geometry classroom, world history classroom, they all have to have seating charts for that contact tracing.
So it sounds as though there's been some directive from the district, and their schools are imposing or is operational to varying degrees of success, is what it sounds like. I guess that's what I'm gathering from this, is that the principals are charged with doing the best that they can, and some do it in different ways, and that's.
And if I may add too, some of it is dependent on staffing that's available at the school to help manage that as well. So we have elementary schools that are over 800 students, and we have elementary schools that are a little under 200 students, so there's differences there as well. But the very best that they possibly can do, they've been asked to do.
Okay. Trustee Church?
Yeah, thank you. We did such a wonderful job on the athletics, but I know it makes us a little tired, like, oh my, there's light at the end of the tunnel, but unfortunately, it's an oncoming train. We still have the 585 breakthrough cases. We're at the red meter for the schools. We've got 50 active schools affected by active cases. We're wearing masks, and we're still trending upwards. So we're still in that tough decision-making boat. I think we know for a relative fact that schools cancel tomorrow, Wednesday, because of smoke. Okay, I'm getting a correction on that.
We have not made that decision. We meet at 4 o'clock in the morning, so we have not. I just don't want
Thank you.
our entire district.
Somebody pick that up and start saying, Trustee Church.
Thank you.
We have not made that decision yet.
I'll read the quote. We anticipate that school may be canceled tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. So we don't know as a relative fact.
Anticipate and may. You got me. I apologize.
It's okay. Go ahead with whatever point you're making.
So there's a probability that school might be canceled tomorrow, and then the next day, and the next day, and that's not on the agenda because of smoke, but smoke ties into COVID. I know people on the right are going to get mad at me. I know people on the left are going to get mad at me. So everybody get mad at me. But there's got to be some discussion of maybe closing down until Monday.
Okay. Thank you, Trustee Church.
Boy, that's a stretch on a foreseeable consequence related to the
because it's not COVID. Because it's not COVID. Yeah.
I mean, if you can make it related to COVID, then I'd say it might fit under the agenda, but I think we're off the agenda.
I understand. Everything I said about new cases, high, in the red, 50 schools affected, that all still applies.
Okay, so based upon COVID, let's go with that. Then it does fit with the agenda item. Okay.
I'm just looking for discussion.
Okay.
before people throw their shoes at me.
Okay, well, that's okay. Just duck if they throw. It's all right. Vice President Manetto and then Trustee Smith.
Thank you, Madam President. For me, I think if you look at the number of total cases, it's not that many compared to our student population. And I really think we just need to keep schools open the best we can, because the kids need to be in school. They love being in school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Vice President Manetto. Trustee Smith?
Thank you. I had originally put my light on for a different question, but while we're talking about this, I am not in favor of closing the schools. So I would agree with Vice President Manetto on that. I originally put my light on because I was wondering if I could get a clarification about how families are being alerted about exclusions. I'm hearing from some of the members of my district that in some cases they're getting contacted from the health district, and in some other cases they might be getting contacted from the schools directly. And some of the information is contradictory. So I was just wondering like how that was coming about and what we might be doing to bring clarity and accuracy to the information the parents are getting.
Right. And thank you, Trustee Smith, for the question. So I think it's important to note here that we are not able to exclude students until we have a confirmed positive case. And that confirmed positive case can come to us through the health department. And likely that is where it comes to our student health services. So I don't know if Jennifer Crane's behind me or not. But then often too, a parent or a guardian or a student themselves may contact the school and say, I've tested positive. So right at that moment, our schools mobilize. They did this throughout all of last school year as well. They mobilized to try to get that information, to get that confirmation so that they can start the contact tracing. I don't want to speak for the Washoe County Health District other than to say, and Paul can confirm or deny this, that they're stretched in their resources as well, and they're making their contacts to our principals, to our schools, to our student health services as quickly as they possibly can too. So as cases, we are seeing those ticking up. We're seeing exclusions ticking up. I know it's placing a burden on our health department as well. So we have asked our principals are amazing. Dr. McNeil talked about that earlier. They are crack contact tracers. I mean, they're used to this work. But we have to remind them too, you've got to hold on until we know for sure that it is a positive case when that contact tracing will start. There's also the third week of school. So I think it's getting back into the swing of things. And I will say too, this time of the school year compared to this time last school year, very different start of the school year. I'm not talking about smoke or that. I'm talking about just the number, the sheer work surrounding contact tracing that has happened at this point in the school year versus last year. So, sure, of course.
Okay, thank you. I think also I will just add that the grant that we approved earlier also included, some nurses and clinical aides and contact tracers, and I think as we can staff up, it will certainly make a big difference from a consistency standpoint, from a timing standpoint, really minimize those exclusions, and that's a part of it as well as we know hiring people is a challenge, or we know that's a challenge right now as well. But I think as we staff up, the formula is good because we worked it out last year. But having the people to be able to do that while nurses are nursing and principals are principaling and all the other stuff, right? So that's part of it. So it just give us a little time to give us a little time. But it's got to be frustrating to families, so I certainly understand that.
And may I add just one more thing, just as a reminder, all of our students are back in buildings. Other than the 900 and some that are at North Star, all of our kids are back in buildings. So you have more kids in the building. There's more work that's falling on the shoulders of our principals and our teachers and our clinical aides and our nurses. So.
That's a good question though, because it can be confusing and stuff. I'm not sure. They got a call from this person. Last time I got a call from this person, they called me and it was 4 days late, and I already got. Right? It's a lot of that. So, but I think as we ramp up, hopefully we can get that to be a much better training. That's what happened last year, so hopefully we can get there this year as well. Okay, student trustee Gomez, and then the superintendent.
Thank you, Madam President. I had a question about students that are vaccinated. As we know that students that are vaccinated don't get excluded when someone around them tests positive. Are they told that they were exposed in any way, or are only the unvaccinated students get told and sent home?
Good question.
So if a person is a close contact and they're vaccinated, they're asymptomatic, they do not need to be excluded, but they do receive notification because there's a strong recommendation that they seek testing within 3 to 5 days of the exposure. And then if they were to test positive, then isolation rules would apply. So they should be contacted if they've been in contact, even if they're not excluded.
All right, thank you.
Good question. I would say just in response to Trustee Church's question, and I think it's good to have the conversation and look at everything. I think it's important to do so. I think by the vote that we made 2 weeks ago at this meeting and voting to go forward with the reopening plan, with the 6-1 vote, I believe we went forward with it. That shows that as a board, we're absolutely committed to keeping schools open. And I stand by that. I said it before, and I think so. Of course, that's safely, and with the mitigation strategies and so on, those kinds of things that we've been talking about tonight. But the board has, at least up until now, we have consistently voted to keep schools open, understanding how important it is for our families and for our students. I do think those conversations should continue to happen, so I don't mind them being brought out here at all. I think this is where we got to talk about stuff. But I think the board has lined up there, starting with last year when we were one of the largest districts in the country to have in-person instruction all year long. I mean, that was a very strong statement during that time as well. So, okay, Superintendent?
I was just going to add, too, that, our staff met with the Washoe County Health District on a Saturday for approximately 3.5 to 4 hours. And that's all around refining, because we've all heard, at varying levels of the organization, there are a lot of exclusions. And so we want to make sure that we have clear roles and responsibilities between each organization. We had a great meeting with the state superintendent today to further refine the process for exclusions. So it is different than last year because we do have the element of vaccinations. We do have the element of full in-person learning and no more hybrid. So all of those considerations have to be taken into place. But I do want to compliment our staff that they are, they're working almost 7 days a week on this because we've heard it loud and clear.
Thank you, Dr. McNeil. I see your light, Trustee Church.
Yeah, I just want to be clear. It was good discussion, and if it was up to me, we'd be back in school and masks would be optional. That, to be clear, if it was up to me, the governor's directive, I think, is so ill-advised, so poorly done, as I've already discussed. So just want to be clear, if it was up to me, we would not have to wear masks. We heard from so many people in the audience, and I tend to agree with them. And that said, we trust our superintendent to make the tough decisions, and I back her 100%. Even if I disagree, I back her 100% because she has to make those decisions independent because we're not there over her shoulder. So I just want to make that clear to the public and to the superintendent and everybody. I back my superintendent on the decisions that she has to make on a daily basis. And so I just want to put that on the record as far as my opposition to masks, and we'll move forward.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Any further conversation around the superintendent's recommendation? The recommendation is to basically stay the course. And actually we're already on that course, so we don't even need a motion unless there's a motion to change the course. Right. And seeing none. Okay, seeing none. All right, then we will go further. Go ahead on to, thank you, staff. Thank you very much, and thank you for those that helped. Tristan and the reporter, I think, is back there somewhere, and other staff members that hung around to get us some information. Board reports has returned to, they're on agenda item 4.01. Board reports has returned to the agenda. And we've just made some agreements. This is typically and has traditionally been when the board provides the community with an update on what we've been doing, visiting schools, going to places, yada, 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 yada. However, if a trustee chooses to speak about something else, then certainly if not, I'm not going to cut them off or anything like that, so I want to make that very clear. So we've had student representative and superintendent's report, but now we're back to board reports. We have put a limit on 3 minutes. Our meetings we're supposed to be about 3.5 hours long, and we're well past that. And so a limit is in order, so that none of us pontificate forever. But, and it's only been the first week of school, so we'll just see. We'll start, let's see, Trustee Church, we're going to start with you because you are furthest to my left.
All right, and you knew I had board reports. So basically I'll read into the record for anybody watching. Board reports 4.01. Each trustee shall have 3 minutes to provide the community with an update of the trustees' activities related to Washoe County School District. No discussion among board trustees will occur under this item. And then 4.02, student representatives report. What we had before, and I'm going back, say, to 2020, board reports, no discussion among the Board of Trustees will occur under this item. So you'll see a change to the 3-minute limit along with guidance on what you can discuss. Then you had superintendent's reports. Then you had 7.01 future agenda item requests, which is gone. So the board president has indicated her decision to return board reports to the agenda. And she stated, as a reminder, board reports is intended to allow trustees to report on what we have done while conducting the business of the board and or district. A few examples will be school districts, conferences, events, etc. So my comments, I now only have 3 minutes to provide the community with an update. So I want the community to know that I'm frustrated being limited to 3 minutes, and the student rep is not limited to 3 minutes as I am. Just look at the agenda. We look at today's agenda and show me one item that deals with quality of education. I want to update the community on my inability to provide my fellow board members with an update of my concerns. I further want to update the community on my serious concerns that we are failing our children in the area of quality of education. I update the community on my continued dedication to quality of education is my #1 concern. I'm informed there is a new state-run live-in academy in Carlin, Nevada for at-risk kids. I hope to visit and see that firsthand soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Church. Trustee Smith?
Thank you so much, Madam President. I'm very excited to participate in my first board report. So the first thing I wanted to share is that I really appreciate all the emails and contact coming from all the community members and my neighbors in District D. This absolutely helped me be the very best board trustee that I can, so thank you. And I will come back to some of those comments I'm hearing in a moment. In terms of what it is that we've done, I'm going to go back a little bit further than 2 weeks because this is our first board report. And I wanted to share that I attended the Leadership Academy. That was the school year kickoff for administrators at Dena'ina Ranch High School. And that was an amazing opportunity to see all the administrators for the upcoming school year, be introduced to them, and then hear about how everyone is approaching the new school year. I also attended the Back to School Expo, which was held at the Meadowood Mall. The turnout among families and staff was amazing. I think that it was absolutely a great way to start the new school year, and we connected hundreds of families to the information that they needed, and I was really grateful to be a part of that. I was also proud to represent the district alongside Clerk Nicolette and Superintendent McNeil and other members of our district leadership team at the Art of Childhood event, which benefited the Children's Cabinet. And they are an outstanding local organization and tremendous partner to Washoe County School District. And I am wearing the mask from that event. So I also wanted to share with the community that I've been in contact with every principal in District D, and I really look forward to building a relationship with each of them. And we have begun that process. I'd also like to acknowledge some trends in the communication that I'm receiving from my neighbors in District D and from other families. And those emerging topics are transportation zones and then also questions about the school year calendar. And then finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to encourage all community members to apply for the Superintendent Task Force on Supplementary Curriculum. I've received a lot of emails on that. I've responded to every single one that has come to me. And I'm so pleased to see so much interest in that task force. And that's it for my board report. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Smith. Clerk Nicolette?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to go back a little further just because I think it's important that the community and my colleagues hear all the fun that I'm having, and I mean that sincerely. My goal, the reason why you're going to hear all this is to to be involved and engaged as much as I can. Students, staff, teachers, the community, and I think that I've done a good job of meeting that goal, especially during very interesting times. So basically, I've visited 39 schools. I've attended 14 graduations. I've done police ride-alongs. I've done over 7 department info sessions. I have done training on a local, state, and national level. I've had lots of fun going to topping out event at HUG. Was able to, I will say, entertain our governor at a HUG event. I've gone to ribbon cuttings and groundbreakings and new educator luncheons. Had the pleasure of speaking with them, to them, if you will. The Leadership Academy, the Bill Pierce car giveaway, that was really cool. Unfortunately, one of our students didn't win, but there were quite a number of students, and so it was a really fun event. And then the Board of Trustee committee meetings I watch via YouTube. I've gone to JROTC events. I really appreciate those. And I reviewed the ELA materials twice so I could get a good handle on those. Suffice it to say that one of the real pleasures of being a Board of Trustee for Washoe County School District is the opportunity to hang around with our students, chat with them, watch them, have them ask me questions, give presentations, meet teachers and staff and parents, community members, and it truly is the joyous part of the job. And anytime you want, please email me, dnicolette@washoeschools.net.
Thank you, Dr. Nicolette. We'll keep going around. Vice President Minetto.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, I'm just going to start last week. On Friday, I went to Alice Taylor and met our lovely new principal, Dr. Pelletier. I think I'm saying that right. She's from Florida. And then I went to Agnes Risley, where I met with Principal Hicks. And then I got to go to Robert Mitchell, which has such an amazing building, and met with Kristen, and I can't think of her last name. Thank you. And it was a thrill, especially because I taught with her at Corbett 100 years ago. And then I ended up at Lincoln Park, which I just always seem to go back to Lincoln Park all the time, and met with the new principal, whose name's totally escaped me right now.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy. But she was delightful. Oh, that's okay. It was delightful. It was, and just as you said, Dr. Clerk, that, you know, the joy is seeing the kids and seeing them so happy to be there and in their little masks, and it's just thrilling. And then I have a couple more planned. I'm gonna on next Thursday, I'm going to visit 3 schools, and then the following Monday the 30th, I'm visiting 2 more schools, and then the second 2 more. I love going to the schools. So, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Vice President Minetto. Trustee Rodriguez.
Howdy. It's been a little over a month, and what a fun and amazing month. So, got to go to the Inskeep ribbon cutting with Dr. Nicolette and Superintendent. That was awesome. That was amazing experience. I really enjoyed that. Kind of reminds me why I'm here. And the O'Brien Middle School topping out ceremony, that was great. That was just last week. I've had 2 meet and greets, so trying to be a man of my word. There was some logistical stuff, but got to have those. I look forward to having more of those because I know Bruce wants to keep seeing me. And with that, I've had 6, I hate the word, I like to use the word neighbor, not constituents. I don't know what it is about me, but I like the word neighbors. I've had 6 of those over the phone or coffee. Been awesome, and I encourage all those out there, email me, send me a phone number, we could get coffee or lunch or whatnot. I'm all about being approachable and reachable. I've had one-on-one meeting with our police chief over here. Got to hear about how they work law enforcement, how they maintain community relations. I think it's awesome, and I look forward to having more of those. I got to meet the principal at Bennett, so it's been kind of a busy, month of some change. But and I do have several school visits scheduled as well. I've had one-on-ones with all the trustees, kind of introduced myself a little bit more, except for Ellen. We just exchanged numbers. We're going to have coffee. Something about coffee. I don't know what it is, but. So, yeah. So.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. I'll go before I turn it over for the real important report, which is the students' report. I'm just going to go back. Many of the activities, as my colleagues have mentioned, I've been able to be involved in. Thank you. It's been fantastic. I'm just going to go back the week. But I will say this. I am happy that board reports have returned to give people a chance to talk about what we've done on behalf of the district. I am disappointed, however, Trustee Church, that you don't remember that we talked about it being 3 minutes, and you don't remember what board reports have always been about. This is no different. It has always been about the board reporting on our activities so that the community knew what we were doing. That is no different. It has not changed. The 3-minute part, however, is different because, guys, dang it, we've been here since 2 o'clock. And no one went over 3 minutes, so I think 3 minutes is plenty of time. And we did have a conversation about that. So I thought it was important to correct the record on that. I don't typically do that, but I thought it was important to do that. But again, as of this week, just 2 important things I want to talk about. The topping off at O'Brien Middle School was amazing, great school. The construction workers out there were absolutely excited. Were really all bought in, all in on building the school and working with the students and getting the students involved in construction trade. I mean, it was fantastic. And the school itself is just going to be amazing. So Principal Melinda out there and her staff doing an amazing job. So really kudos to them and Seth and the crew at CORE. And then we had a great meeting with KNPB about some upcoming activities in STEM and coding that are going to be amazing for our students here in the district. So looking forward to more of that. So, all right. That being said, over to you. Jackie. That's right. I want to give you a chance. Trustee Calvert. I know you're at home. Almost. Sorry, Trustee Calvert. Give you an opportunity. Board reports.
Unfortunately, I work during the day, so it's kind of hard to do what I would like to do, but I did go with Miss Kristen and what's her name? We were up at HUG, and I was really proud to see the work that's being done up there for our students and our future students, and it was just kind of exciting because I had met some gentlemen there that had gone to HUG previous as well. So that was a good thing. And I do have school visits planned here in the future, but like I said, my work schedule doesn't allow me the flexibility a lot of times to do what I would like to do, but I am very much so interested in our students and our community and doing what I can to help and be a part of the board. So thank you, each and every one of you.
All right, thank you, Trustee Calvert. On school visits, just for the record, I think we all enjoy school visits, and so for those in the community or in the public that may not know, we all make it a point typically to visit each of our schools at least one time a year, and sometimes when you're retired, Vice President Manetto can go a couple of times, and sometimes we end up doing that as well. Sometimes you even visit a school not in your district. But to get out there, it's really important, and I still believe it is the best part of the job when you can go to the schools. It reminds us of why we do some of the crazy things that we do. All right, now we'll go to Student Trustee Victoria.
Thank you, Madam President. We had our first council meeting this past week. We had some new faces and some returning faces, and we were really excited about it. We have a lot of plans for this school year, so we got to present it to our group as president, and Ivy Botmal is the vice president of Student Advisory Council, and she's here tonight, right over there.
All right.
And we're continuing to explain what kind of things we see and asking students what their goal is in Student Advisory Council, what they want to share with their voice and what change they want to make. So making sure their goals are met as well. And we're very excited. One of the things that students in the district were very excited about was signing at O'Brien. I know the piece that they were able to sign this past week. There was former students from O'Brien, graduates now, or seniors this year that were able to go back and sign it. So they were really excited about that. And we're just very excited for the school year. Even though we haven't had school these past couple of days, we know we'll be returning soon. So hopefully it'll be better. Thank you.
All right. Well, fantastic. Welcome back to all the students. Glad you guys are back doing what you do. Superintendent's report.
Thank you very much, President Taylor. So I had two wonderful visits for the first day of kindergarten at Mount Rose, and Chrissy Brown, the principal over there, and then Amanda McWilliams over at Hunter Lake. They were wonderful visits. Then this past week, I went over to Cannon and spent some time with Principal Mares, and I do want to do a shout out to Capital Projects because he has a module building there that was looking rather yucky. So our Capital Projects team just spiffed it up amidst a whole bunch of other projects this summer. So just a huge shout out to Capital Projects. I took a visit over to Trainer Middle School and met with Principal Virgil over there. She's doing outstanding work. The topping off ceremony at O'Brien, it was awesome. I was going to be able to drive the crane and swing the beam, and I wasn't able to do that, so lucky for you all. Yes. And then I was able to speak to the chamber and with their leadership academy, and just talked about all the great things that are happening within our Washoe County School District. They are super appreciative of the board and the team opening up our schools. Attended an EDON board meeting, and then and that was great because we heard Councilman Christopher Dare speak about the Veterans Memorial at the Marina. And if you all haven't been out there, I urge you to get out there to the Marina because it is an absolutely beautiful, beautiful memorial to our veterans. And then the Superintendent's Task Force, just a reminder that application process closes this Friday.
All right, very good. Those are all of our reports, and now we're going to go to agenda item 5.01. This is our general public comment period, and thank you for all who've stayed around to have some general public comments. These are comments from the public that are on topics not specifically addressed elsewhere on the agenda. So please keep that in mind. These are for topics not specifically addressed elsewhere on the agenda, and this is typically because it's late when our student trustee has to go because you have school tomorrow. So very good to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here again. So we'll see what public comments we have, which may have been emailed in, and maybe people right here in the building. JJ?
Jonah O'Coin.
Principal O'Coin.
The board received emails from Steve York, Brian Ebris, Anonymous, Anne Marie Hoppy.
Thank you. Welcome.
All right. Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Taylor, Dr. McNeil, Board of Trustees. I appreciate your time. I did think it was interesting that 6 out of 7 of you talked about the wonderful things that are going on in our schools, and 1 of you took time to shame our student, right? When that's why we're all here. So I just wanted to address that. But what I also wanted to tell you is all the good news. We hear a lot of bad news. We hear a lot of complaining when we're here. So I just wanted to share good news and some good things that are going on in our district from somebody who is actually in the district. First of all, I know that many of you know that we were one of the only districts that was in person last year. I have family back east, nieces in New York and Boston, where there is a ton of funding for education. They were not in person. Our students were. I also wanted to recognize that U.S. News and Report ranked 5 of our high schools in the top 20. I wanted to thank Dr. Taylor and Dr. McNeil for always reminding us that kindness matters and that our children are watching. I wanted to thank our HR department for raising the pay for our guest teachers. And I would ask the community that has questions or frustrations with our schools to possibly look at becoming a guest teacher and seeing the magic that happens in our schools. I would like to thank Veronica and Ivy, who will be the next student representative. If you listen to these ladies and you get to talk to them, our future is bright. I also wanted to thank our Dr. Chris Turner, Chief of Information Officer, who has secured funding for all of the school district schools. We will get new computers for all of our staff and all of our students every 5 years. Our school police department is responsive and proactive. We had a very long meeting. All administrators had a mandatory meeting with our safety officer, Roy Anderson, about how to keep our students safe, and we are held accountable to very high standards, and I want to thank our police department for that. I wanted to thank a woman who spoke 2 weeks ago, even though I disagree with what she said. I do agree, or I appreciate that she was up here reminding us all that what the why is. And the why is our kids, right? That's why we're all here, and we really need to focus on that and remember how amazing they are. I want to thank my families at Greenbrae. They have been graceful, they have been understanding, and they have been flexible. If you want to see magic come into our schools, you will see magic every minute of every day. I also wanted to let the public know that our school district has a focus that I challenge you to find in other schools. We are identifying power standards, we are identifying target skills, and our students are growing, every single one of them. It's an honor to be part of this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Coyne.
Nancy Sorensen.
Is Ms. Sorensen still here?
Valerie Fianaka.
No, Ms. Fianaka's still here. No, you're saying, okay. Okay, thank you.
Yan Carroll.
Yes, please, come on up. Yep.
The board received emails from B. Witt, Crystal Presidio, Erica Mirich.
Let's get your microphone on. Okay, there you are.
Okay. Thank you all for the opportunity. My name is Yan Carroll. I work as a professional in Reno, and I'm a single mother. My daughter, Jane Carroll, is 9 years old, and she is at 3rd grade special need classroom in Nick Polikidas. She is disabled and seriously impacted by autism. Her way of learning is very different from others. I am here today and ask for your help. I'm asking for one-on-one aid for her education in school, so she will be able to learn there. Jane cannot communicate verbally, and she has extremely short attention span. She needs constant prompting, redirecting, so she can focus and learn. She needs lots of explaining modeling in order to understand a request. 1.5 years ago, Jane was already 7.5 years old, but she was not able to learn anything from school. She was barely preschool level. She could not read a word. She could not spell or write any word, and she could not do any maths, not even 1 + 1. So I had to quit my job to teach her in 2019. With my one-on-one teaching, she is able to learn how to read, write, spell, and math. She reached the 4th grade level. It proves that she is teachable, and the one-on-one teaching works for her. Recently, I had to work again to pay the bills. She is now at 3rd grade level, but her level is only 4th grade, so she is far behind. I am desperate and feeling helpless right now. I cannot be her full-time teacher for all the rest of her life. I need a school to help me to help my kid. Thus, I'm sincerely and urgently asking for your help. Please allow her to have one-on-one aid in school so she is able to learn in our education system, so I can focus on my full-time job and make a living for my daughter and I. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carroll. Please. Superintendent McNeil.
So, Ms. Carroll,
She's right
Ms.
there.
Carroll, I'll have you connect with our Deputy Superintendent, Debbie Beiersdorf here. We have to abide by the individual education plan, the IEP, as you know, but she'll be able to follow up with Orthopedist.
Thank you. JJ?
Melanie Sutton.
Ms. Sutton still here, okay? Welcome back, Ms. Sutton.
Good evening. Luckily, another patriot brought me dinner. So, you guys keep talking about the testing. As we said, the testing do not work. 20% are testing positive, false positive.
I'm sorry, Ms. Sutton.
I know. I'm going to finish. Hold on.
Okay.
So, second, it's also 97% survival rate. I just had to say that.
Okay.
So now, I obviously oppose CRT, share, COVID testing, shot mandates, and segregation. Now, I hope parents are actually watching this right now. So now, what about the 3 R's? What is that? Parents might think it's writing, arithmetic, reading, possibly. No, not according to Washoe County School District. Washoe County School District, it's rigor, relevance, and relationships. I know, right? Ridiculous. I our children to learn in school. I can teach my kid how to have relationships. So as far as those school board members that are going to be coming up in 2022, we are coming for your seats.
Thank you, Ms. Sutton.
Cheryl Perino.
Welcome, Ms. Perino.
Thank you. Long meeting, definitely needed. What I would like to propose is that maybe the board would consider changing their format a little bit. A lot of us had questions that didn't get answered. I don't know how they do get answered. My concern is, what PCR test are you using for testing when the one that was used was retracted and is fraudulent? So why are we spending $3.2 million?
I'm sorry. We have to. This is about. Testing was already on the agenda.
Oh, okay, but
this is about things not on the agenda.
I would like that money diverted, and I'd like to veto your motion. Like that rule change too, we can veto it, the constituents, and have it redirected to reading, writing, and arithmetic. And I'm opposed to CRT. I'm opposed that everybody should be free and not be racist, and that if you're white, you have white privilege. That's not true. I work very hard. I'm a single mom with 3 kids. I've worked for everything, and so do my kids. And I just want to have the whole globe give everybody the opportunity for freedom. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bev Stingem.
Ms. Stingem? No. Mr. Benson, no, it's Beth Stingem. Not quite. Not quite. I don't see her. She may have left.
Lori Agnew.
Miss Agnew. Okay.
Bruce Parks.
Mr. Parks, welcome back.
Thank you. Well, we've got 2 weeks of school under our belt. Let's review. Seems like the hot button was pronouns, preferred pronouns, all through the school system. That was the hot topic. What are you going to do when a student stands up and says, I identify as an AK-47. My preferred pronouns are hollow point and full metal jacket. It's just as valid as any of the other garbage. What are you going to do then? If you take any action against that student, it's discrimination. We have teachers that are not teaching the curriculum. You had one of the students stand at this very podium here and tell you that his history teacher told him they're going to be talking about LGBTQ and BLM, not U.S. history, the Constitution, and the Civil War. You have a teacher that apparently broke down in tears because his pride flag had to come down. Another teacher at Spanish Springs High School, when the students walked in, all they saw was Biden and Kamala Harris stickers everywhere. Violation policy, by the way. Have a Galena High School teacher that talked in the most vile terms about the students in their school. Absolutely reprehensible. You have football teams that had to miss the first game of their season over what can only be described as sheer stupidity, because it didn't make any sense to anybody. None. But it happened. And then we have the superintendent rewriting the 3 R's. I'd just like to remind y'all, your original mandate and the reason that we send our kids to these schools is so that they can be functioning members of our community, not basement babies that are great little social justice warriors but can't fill out a job application because they're functionally illiterate. We just want you to do the best by our kids, and that means educating them, not indoctrinating them, not making sure they're good little social justice warriors, but educating them. That's all we ask you to do. And I come to school board meeting after school board meeting, and I don't hear any of you talking about what are we going to do to improve the academic standards in our schools. That's what I want to hear at these school board meetings. Trustee Rodriguez, Trustee Nicolette, thank you guys so much for doing those town halls. I would suggest that we moderate them a little better next time because it could devolve into chaos. And I would encourage you, Ms. Taylor, to please read that email I sent that spelled out what these meetings should look like. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parks.
Ruping Sun. The board received emails from Dora Ulrich Martinez.
Is it Mr. Sun?
Yes.
Right here, sir. Welcome, sir. Let's get your mic on. Okay, you have 3 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
All right. Year 1966. I was 6 years old. That was Cultural Revolution time. And Brother Yuan was my childhood hero. Neighbor and 16 years old high school students. He is extremely popular at school. He only opened up his textbook 2 days before the final. He was straight A. But lately, he became unpopular because his family was oppressor family. Chairman Mao is dictator, killer, killed 50 million Chinese people. According to him, the children of oppressor class are oppressor unless you against your family. So it's like CRT here. The children of white people, white family are racist unless you against your family. So Brother Yuan was very worried. He came up a smart solution. He called police. He said, I report to my parents. My parents said something against Cultural Revolution in their bedroom. Next day, both parents was arrested and put into the jail. So, moral of this story is, if you guys want your children become snitch, take CRT education. Let them take CRT education. That works. I guarantee it. That's all, folks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sun.
Jeff Church. Board received emails from Brittany Bland, Pablo Navaduran, Kristen DeHaan, Daniel Black, and Kaylin Evans.
Trustee Church.
Thank you very much. Dear fellow trustees, as nowhere in the agenda allows me to communicate my ideas and concerns to you, I'm forced to do so here. I'll be respectful and brief. And I'll segue a little bit on one of the last speakers that talked about certain schools being number 20 in the country. I want to clarify for anybody that misunderstood. That's in the country, not in the state. Our best school in the Washoe County School District's AACT is 945th in the nation. So we're not 20th. Our best school is 945th. One of our worst performing schools, North Valley's, ranks 10,021 in the nation. And that would be number 54 in the state. There's not that many high schools in the state. So apparently, if you feel there's room for improvement in education, you are dissing, and there's no room for dissent. Again, we just had an excellent speaker, the gentleman before me, that if you try to speak up, you're misinformation. So, I ask my fellow trustees to focus on the quality of education. I'm asking you to place on the agenda 5 items, if I have time within my time remaining. Number 1 is just a discussion about returning initial public comment, approval of the agenda, unrestricted board report, so I don't have to stand here, and request for future agenda items. And again, I'm just asking for discussion. Put it on the agenda. Let's talk about it. If you look at all the other local governments, they do it. It's standard practice, almost everything I just mentioned, with rare exception. And look for it yourself. Don't take anybody's word for it. Number 2, I think we need an overall review and understanding as board members of the equity, equality, diversity programs we currently have, the staffing, the training. We need to know what's being taught. Does it include white privilege, systemic racism, systemic oppression? I just want to know in a formal presentation if it does or if it doesn't. Number 3, a complete review of the policy committees. We sit on the policy committee. I don't think that's appropriate. I think it needs to go back the way it was to an independent committee so the board time is not tied up. And then it later comes to the board again like it just did today, duplication of effort. Number 4, a complete review of committees. We have 13 committees, none of them on quality of education, none of them on fiscal responsibility. And number 5, the serious drug problem that we have with students as documented at school district. So we do need to discuss drug testing and options. And by the way, the U.S. News report, if you look at it, it ranks Nevada. It doesn't talk about school district. Nevada, I believe the last one, the update was 45th worst in the nation. So those are facts. You know, nobody's dissing the students, but we can do better. We must do better. Thank you.
Thank you. JJ?
Casey Thielander.
Mr. Thielander, I didn't see you back there.
Falling asleep back here.
Me too.
So in regards to the jab and the 2.4% chance of getting COVID, I'd understand that in a community that's high risk, but let's not forget 99.9% chance of survival for kids in high school. Let's not forget that. As far as the jab goes itself, or vaccine, if you want to call it that, or if I can bring you to this board, because this seems to be a topic, if I do my research and I bring you, because one is too many, 1 death from the vaccine, are you going to retract all your statements about it? Are you going to retract the fact that we are pushing it or trying to push these kids into getting it if I can bring you tons of adverse effects to teenagers or even just 1 death? Because I haven't heard that. Nobody's talking about that, about the adverse effects to vaccines. So, or what it's doing to these young kids, right? 'Cause it's still brand new.
Mr. Thielander, I think you got it. We've already talked about all the COVID stuff and 3 different items. So this is for items that are not already on the agenda.
Okay, well,
so
this is that was just what I wanted to say to you because that was about that. But
Okay,
anyways,
go ahead.
Principals. I have a huge issue with principals. I have a principal who's a nightmare, and I get told that it's my school, my rules, and there's nobody controlling him. There is no one for him to answer to. It's his school, his rules. And I don't appreciate being told that. Because at all these schools, these are our schools. These are your schools, they're our schools. We're all taxpayers here, these are our schools. And I'm having a problem with principals having so much authority. If you take into account for a building department or fire marshal, if they want to, their authority having jurisdiction, if they want to go over above a code, they have to get it approved by the state. Why aren't our principals held to the same standard? Because all the schools are doing something different. And it's driving me crazy when we have ours that's acting like a dictator and just a nightmare and locking our school down like a prison to these kids. And then a mile away, it's completely different and it's just like normal school. But he's allowed to do what he does because it's up to his discretion. I find that just appalling that nobody is checking him. Nobody. That he's allowed to do whatever he wants with his school. And he has no one to answer to. I don't appreciate that at all. It should go before the board. He should submit a plan. This is what I want to do with my school this year. And it should go before the parents and it should go before the board. And it should be approved on. Because when you're doing social distancing, which we all said it wasn't supposed to happen, that was according to the first board meetings. Social distancing happened in the school since day one. And pods. And you're separating all these kids that have played together all summer long. Right? We had a whole team of pediatricians. Everyone's going to die, put masks on. But we didn't have a kid die. And then now we're putting the mask back on the kids. It's ridiculous. Somebody has to check the principals. The principals have to answer to somebody.
Thank you, Mr. Thielander. Mr. Thielander, I think the superintendent wants to add a little clarity to that. That might be helpful.
So, Mr. Thielander, we actually have area superintendents who directly supervise the principals, just as I was saying earlier. So each one of our area superintendents has approximately 23 to 25 schools. Your area superintendent would be Miss Gina Curtis.
For sure. Well, Joe Ernst was last year, and I got told the same thing According to this directive.
So you could,
Well, okay,
you could
let's
reach
not-
out to Ms.
Okay,
Curtis.
you know, we can't really have the same, but we'll reach out to Ms. Curtis, okay?
I know, but I'm just telling you what I've been told.
Okay, I understand. Just reach out to Ms. Curtis, okay? All right. Thank you, Mr. Thielander.
James Bentham.
Now is your turn, Mr. Bentham.
Earlier, hopefully everybody has a suggested policy motion on diversity and inclusion education through K through 12. This was turned in by Bev Steingem, but she was not able to stay this late to present it to the board. So this is a suggested policy. The Washoe County School District respects diversity and unity. The school district focus is on public education, but recognizes that teaching diversity is a part of U.S. history and aids the district in promoting a sense of unity and equality among students and staff. The school district is mandated by certain state and federal standards to teach certain aspects of diversity in its curriculum. It is the policy of the school district to do the following. The school district should comply with all applicable federal and state directives. School district will teach diversity to staff and students from K-5 level forward, except as otherwise required. Except as otherwise required, the school district shall offer an opt-out policy to parents and guardians. The school district shall allow and encourage parents and guardians to sit in on any diversity training, providing such can be accommodated by the school. All textbooks and lesson plans shall be available to the public. All diversity-related courses and lesson plans shall first be approved by the School Board of Trustees in open public meeting. These courses should be taught under history or social studies unless mandated otherwise. No teacher, administrator, contractor, staff member, or student shall be required to engage in training, orientation, or therapy that presents any form of class stereotyping or blame on the basis of class. The school district shall not teach, advocate, or make part of a course the following concepts based on one's race, gender, ethnicity, religion, skin color, creed, sexual orientation, disability, immigration status, or national origin, herein referred to as class. That, number one class is inherently superior to another class. 2, an individual by virtue of his or her class is inherently racist, sexist, oppressive, whether consciously or unconsciously. 3, an individual shall not be discriminated against or receive adverse treatment solely on partly of one's class. And it goes on. This is a suggested policy.
Thank you, Mr. Bentham.
Alicia Brandt.
Welcome, Ms. Brandt.
Hi, thank you. Did a lot of absorption this evening. A lot of information to take in.
Pull that mic down just a little bit so we can hear you better. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. My son happens to be one of the athletes that was excluded. He did test negative, and he's now out for the 10-day period. I'm commenting that at this juncture because with exclusions, you brought up, is it school discretion or principal discretion as far as the distance learning or exclusion learning? My son's in 2 AP classes, and there's 2 other classes we have no instruction on for his downtime. He's been out since Thursday. We've got nothing. So I wanted you as a board to know that there's schools, I don't know who's in charge of it, but there's nothing for our students right now. So that's an important topic that has to be readdressed at another, board meeting. That's what it needs to be. The other issue that I want to bring up is in regards to testing, but it's different testing. I would like to propose the board consider the testing of our athletes be done with saliva testing versus the nasal swabs. So that can be also maybe another item for agenda later.
Okay, yeah, because that's, this is for non-agenda items, but we heard your point, so.
Right,
Yeah,
and
we
I
gotcha.
did bring
We
up
gotcha.
to the gentleman that left earlier.
Okay, well, good.
That was helping.
Good.
And he said he would look into.
Dr. Lamarca? Good.
And he said he'd look into cost versus the different testing.
Okay.
So hopefully the board can follow up. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brandt.
Deborah Egan.
Welcome back, Ms. Egan. Sorry.
Thank you. I just wanted to bring up common sense. We've heard a lot about that this evening, and for you, Mr. Church, it's correct that the numbers are going up. But 91% of the hospitalizations are the unvaccinated, and less than 0.5% deaths are people who have been vaccinated. 10% breakthrough is the average right now of people who've been vaccinated. So the incredible numbers that are going up, over 90%, are the unvaccinated.
Ms. Egan, I'm sorry, I got to direct your comments beyond COVID because we've spoken about
Yes,
that.
yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
And just wanted to clarify that. And that I've heard a lot about HIPAA. As a medical professional, I think there's a lot of misinformation regarding that, and maybe some standards or protocol based on what it truly is may help with that discussion. And I wanted to thank the board for what you do. You're doing an amazing job for our schools. And I don't feel that your job is to set the protocol for what we need to do regarding the pandemic. That's already been set. There's been $60 billion spent on research and from the CDC, the American Academy of Pediatrics, to tell us how to keep our children safe. And I want to thank you very much for following that protocol and implementing it to keep the children safe in our state. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Egan.
Those are all the cards I have.
Okay. Have you gotten through all the names as well, JJ? Okay. Thank you, everybody, for your public comment. Thank you for staying to share your thoughts with the board. Our meeting is now adjourned. Our next meeting is 2 weeks from today, September 14th, right here at 2 p.m. Thank you. We are adjourned.